one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
Let's have a freaking good time today. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I feel weird. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like it's been a while since we've podcasted. I felt like we went into like an early retirement and we came back and we just started shooting threes and we're real cold right now. We're missing shots. So if you don't know where you're at Living SplitScreen, a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. We love to take that RTS approach, that's real-time strategy. We pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull the industry together, and just have an overall conversation about what may be happening, place a little bit of armchair CEO if we may. And that's where we also bring in that ECP, that educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We're two dudes with plenty professional work knowledge behind us, right? When it comes to business or just life things or whatever the case. And we try to involve as much as we can into our gaming conversation, whether that be what we're playing or what's happening, the types of moves that are shaking out there. And we have interesting conversations. So if you're into all that, you come to the right place for that good old gaming conversation. We also have a Discord now for those who are interested in that. I've been trying to get a little bit better about being active in it. I've got a lot of real life things that are happening behind the scenes, a lot of shaking and moving that's going to be happening quite literally. You're not going to be seeing this background from me for too much longer. I'm actually going to be moving within the next 2 weeks, actually. Well, let's say 3 weeks, but so that's going to throw some things in a rut a little bit, right? We might have to miss another show or so here or there, but it will allow me to be able to maybe live stream a little bit more, have a bit of a different setup, and bring some new energy into the life, because I think that's more important than anything else, right? Being able to shake your energy up, get yourself rolling, get yourself moving, and see how the world responds, see how the universe responds to the shakeups. So that's going to be interesting. I do have Monster Hunter Wilds playing for you guys in the background today. It's going to be about 5 hours worth of content. I don't plan on doing a 5-hour show today, but it's been a while since we've been able to do a show, and I don't have anywhere to be today. So I'm chilling. We'll see what ends up happening. We may be a typical living split screen. We shall see. But I do want to preface things with this. I can't be biased about Monster Hunter. I just can't. Monster Hunter Wilds, there is no way, at least for me, that I can negatively speak on this game in any way. I haven't had a negative moment with it, a negative experience. I haven't had anything bad happen. I haven't had any performance issues. I just haven't had any of those things, right? The biggest thing that I've seen is people talking about the difficulty. I sit back in my chair 40 hours into this game, still haven't completed the campaign yet. I'm just entering chapter 4. I think there's 5 chapters in total with some extensions on there. I saw people were saying, oh man, the campaign's short, it's 15 hours, 20 hours. I find myself diving deeper and deeper and smiling ear to ear every time that I get into a session with this game. And I'm over the moon, ladies and gentlemen. I am in many levels. This game is creeping into probably close to my top 10 games of all time, just the way that it's making me feel. And this is me coming off of just playing 100 plus hours of Monster Hunter World, right? Playing it from start to finish, experiencing all the content. I didn't jump in the real end game for Monster Hunter World, but I did have a better understanding of Monster Hunter and just hunting games in general. And that has definitely elevated my experience for Wilds. I see people complaining about little things about the game here and there, more so things that are in end game, which could be an issue. I've had some interesting conversations as well, or just points being made, because again, people are finding ways to cheat in a game that is a multiplayer game. I know people were saying, oh, well, Monster Hunter Wilds, it's technically a single player game. No, it's a multiplayer game that has the option of you playing it single player. Now, if you're going to play it single player, you can use whatever the fuck cheats you want. You can do it. You can do whatever you want. You can add extra damage. You can do whatever else. But there's people who are literally getting scripts because at the end of the game, there's artisan weapons. There's these weapons called artisans. And again, I'm not there yet. I don't have any experience. I can only go based off of what I've heard and what I've seen. There's weapons that are called artisan weapons that you have to essentially kind of grind for and rebuild and try. You have to find the perfect perks for this weapon, right? And it takes time. You got to build the weapon up. You got to evolve it. You got to, what I'm saying? It takes a little bit of time, but that is part of the end game grind. Right? Monster Hunter has always had something similar to that, right? I know people were saying in previous games it's not always done the greatest. Some people lament it and feel like, oh, it's a waste of time. And I'm not saying the system is perfect. From what I've seen, I don't think that it's perfect, but I also don't think that the answer is to cheat the system, mainly because there's going to end up being people. And that's why PC gaming gets the negative stigma it does sometimes, because modders bring that shit online and then it ruins the experience for other gamers, right? When somebody goes into hunt a quote unquote difficult monster, and that's can be debatable right now, and they end up killing the monster in essentially no time, or they have the perfect weapon that you could ever find. You know what I mean? That can ruin the experience for people. And I just want people to be mindful of that, man. Like, again, visual mods, making your characters look different, all that stuff. I don't care about none of that. But when we're talking about tweaking damage numbers, how many resources you got, and trying to make your weapon the perfect weapon and eliminate the grind, that's the point of the game. Like, if you're done playing the game, just be done playing the game. Don't abuse it. I don't know. It's a me thing. That's kind of how I am as a competitive gamer. And again, I am somebody who, again, I love mods, man. You know what I mean? Whatever's going to help benefit you as the gamer. Just when it comes into a multiplayer setting, there's a lot of limitations that I like to put on it, but I've been having a fucking blast. At the end of the day, I can't be biased about Monster Hunter, so you're probably going to get a lot of glowing praise from me at least. And again, I'm just trying to be as upfront with you guys as possible. Again, I'm definitely interested to see how hunting with other folks is going to be. Jumping in with people like Pong to help progress his story over time. Because at the end of the day, I know people were talking about the co-op side of it as well, how it's convoluted. Again, Monster Hunter is supposed to be, the group feeling, you don't really get until endgame typically. That's when things are more cohesive, right? Now, I'm not saying they're just like FromSoft with the convoluted ass, I need to join co-op by giving you my last name, the last four of my social security card, my physical social security. Like, there's still a lot of other steps that are like, it doesn't have to be this way. Can I just send them an invite and they just join me and we're in the same instance and everything? So I get that. But endgame, because I heard you and Matt talking about it, like, hey, you got to start a mission and do the SOS. Yes, during the campaign, it is like that. But when you get to endgame, that's when, hey, when I send you an invite, now we're in the same environment together. Now we can go search the whole world together. We can do it as a 4-man team if we want, right? And go do whatever we want through the entire playtime that we're here. So I know not a lot of people are there, but I wanted to kind of set that stage as well. Because I do feel like there's some misunderstandings. I feel like I'm in a really weird place. It's like I'm in an intermediate place because I'm not casual, quote unquote, but I'm also not these dudes who have been playing Monster Hunter for X amount of time. I would be what they consider fifth fleet, which is somebody who just started playing with Monster Hunter World. A lot of those people kind of have a negative connotation, but anyway, I think it's going to be fun to get into. So enjoy the gameplay that you guys will have in the background for you. Again, it's going to be 5 hours plus worth of content. Maybe you'll watch a lot of it. Maybe you won't. There may be some small spoilers if you're not interested in that. Maybe just spoilers don't bother me like that until I actually see the thing myself, right? Like, I can hear about something, but until I see it, it doesn't really connect. Like, again, like the whole thing with The Last of Us, right? You can tell me that, oh, this was what happened to Joel, but until I see it myself, it doesn't have that same impact, or I don't feel like it's been ruined for me. There's been things that I've seen about Monster Hunter Wilds that just because I saw something about it, it wasn't the same as when I got to that moment, right? Where I was like, oh shit, this is badass. Oh damn, this is fucking kind of cool. So yeah, man. But if you didn't know, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain at T is a 7 everywhere. If you see Reaper of Steel Rain out there, that is what I would call my third account, which is technically my primary. I have YouTube Premium on there and everything, so it's kind of the one that I use to sift through different content, listen to music, stuff like that. So if you see that out there, keep in mind that is my third account, but my main account is Steel Rain. That T is a 7 everywhere. Follow me everywhere that you can. Blue Sky, Twitter, YouTube. I will start releasing content on there. It will be Monster Hunter based, and it's probably going to end up being more so end game stuff. I'm also probably going to do some early game progression because I haven't looked at anybody's builds. I've only been doing what I felt was good for me, right? So that's also been really fun. Not really paying attention to much outside of that, but I've missed you guys, man. We went on a little bit of a weekend hiatus there, and being back, we got a lot to talk about, a lot to get into, and a lot of fun to be had. But there's enough of me and my talking shenanigans because I gotta introduce, and I want to make sure our levels are good too. Well, before I introduce him, unless he wants to do it as part of his intro, Decado came through with the 10-kilometer bomb. And he essentially just leveled the whole playing field. He got in with Vince Zampella and showed him what real evolution looks like, which is going to be another dope conversation to have today because I'm definitely fucking excited about Battlefield again.
Stop watching it.
I'm fucking excited. I feel like I keep seeing new gameplay. Like, I'm hoping it's new, but a lot of fun to get into. But shout out to Decado. Appreciate you dropping that 10 bomb, and he dropped another 10 bones as well. I'm going to get the chat and everything pulled up here for you. I just came in here raw. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. But if Paul ends up getting into it, part of his intro, then great. If he has it pulled up, if not, I'll get it pulled up here. But
I got you.
So perfect. Looks like we're on full blast this morning, and I'm still sipping my last little bit of coffee here, ladies and gentlemen. I got this coffee today because I like the way the can look. I'm not really a Skull fan. I am a Monster fan. I am definitely a Monster fan, but I like the way the can looked. Mm-hmm. Got me a little bit of coffee. But anyway, let me know if the levels and everything are good, ladies and gentlemen, that are in chat. You know, it's in comments too. If y'all are listening back on the back end, and y'all are like, the audio sounds trash, Steel. You need to level out some things. Let me know what's going on, who's off, what's not going the way it should be. And I'll make those adjustments, man. I want things to be good. But I keep trying to hold it off because there's no better introduction than this one right here. I got to introduce the uncanny gentleman himself, the brother from another, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. My guy, my confidant, the one and only Pong. So what's going on, brother man, and how you feeling? Appreciate you being here.
Before we get into me, attention, ladies and gentlemen, attention aboard the Splitters Hype Train. That's right. We're not going to stop this train this morning. We're not going to stop ripping off other people's sticks that they like to do professionally because that's how they make a living. So we're going to continue this. Ladies and gentlemen, please do pay attention to the attendants who are walking around right now, making sure your 4-point harnesses are adjusted and tightened appropriately, because this morning we usually start off at a Mach 2.0, but the one and only, I should say, Decado did come on through with a couple bags of coal, added a couple more cars. The Splitters, welcome aboard, all you new Splitters. Again, pay attention, lock them down, lock your seats down appropriately, because we are now at a Mach 3.0 on this early Saturday morning, getting the hype train rolling towards a lot of good gaming news and opinions with that 10 bomb, the easy 10 dunk from Decado, keeping us ad-free in 2026. Hashtag no beans. And your goal always here on this show is everybody's favorite 69. So welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you, Decado. And then Decado, not to be done. He dropped another nice little 10 bomb again for the super chat and said, having an adverse reaction to platformers. Besides the enjoyment I've had with Monster Hunter Wilds and MechaBREAK this week, Split Fiction has been an exception and a true A+ experience.
I'm convinced that Joseph Fares just makes fucking good games. I'm just convinced at this point. That's
obviously
that's just in his genes.
Attitude. Yeah, it's in his genes. He's got the perfect attitude. He understands.
He's a fucking monster.
He understands the assignment. He is a master at what he does, and he just shows up and does it time and time again and just makes it new and fresh for everybody. That's what you do.
I was playing It Takes Two with my daughter, bro. My daughter's 10 years old, bro. Like,
yeah.
Well, I mean, just the emotionality of it is one thing. Of course, you know, being a pops, it definitely hits you in those feelings. It Takes Two is literally the perfect game for that. It didn't make it any better because me and the old lady were going through a little something at the time. So playing that game at the same time, just dealing with some real life topics and us playing together and just the intuitiveness of the game. It wasn't like I had to hold her hand through everything. Nah, she was like, "Hey, Dad, we're going over here. Oh, hey, Daddy. Oh, hey, Daddy, what do you think we should do here?" You know, it was really dope. And I heard somebody else talking about this. I forgot where it was, but they were talking about Split Fiction. They were saying a lot that stuff carries over into Split Fiction as well. Just the way that they implement the gameplay mechanics and the ease of understanding what needs to be done with all the things that they have going on is a talent in itself as well, because it eliminates so many barriers along with opening it up to where, again, this is, I think with this game, Split Fiction, I don't think he was able to do it with It Takes Two, but with Split Fiction, you don't even, one person can buy the game and you can literally co-op it with whoever, no matter what platform that they're on, with the gift system or with the play system that they have, which is another dope fucking thing. Like the opportunities that you have with stuff like that, it's just so dope. I didn't mean to like jump in there like that, but it's cool.
This is how we roll, man. This is how we roll. And obviously, as somebody who has no interest in playing these games, I still enjoyed watching everybody play It Takes Two and all the reactions. And again, Joseph Fares has proven, again, as somebody who, he doesn't make games for me, but I don't care. This is freaking incredible. The dude is on a streak like very few devs get on. Like, this guy has got it. And here we are. And again, this is also a shout out to EA and their indie support that they have that they don't get a lot of credit for, but it's because of EA that he gets to make these games. And so it's a beautiful it's a beautiful partnership that he's got that has worked out tremendously. Yes, that has worked out tremendously. So shout out to Joseph Fares. Awesome, Decado, that you're having a great time with Split Fiction. And according to the reviews, hell yeah, man, 90 plus. So, I mean, again, Joseph Fares gets it. So MF, great member for 12 months. Horde of Wars comes in with the 3 hours in, and it's amazing. There you go. Again, it's kind of universal love, man, for this style of game. There's really not much to say about it. So, or not much bad you could come at these games for. Joseph Fares he gets. The other thing about Joseph Fares, I got to say, is through these games, because you were just talking about Steel, it's not just that they're fun games, that he's just, again, when we talk about gamers ass games, that kind of stuff, that's not what he understands how to touch a part of the human psyche that most devs probably will never understand completely.
Not as well.
He understands the emotional side and what that's on a different level of what games can do emotionally to people when they are done in the right way and made to a certain quality. He obviously gets that because he touches something with the co-op gameplay that has been lost as the decades have gone by, something that we had a lot of back in the day because we didn't have online connectivity. So it was go over to buddy's house, playing side by side co-op. He touches on that on a different level, plus adding emotional topics like you were talking about with It Takes Two in there as well. And so, yeah, shout out to Joseph Fares, man. And he's just a cool guy as well. He just doesn't give a shit what other people think. So he just does his thing. And I love it, man. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that attitude. So, Yeah, exactly, Decado. Who else can in this industry can say fucking get published by them? Right, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. He's just got that attitude and charisma that just kind of goes beyond the norm, right? That just hits in a different way. So, shout out to everybody enjoying Split Fiction for sure, man. Another great addition to this year's game. It's going to be up for Game of the Year, guaranteed. It's going to be in the Game of the Year conversations for sure as the indie title. Don't doubt that he might take home some of those trophies at the end of the year. So, shout out to Joseph Ferris, man. Otherwise, everybody, it's great to be back. You know how much Steele and I miss you when we don't get to do Saturdays.
1000%.
We say it all the time, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It feels different. Like I get stuff done. It's not like I'm just hanging out going, oh God, what I'm going to do with myself and twiddling my thumbs. I go get stuff done when we don't have our Saturdays, but it feels like a part of my day has been missed because I'm not hanging out with my brother from another Steel, number one, and catching up with him and getting to chop it up with him. But then also you guys as well in the chat. And you know, that's the truth here on Living Split Screen. Other shows don't know about that, but for Living Split Screen, you know it's the truth because we love you guys so much.
100%.
And so great to be back on a beautiful Saturday morning. At least here in Minnesota, it feels like we are through the winter. We got one last snowstorm this past week, which was interesting. But we are now headed towards 60s. So we are headed in the upper 40s today. So it's feeling like springtime is hitting, starting to get that feeling. I love the change of the seasons. There is something about winter that does bring you down, kind of like the rest. There's beautiful parts of being in winter and snow, but there is something about the change over to spring that actually you pick up on that energy from nature. I know I'm being a little woo-woo here, but it really does happen where you feel like a rebirth is happening, right? You feel like you're coming out of hibernation and like you get this extra step when you smell it in the air. And for people who don't get changes of season, you won't know about that, but there is something different. So I'm starting to feel it. And I got a lot going on myself and picking up and I got a lot of stuff I got to get done over the next 8 months, 9 months or so, but it helps when this happens. So I'm happy to be here, happy to be back in the saddle with Steel again. We try not to have too many interruptions, but obviously both of us do have a lot going on. So
real life, man.
To a minimum. But man, gaming wise, I've been ultra busy at work and schedule wise. So again, my gaming during the week has slowed down dramatically. Now I did get about 9 hours of Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh, damn. Weekend. You got some time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got some time in. Really, obviously running solo for the most part. Me and Mav hooked up for about an hour last Sunday to try out the co-op, and it actually, again, we found out that and again, I kind of knew what it was going to be like, but it was still like a process. Like we had to connect friends wise, do all the hookupping and be behind the scenes for Monster Hunter. And then, like I said, we, figured out that you had to call the SOS to get us in because we were all playing through the campaign, but it worked almost flawlessly. He did have one crash, his version crashed once. And kind of threw us for a loop. He had to do the whole reset because it couldn't find session. You know how that works sometimes online. Couldn't find session when we tried to repartner up again. So, that was the only problem. Otherwise, it worked out just fine. But Monster Hunter Wilds, running solo because I did put it in solo mode. Right. And for people who don't know, there are bots that come and help you in solo mode.
There's hunters you can get.
There's hunters that you can get.
I haven't used it, but
but I just wanted to run solo. So I because that's me. So that's what I'm used to. This is the most accessible Monster Hunter yet. And this is coming from somebody who, Steel was just Steel downplays it. When he goes hard in the game, he goes hard in the game. Okay, pause. But that's who he is. So he could say he just kind of got started on Monster Hunter during World. But again, the dude's put in his time. Yeah, no, he's not, the 3,000 hour deep Monster Hunter. But the guy, again, Steel's a pro. Okay, Steel knows what he's doing. He figures shit out real quick because that's his style of game. So don't let him downplay it. I've been playing Monster Hunter for longer than he has, technically speaking, because I go back to the old school Monster Hunters, right? But those were completely different games than what they've transformed into in a lot of ways. The mechanics and everything have evolved so far beyond what they were back in the day. Sure, the basics are still there. A lot of it is from the old days, but let's be real, we're in a new class of Monster Hunter at this point. So as somebody who's played a lot of solo, again, played a lot on PlayStation, but more even so on PSP and Vita, the handheld side of things. And then just touching on Worlds, again, didn't get into it the way that I thought I was going to. Again, I grazed way too much and could become proficient at these types of games and really become a Monster Hunter, but enjoyed my time in Worlds as a solo player. Played a little bit of the oh god, I forget the ones that came in Game Pass. Rise, right? It was Monster Hunter, right? Yeah, Rise. We played a little bit of Rise as well. Had a good time there. So coming into this, I am more on the side of the players that are brand new to the franchise or the casual players that Capcom is trying to appeal to with the changes that they have done with Monster Hunter Wilds, especially the quality of life changes that they've done, and the tutorial even sections of Monster Hunter now. As somebody who certainly has a basic understanding and probably understands more than somebody who's just coming into this, this IP brand new, I certainly have much, a greater knowledge than that. But somebody who still likes to go through the tutorial, who likes the step-by-step process of getting into the game, of it showing me what I'm supposed to be doing and kind of how to approach the hunts, what I'm supposed to be looking to. This is the most accessible game by far. And I know that turns off some of the hardcore. That's where some of the complaining comes from. Steele talked about the difficulty level, etc., that people are sometimes complaining about. Again, Capcom, the Monster Hunter team, they're going to add. That's what they always do. They're going to support this game. They've already talked about it. They're going to come up. They're going to be adding in new modes and that kind of stuff for the hardcore people. Like this is not the final form of this game by any stretch of the imagination. But as somebody who's walked into this, my first 8-9 hours, and it's early, have been nothing short of spectacular. Okay, this is a superbly designed game. Now, again, as Steele said, I have not had any of the problems performance-wise. A couple dips here and there, nothing major. I am using frame gen, right? Just to make sure. I don't care. It's been great. I haven't felt any latency issues with the frame gen, but again, would I necessarily notice it because I'm not some supreme Monster Hunter? No, of course not, right? I'm not pulling out these massive combos. I'm not doing all that shit yet, at least. So for me, I am having a fantastic experience performance-wise on the OLED, right? Beautiful, gorgeous game, detailed, all of that. I just love how they've set this game up. I love the progression as far as upgrading your weapons and armor in this one. It is a variation of what they had already established in Worlds, but I think this time around, it is even easier for me to understand it, and what I'm trying to do and how I'm upgrading and making the choices that I get to make. The design and the art, again, the East just understands what they're fucking doing, Steele. And the West, I hope they're taking notes right now, because from characters, and again, I don't want every game to look the same, but I'm just talking about the level of care. And when you have a game like this where customization is such a huge part of it, and everybody can argue till they're blue in the face. If you don't care about customization, you don't care about any of that shit, so be it. You're looking at two dudes in me and Steele who do care about that stuff in a lot of ways when we are making our characters that we're going to be playing with for 10, 20, 40, 100, 300 hours. I care. And I care about what the upgrades are going to look like as I continue my progression in a game like this, whether it's an RPG, whatever the case may be. I want my character to look like I'm becoming more and more powerful too. Listen, the East gets it, man. Every single step of the way, and I'm not even that far into it. I've seen Steele's armor, which looks fucking insane for his style. Like I just can't believe.
I'm still playing story, so like
I can't
change it or
right. You can't do as much. And I was retweeting yesterday while I was at work and scrolling. I was retweeting some of the Japanese and Korean Twitter accounts that I was coming across that were posting their characters, and holy shit, some of the looks that they're coming up with are absolutely incredible. But I just love the fact that the character creator allows you to make a character handsome or beautiful or as goofy as you want it to be. But the fact that you can come up with awesome, amazing looking characters. And again, I was seeing people do the whole, hey, Keanu Reeves, like how
Yeah, I've
close
seen that.
we're getting. Like, bro, I was like, what the fuck, man? I don't do that. But again, I'm just so happy. And then the gameplay itself just feels good. I am running Lance. I'm still running Lance. I did watch some video. Steel, you sent me a video.
Yeah.
I watched that one, and then I also watched what's his face, Cowboy. I watched his Lance video as well, so
Right.
I've got a better understanding of how it works now, because there is a lot of skill. It's easy to jump in and just, especially
Yeah.
early on,
You
to
just do
attack
stuff.
monsters, just
Mhm.
do shit. But there is actually obviously levels to this, and you can shout out to Doc Dark. There's levels to this, and there is some real skill involved, especially when you start getting to the harder levels, monsters hunting. And so I started watching those videos, so I understand. I'm enjoying my time with the Lance. It really does fit my style right now, being up close and personal and being able to use the shield to block. And I'm starting to understand it more and more. Now, again, I've taken a week off basically, so I'll be rusty when I get back in, but I'm planning on continuing with the Lance right now. But the variety of monster steel that they've done so far already, I can see looks like it's going to exceed what they had in Worlds by a lot. The variety of monsters that I'm seeing, the environments that I've already come across by going through the campaign, these environments and the atmosphere that they've gotten, like especially like the jungle one, Steel.
It feels
yo,
the way it sounds, the way it feels.
I stopped Steel because I just stopped because obviously I was following the NPCs and we were going along through the campaign.
Yeah.
But I stopped and I was just sitting there taking screenshots, right? In photo mode, taking photos and stuff. But I was stopped and I was just listening to the sounds of wildlife. And I was like, man, they did a fucking fantastic job to make this feel real. Like, I was just like, holy shit, there's a lot going on. Like, there should be. And not every game pulls it off, but every single biome that I go to that's different, Steel, has its own real feel based on looks and sound, and based on the monsters that are there, which is also important. It feels like real biomes. Sometimes you get games that just throw they do a nice job of creating like a different feel from the aesthetic look of where you're at. Like,
Right.
you're in a desert, you're in a jungle or whatever the case may be, but the monsters don't fit with the area that you're in. Like, it's just like they throw some shit in there and it's like, well, no, in a real world, like that's not how planets develop. Like, the monsters are going to be very specific to that area. And sure, there's going to be some general crossovers and that kind of stuff. But in this game, they did a fantastic job of making it feel like the monsters, especially the medium size and bigger monsters, are very specific to that area and make sense for that type of biome. And I got to give hats off to the Capcom team. Again, this is stuff that they've done in the past. It's just stuff that they build upon each time they come out with a new iteration of Monster Hunter. And it's why they sold 8 million copies so fast in 3 days or whatever it was, Steel, becoming the fastest selling IP for Capcom of all time. We had a feeling this was going to be the case with Monster Hunter. This has been boiling since Worlds surpassed 20 million copies. The hype level for Wild has been palpable throughout the process here as it's gotten closer to launch. And again, becoming the fastest selling IP for Capcom in history makes a lot of sense. This is now their big. Resident Evil is always going to be obviously the big boy for Capcom. It is what it is. Resident Evil name wise is massive, but Monster Hunter in a lot of ways is surpassing Resident Evil as the biggest franchise, especially now because people forget the early Monster Hunters. Sure, they released a lot of them worldwide, but it was an Eastern game. Like, the West did not pick up on popularity until really Worlds. Worlds really set the stage for this because Worlds kind of broke the mold and made it accessible enough that people in the West started picking up and going, holy shit, I really enjoy this. And that took it to another level. And I got to give my hats off to Capcom. They just don't miss. And I know there's complaints, and I know that's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. It's too early for me to call this my early front run for Game of the Year. But I obviously get why a lot of people like Steel and others are absolutely 100% saying this is one of the best experiences they've ever had. and why it's attracting so many new people as well to the genre. I love it. It's a superb experience so far for me, and this team really crushed it. So had a great time with Monster Hunter Wilds. Other than that, still rocking and rolling on Avowed. I'm in the second area in Avowed now. So I am moving forward in Avowed. Avowed is easy for me to pick up and put down at night.
I would agree.
Bed. So still, again, as I said on PM in the PM on Thursday, I was at a 7.5, 8 for this game. As I continue to play through it, the exploration remains excellent as it was. The one part that I thought was really excellent was the exploration. The writing has taken a step back for me, even more so as I keep going here. Even more so, especially just the dialect choices that they give you. The story itself has taken a step back a little bit. The NPCs and your
when would you say and I would say as best as possible without giving too much, when would you say that the story kind of made that turn for you where it was just like, I don't know about this? Was it with the person that had a direct impact on you? That's something that happens to you like
I would say with Leo Ledowin.
Oh, Lodwin?
Yeah, Lodwin. I forget how they say
you talking about the chick or whatever? The oppressive. She came in like,
bro.
What's crazy about her? I thought she was going to have a little bit more, what I would describe aura to her than what she actually ended up having, and that did kind of fall flat for me. I mean, I still came away with some of it after meeting Lodwin, but I also left with like.
The interaction right there was extremely disappointing.
Yeah, no, it was.
For the build up.
It was.
The build up for how people were talking. Like, again.
She had a cutscene and everything.
And it intrigued me. But the way that whole conversation went.
I was disappointed. I was like,
yeah.
You're not as cool as I thought you were about to be.
No, and that took an edge off because you know that she's a main part.
Yeah.
Antagonist within the story itself. You know she's going to have an impact down the road. Like, even if I'm not there yet, obviously, like the clash is coming at some point, right? That buildup is there. That's obvious. So when that first impression comes and it's like, really? Okay. I was like, okay, I guess that's not.
I mean, like, I when I walked away, I was like, okay, maybe their relationship has to. I mean, obviously, their relationship has something else going on. But there was like so many things that were implied that I just don't think were actually happening. That did eliminate. Like, again, like I just don't know. Like, she went from being like this dominate, like coming across like a dominator, like just somebody like you can't just fuck around and play with. Like, I don't know, like
bloodthirsty.
Yeah, I mean that too. Like, again, somebody you can't fuck around and play with.
Willing to do. Like for her beliefs, right? What she's trying to do, stamp out evil, quote unquote evil in her eye. One of those people, right? We know who they are, the self-righteous, like the ultimate self-righteous people, the people who are so good they turn a certain way, like they turn bad, almost evil, because they're so good, and they for that kind of presence, and again, for all the dialogue that led up to that from everybody around, that was like, again, leading into that first, I was like, what the fuck? Okay. I was like, okay, that's not what I was expecting. I mean, again, it's not even an expectation, like from me, it's just like, there's no,
it's how it made me feel, like, and how it made me feel in the moment was like
aura for anyways, but I still am enjoying Avowed, but I think it's now trending at again, unofficial. Again, I never will do reviews. If I finish this thing, I'll give you my official review like score. But I just think as just my impressions, this is trending as a 7 for me right now. It is what it is. I think it's a good game. It has a lot of good qualities. There's just so much left on the table for me for Avowed, like, and so many things that could have just been done better. And like I said, just the step back in some ways, but I'm still enjoying myself. The combat is fucking awesome too. Really enjoy the combat. I wish there was more of the combat. I wish the enemies did respawn at certain points. I do wish that the experience, I could gain more levels by killing things. It really is a mission-driven level-based system, and that kind of still sucks for me because I'm out there exploring the world and I'm combating so many things. I wish my levels were going up faster. I really do feel that is a hindrance to the game as well, because it's such a slow progress unless you're running missions. For those of us like me that don't do that, like per se, we do a lot of it's not rewarding level wise. And so for me, that's the only thing. But again, it's a nice game. I hope they do have a chance to build a second one. Again, so we were talking about this last night on Xbox Ultimate when you jumped into, and this is the point I brought up. This is a fine first game. It's not a new IP, but technically it kind of is because they took it in a whole different direction. Right?
Kind of revamping it, yeah.
Right. So for me, I kind of count this in that new IP vein. Pillars of Eternity as a CRPG had its fan base on PC for sure, smaller fan base on console for sure, but never was a household name for Pillars of Eternity. So again, for me, this is kind of like their first foray into mainstream with this IP, and the direction they took it, I think is fantastic. I love that they tried this. This is a great first starting point for a new IP, or for an IP like this where you're doing something different. I hope they get the second chance, because this is my point. In the 360 PS3 generation, dev studios were pumping out a whole entire trilogy of a new IP in the same generation, like your BioShock, like your Mass Effects, right? They were given that opportunity to take the first game, set the kind of tone, set the base, learn from that, and then come right back 2, 3, maybe at the max 4 years later, and come back with that second game, which is why so many people found the second games in a lot of trilogies to be the better game, because they're built on that. We were talking about Uncharted last night as a perfect example. That's how big IP were built back in the day, and that's something that's been lost due to the cost, due to the time frame involved of development. And obviously Avowed is no freaking different there, because they restarted it, they changed leadership. Like, that's the stuff you didn't have. So I really hope there's enough here for me to look at this game and go, sure, again, personal opinion, it didn't hit as high as I had hoped from an Obsidian game, right? As this style of game. There's things that I think that are missing that would have taken this game to the next level. But
100%.
there's enough here for me to say they've got a base here that if they take what they learn here,
a second game
and expand upon that and bring some of that stuff that they were missing, that people have obviously pointed out and rightfully criticized, and expand upon this, they've got something still. And I hope they are given a chance. I hope Carrie and her team are given a chance. Carrie's first time leading the crew. Again, they changed the style of the game. They changed everything. I wish it was the original trailer style, but it's not. So I'll take it for what it is. There's still enough here for me to say, give them the second chance. Or not even a second chance. Just give them a chance to do the second, to see what they can actually grow. And I think they got something still. I think they've got something that could eventually turn into a fucking really, really good RPG that people are looking forward to. So that's what I hope so. But again, I'm playing Avowed. Last one I'll bring up is still been playing Balatro too. Just learning, get my feet wet in that game as well. I understand why it's so addicting to people. I just had too many other games to really get addicted to it, but man, it's freaking fun. But the other one is I did rock out on the new DLC for Age of Mythology. Immortal Pillars came out, which is the Chinese gods this time around. That's the DLC. Phenomenal DLC. Like, I haven't played the campaign. I haven't started the campaign yet for the new gods, but just playing with the new gods, they are freaking awesome. Like, unbelievably awesome. I love it, man. You get these water dragons, man. I had this whole sky full of freaking water dragons. Just freaking, the ground was just an ocean underneath people. Like, I was just so dope, man. And then they got a new I forget what the mythological beast is actually called, but they have a new almost phoenix style bird from Chinese mythology as well. So that's a fire breathing one. So, and I love the phoenix from the Greek gods. I love the Phoenix. So that as well in there. They got this huge meteor strike for one of the final gods that you could choose that turns literally the entire screen on fire. Like it just keeps raining fire down and it just becomes this one big pool of fire, destroying buildings, destroying enemies. Like they did such a nice job with these Chinese gods. If you like Age of Mythology and you did not pick up the premium upgrade yet, do so. This DLC is worth it. They are all the gods, all the sets of gods from all the different civilizations play differently. And I think that that's one of the greatest strengths that this team has done for Age of Mythology is really differentiate the strategies between the different gods. Of course, there's always going to cross over in RTSs of how you play certain types of civilizations, but with the gods themselves and the choices you make in your leveling up, they've really done a nice job of differentiating the strategies. And so this creates a whole new level with these gods. So I would definitely pick that up. Great addition. And I'm loving it. So again, I got over 100 hours in Age of Mythology now. So I love that game. I absolutely love that game. So that's what I've been doing, Steel.
That's lit. Sounds like you've been into quite a bit. I mean, half the time that you do in Monster Hunter is also dope. Crow, real quick. I don't know if you ended up watching the Switch Axe video that I sent into the Discord, and how much you've been paying attention to stuff. And again, I don't want you to think that I'm like trying to point you out, single you out, or single anybody out for whatever weapon that they decide to use in the game. Again, I'm not a professional, and I just not like I care what weapon anybody uses in Monster Hunter. I'm not that type of dude. But at least from what I have seen from Monster Hunter over the years and the content that I have taken in, Switch Axe is literally one of the easiest weapons to use in the game. Point blank, period. Dual Blades is even more complex than Switch Axe is. Point blank, period. The information is out there comparably, right? That's why I was making the statement in chat. If you're recommending weapons that are easier to use, it all comes down to what the person is trying to get. If you're looking for speed, Dual Blades is going to be the easiest to recommend if somebody wants to be fast and have a lot of motion going on. Switch Axe is something else that I would recommend somebody that is newer for a weapon that hits hard and still you can be mobile with. Just because you got to pay attention to the bar, every weapon has some form of something additional to it. Right? And I know you say, oh, well, Insect Glaive is easy to use once you know the combos. Crow, look at what you're saying, though. Once you know the combos. And there's so much more to Insect Glaive, including the Kinsect itself, that it makes it so much more than you couldn't just suggest that to somebody and say that, oh, you're going to figure it out. No, you got to watch. You will probably have to end up watching the video, right? To figure it out. Most of the weapons do have that form of complexity to it. Not saying that it can't get more complex, but there are some weapons versus others that have more depth, right? Switch Axe does not have depth. It is a very easy weapon to use. You go into sword mode. That is the mode that you're supposed to use the majority of the time, right? And there's a lot of there's other weapons too that have their own complexity to them. So the biggest thing that I want to be able to give to people is when it comes to games like Monster Hunter, really any game, you should carry this mentality. Look for whatever it speaks to you specifically, right? There are so many different options in a lot of different games that can speak to you, and that's one of the biggest hurdles people walk into with a game like Monster Hunter, for an example, because there are so many other things going on. And that's something I brought up to here before when me and Pawn were chopping up. I was like, hey, we were all in chat talking about, hey, what weapons are going to use, this, that, and other thing, and kind of going from there. So again, it's all going to be perspective, how you are as a gamer as well, because arguably I could say, as an example, Dual Blades is a harder weapon to use because you have to actually pay attention to the monsters, right? You can't just be at a distance or be in the air or be over here or have something to protect you or whatever else the case may be. Same thing with switch axe. I would say that it's harder in that way. Great sword. It's harder in that way. Sword and shield. It's harder in that way because there's so many other things that you have to take in mind. That's what would make those weapons more difficult to use, right? So it's just everything is subjective. That's why I try to be I try to take information in when you try to give people different suggestions and stuff, because you got to kind of be careful with it, man. It's super dope that Monster Hunter WoW specifically, again, they sold 8 million copies within 3 days, less than 3 days. Obviously, Monster Hunter has broke out of its quote unquote niche, right? I mean, to go from 300,000 people actively playing on Steam at Monster Hunter World's peak to now being at 1.4 million on release week, as an example, that is a vast difference, right? So obviously, I do think they did a lot of things right to make the game more accessible for a lot of people. And I do hope that they continue to do things to make it more accessible, because I do agree with Pong. This is probably the most accessible that Monster Hunter has ever been. Point blank period. Like this, it's not even remotely close. I saw some people complaining about, I get tired of having to walk and talk and get these dialogues and all this. It's like, do you not understand the other games that you've been playing? That the Sony formula is literally that. But it's a problem when you get to Monster Hunter. And again, it is the story. I mean, it's okay if you've never played a Monster Hunter game and it's like people will say, oh, well, I just feel like they're just pushing me through the story. And it's like, I got 40 fucking hours in the game and I'm not finished with the story yet. And I'm not trying to put 40 hours into it. It's just what the game has done. I've just casually been playing. I haven't grinded for any armor. I haven't grinded for any weapons. I haven't done anything. I've just been like, oh, you give me a little bit of space. Let me go traverse the world for a bit. Let me see what's over here. Let me see what's over here. Let me go hunt this. Let me go do that. Oh, I got some optionals. Let me do a few of those. I have 40 hours in the game. When people are saying it's a 15-hour story. And again, yes, I just beat the main part of the story. Although chapter 4, I mean, there is 2 additional chapters after you roll credits, quote unquote, that actually finish the story. So, and I think that's what's going to introduce you to high rank and stuff like that. But it's just, I've been seeing a lot of interesting things when it comes to different games and whatnot, and what speaks to people and what they may be looking for. But just to reel it all back in, I'll drop the link for the Discord here in a moment, Crow and Nixie, so that we can get stuff set up and get rolling there. When I pass it off the back to Pong, so we can do some chat shout outs and stuff like that, depending on what else we end up getting into, I'll drop that link in chat for you, Nixie, again. And Crow, we'll end up doing co-op. Well, anybody that's out there, because I had Bold hit me up too. Shout out to Bold Alpha Wolfpack. But I had him hit me up too. Once I finish the story, I'll be down to do co-op. I'll be down to do like hunt missions and stuff like that. I want to get everything that I'm going to get in the game first, or go through the majority of the game first, so that we can actually like be in the same environment. So we're not doing the SOS flare shit. Like that doesn't seem fun to me, waiting until I get into a hunt to shoot a flare. Like, I'm not going to do that, right? I'm going to go ahead and experience that fight. And then if I got to join other people's worlds like that, because I do definitely plan on being an SOS doer out here. And Vandal, I mean, you're more than welcome to join too, brother. I mean, you're not chopped liver out here. You know what I'm saying? It's a 4-man squad. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, y'all got the Discord. You know what I mean? You see me online, although I am offline right now, because I told y'all I was going to be offline for a bit, and I may have to continue that depending on what's going on in the background. But you see me online, you add me on Monster Hunter. If you see me rocking, you're more than welcome to, send a message through like, yo, what you got going on? You got some time and we can get some hunts in. That's what it's all going to be about. Oh, Javan, I know you joking, bro. But you're in chat. I mean, I'm just engaging with you, bro. So it's all good. General Spartan, he says he's been playing MechaBREAK. That game kicks ass. Another game I want to get into, but let me finish up on Monster Hunter. As I mentioned earlier, I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds mainly. I said it was going to be my main game when the game dropped, and I'm 1,000% sticking to that. It's the only game that I'm playing right now. Probably the only game that I'm going to end up playing for some time. Although, to be honest with myself, though, like, I still want to play MechaBREAK. I haven't made any time for it. When the game comes out to full release, I'm more than excited to fucking play that game. And I'll talk about that in a minute, because I think it's doing some real interesting stuff. Monster Hunter Wilds, as I said in the beginning, it's going to be very difficult for me to be biased about how I feel about the game, right? Again, I'm only somebody that jumped into Monster Hunter with Monster Hunter World. That was my first foray ever into Monster Hunter. And I didn't understand it the first time, which is why I ended up going back, spending another 100 plus hours into it, and coming back with more of an understanding of what the type of game Monster Hunter is, right? Also being more in tune with the looter genre and all that stuff too. Kind of what the end game purpose for some games are. Monster Hunter, yes, as important and as dope as the mainline story portion of it is, the game doesn't open up until end game, right? So as far as a game where they have tried to innovate on the single player side of it for the story, I should say, over the years. Again, they kind of went from, at least from my understanding, kind of having minimal story to having more flushed out stories. Like with World, I think that was their real first time that they were like, hey, here's a story. We're trying to tell you something from start to finish. Here's the ecosystem. We want to expand it out. Here's an open world. Hey, figure it out. You know what I mean? Compared to World, Monster Hunter Wilds blows World out of the water, story-wise. And it's not even remotely close. Like, the way that it makes you feel moment to moment. And I know some people are like, oh, it slows you down. You got all these dialogue pieces. You're in a new game, in a new world, with characters that you would probably have never interacted with, and you want them to rush you through this story? You have a kid that literally, as an example, one part of the story is, I know people don't like these whiny ass kids in games and stuff like that. Pong has spoken to that. Monster Hunter Wilds has something similar to that. Although they root that in what this kid has gone through, right? If you're any form of human, and again, it's always about how you set up the story. The story sets up with this fucking with this little kid's village essentially being attacked and him being on the edge of death, essentially, to this monster that nobody has ever seen before, right? I'm pretty sure if you were that kid, you'd be fucking freaking the fuck out too. Feeling useless, you don't know shit, don't know nothing, you want to get back to your village, you don't know how long it's going to be around. And hey, by the way, I'm Pong right now. So since for whatever reason, I guess when Pong turns off his video, it moves us. It never did that before. Anyway, Discord is strange. So I'll be Pong. I'm Pong right now on this side. Hey guys. Anyway, it'll go back when he switches. But even Nata, as the whiny character, adds an element to the game where it was enticing to me, where I was like, I can understand why he feels this way. And I felt like it was done really well. Felt like the execution, the way that the game makes you feel moment to moment. It's just a very enjoyable experience so far, right? Be it from beating the story and everything, I'll just give it like a rating on just the story wise. Right now, it's a 9 out of 10 for me. It's not even close, right? Now, again, there is more to the game. Monster Hunter is always more so about its end game. So we'll see how I feel about when I get to the end game and I start to grind and fight more monsters and stuff like that. But right now, Monster Hunter Wilds is fucking phenomenal. It is literally probably one of the best games that I've played in the last decade. It is the game that's going to hold my attention for quite some time. And I'm really loving, sharing the pictures out with the community. I actually, Crow, I know you asked about this as well. If anybody's interested, if you're on PC, there is a, it's not a mod technically, but it is. You can drop it into the files. It's called RE Framework. And that's how I'm taking my pictures. I tied it to one of my hotkeys on my keyboard. So when I pause the game or go into photo mode, I can tap one key and it lets me kind of go wherever I want to in the map to take pictures. that has been very dope to me because I like when games, when they give you a custom character, you're putting on different outfits, you can dye your clothes and all that kind of stuff, give me a good luscious world, good scenery and stuff like that. It leaves it open for a lot of digital art, right? So I'm spending a lot of time doing that as well. Supreme amount of fun to be had, and I cannot wait to dive deeper. But I'm definitely going to throw the Discord in chat. I have an Under the Living Split Screen Discord. I also have a Monster Hunter section for everybody that's just, if you want to be there for Monster Hunter, you're more than welcome. Just stay in the general chat there. If not, LSS chat, general chat is the other place that you can go as well. So there's your options there. Crow says RE framework crashes my game. It doesn't do that to mine. I got it. It works completely flawlessly for me. I had to manually drop it into the files or whatever, but ever since I did that, because I had that issue the first time, but ever since I manually dropped it into the files, I never had an issue with it since. I'm using that. I'm using some other to disable some of the vignette and some other effects on screen that I kind of deter from the look of the game. Also got reshade working, so I'm able to pull out those colors more. Again, there's a lot of benefits that being on PC that gives me to help enhance my experience. But I think just across the board, even if you're playing on console, I've been seeing some good stuff as well, and I couldn't recommend this game enough. So that's Monster Hunter Wilds. Continue to enjoy the gameplay in the background for you guys. And we'll see what happens from there. Vandal says, compared to other Monster Hunter games, it's a 9 out of 10 story. I want to put the story up against a more traditional game like a BioShock or a Batman. I wouldn't compare it in that way for sure. You know what I mean? It's not like that. It's not like, oh, there's all this depth into the game. But if you've played a Monster Hunter game before, or if you've played one of these styled games before, where it's kind of surrounded by you taking out certain types of enemies or whatever the case and kind of going out on these hunts, which there's not really many games that are like that. Survival based games. I do think it's better on that aspect for sure. 1000%. Other than that, the other game that I was playing pretty freaking heavily that I was really loving as well is MechaBREAK. MechaBREAK is probably my standout mech game right now. I even think that MechaBREAK may end up being able to pull more attention in than Armored Core was. Mainly because of how the game feels to play, right? MechaBREAK does have its PvP mode, where it's like essentially it's a, a 6v6? It's a 6v6 kind of hero-based kind of mode where you have different mechs that do different types of things. Some more defensive, some more attack. You can fly around. Feels very Transformers-esque in a lot of ways too, which is super dope. Makes me feel like a fucking Gundam, right? Where you're able to transform it into the different vehicles, into different stuff as well. So that's really dope. But not only do they have the PvP mode, they also have this, note, Dakota, they don't only have PvP. In the beta right now, they do have a PvEVP mode. Again, it still has the player versus player in there, but you also have the enemy AI in there as well, where it's like more mission structured. You have a circle that's closing down on you, and it's kind of it's kind of like an extraction mode essentially. And that mode was actually even taking a loss, right? Coming out, not really being able to extract much, because you have the option to kind of like the division where you can extract with some stuff early, right? You can go to an extraction point, let that stuff go. You can call down an extraction, let that stuff go. So if you don't make it to the end, you still walk away with the resources that you got or parts that you got or whatever the case, right? So even when you die, you still get progress, right? If you don't make it to the end, you still see progress. And I think it's a really dope way, especially for a mech game, because it is so mobile. The world is, they also put you on this big map. And because it does feel so visceral as well, it feels like it has a good skill ceiling. It feels like it's easy to understand, right? Because you can kind of use whatever mech that you want. It's all dependent on play style. Like, how do you want to play? You want to play a healer? Do you want to play more tanky? Do you want to play like an assault type so you can kind of help your teammates out, play around different classes? It does make you consider, hey, how do I want to jump into here? And it gets me really excited for the full release. I am going to play MechaBREAK over Marvel Rivals. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I would rather play that. And right now, MechaBREAK is probably the only multiplayer game, like PvP type game, that I kind of want to play right now. Right? If there's one, I'm like, hey, I want to see, do I play COD? Do I play this? Do I play that? Right now, for me, it's MechaBREAK. It's like, damn, I want to jump in more. They also give you, like, as you level up, you can add additional mods to your mechs. Seems to be a lot of depth. Also, the character creation. It is pretty damn solid. It does seem like they definitely want you to make a female more than they want you to make a male, right? I tried to make a male again. I didn't think they looked the best, but of course they have the jiggle physics, right? So you get into the game, you end up getting destroyed or whatever the case. The whole ejection sequence, you got the tatas flailing around, getting ejected and all. They're flopping and everything. It looks silly, but they do got some good looking characters. I've been sharing some screenshots of that on the timeline on Twitter as well, and I love the aesthetic. I love the way that it looks. The idea of jumping into a mech, again, that just speaks to me. I will be one of the main people to tell y'all, if the military ever finds a way to get Gundams, I'm going to be one of the #1 pilots. Like, whatever I need to do to become a mech pilot, to become a mecha pilot, I will. Don't get it confused. I'm one of them dudes. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, MechaBREAK, I think it's going to be a standout hit. I think it has a market that it can definitely cut out, mainly because there isn't any other mech game that's like that, right? There are other games that may be similar, but I can't think of any other games that feel the way MechaBREAK does. It feels heavy. It feels impactful. It feels like, again, it's intuitive to play. And to Nixie's point, it is also very visually impressive. The mechanical nature of it, the world, how you feel while playing it just feels so on point, man. Crow says, is the sniper still broken? No, actually, Crow, from what I've noticed, everything does feel, again, like they went in and balanced it more, right? Sure, can you still get tapped from the sniper from distance? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If you're out in the open, just thinking that you're about to just be out in the open doing whatever, you're not going to be able to do that. The sniper's going to tag you up. But it does add that perspective of like, damn, well, OBS disconnected, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with me there. Don't know why I did that. Anyway, hopefully it didn't break it up too much, but I was saying before we got disconnected, I was telling Ron Slusher that I wish Gundam Evolution again.
Oh, Jesus. It's a Saturday.
Let's see what happens. You gotta turn your cam back on, Pong, if you're ready.
Oh, thought it was here.
Nah, when you turned your cam off, it made me a Pong too, so that was interesting.
Okay.
So yeah, we're seemingly having a little bit of connection issue there. Don't know why. Let me see here. I would love to say it's because of Discord, but I don't think that it is. Let me see something here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what's taking up my network. I have 1% of network usage. You want to know what's using my network right now? OBS. And I'm getting some connection drops. I mean, it is a little, it was a little cloudy outside, but I don't have freaking satellite internet. So, hey man, somebody's sending packets our way, man. They're trying. Why is my ExpressVPN up? Let me see. What else can I get in here to shut down real quick? Other than that, yeah, OBS is the main thing. Discord is pulling a little bit there. Let me get in here real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Pong. I was talking about MechaBREAK a little bit. I don't know if you ended up, because they did just release it on Xbox as well. The beta has been opened up. They fixed whatever performance issues they were having out. I hadn't seen anybody talk about it on console at all. What their experience was like, what they're feeling. But I was telling the people that I was really having a fucking fun time with MechaBREAK. I think it's one of the better mecha games that are out there, and I actually also think that it may be able to carve out a space a little bit deeper than even Armored Core was able to, with what it's bringing to the table, with it being more multiplayer focused. I was telling the people as well, I think you would like it from the perspective of it does have a PvEVP mode as well, right? Where it's an extraction mode to where you go around the map, you take out different enemies, take over different objectives, kind of like the Division. You get your loot or whatever, and then you also have the option to extract kind of whenever you want. Not only that, but like you can extract your equipment whenever you want. Well, not whenever you want. Like if you call it down, there's a cooldown, of course. But let's just say you don't make it to the end. You can extract your equipment out before you get to the end and still have progression, right? Even if you lose, right? And it still feels good moment to moment, doesn't feel like super unbalanced or anything like that. And I actually think it adds a more casual experience if people aren't trying to get sweaty in the PvP modes or whatever the case. You want something that you can kind of jump in, run a match or two, and just have some fun with. I think it does leave up a lot of good options. I don't know if you've seen anything else about MechaBREAK this week or anything like that, or if you had anything that you kind of wanted to hit on it. Because I've shared screenshots and gameplay and stuff like that. Again, the character creator I think is excellent, especially for the female characters. They're playing into the jiggle physics. They do in the beta, they did open it up to where you can now like walk around the hangar and stuff. There's not much going on in the hangar, at least from a customization standpoint. Again, that'll probably change when it comes to the full game. It looks like it would. But you at least get to walk around with your cute character and get to check them out in their bodysuit and get to check the vastness of how the mechs look between we dance in the moonlight.
No, not really. I mean, I've seen all the videos. I don't have time. Just like I haven't played Marvel Rivals yet. Right. True. Which is crazy because I had it downloaded and I was going to check it out. MechaBREAK, same thing. I was kind of waiting for it to open up, especially since it did, like you said, come to Xbox. I just don't have time. I honestly don't. That's I want to try it out because it looks dope as fuck. I love mechs. You guys, I love mechs. And I love waifus. So, but I just haven't had a chance to drop into it. I think I eventually, hopefully, maybe check it out and see. Same with Marvel Rivals, especially when Jean Grey shows up in Marvel Rivals. I might have to check it out for sure. But just haven't had a chance, but I've seen all the videos and it looks great. I mean, it looks fantastic. It looks fun as fuck. And I'm glad people are enjoying it. More mech games, the better. Again, we need a mech resurgence. So I'm all for this. Let's keep this going. 1000%.
1000%. Yeah, sorry guys. I'm trying to treat the stream kind of normal, just so like on the back end for people who tune in, they don't have a bad viewing experience or listening experience. So if it ends up being choppy, sorry, I don't know what's causing it. I don't have anything on my end. Again, my oldest is still asleep, so it's like she's not. Again, I have a gig down. And I have like 40 or 30 up or whatever the case, because that's the highest that I can get. And I'm still having upload issues for whatever reason. It's fine now. It hasn't dropped at all now. So hey, hopefully it definitely sets up a little bit better for you guys on the live side. So I apologize if it ends up pulling you away. I understand. If you want to tune in later, understand. But I still appreciate you if you're here live with us, man. So much love to you. Vandal says, does MechaBREAK have booty sliders? Yes. And I saw you mention that earlier about Monster Hunter. Yeah, Monster Hunter doesn't have the body sliders either. I don't understand why games don't allow you to do that. I think you should be able to make your characters however thick or however small that you would like to make them. If you have a custom character editor, why are we limiting body options? And I get if they're doing it for cosmetics, right? Mm-hmm. You have your armors and stuff like that. Monster Hunter, I can kind of understand because of how they have it set up, but it's also hard for me to understand because one of the first things that modders do, is they fix that.
Correct.
And they changed it to where every armor can be a little bit more busty and be a little bit more incorporates the thickness of different characters and stuff like that. And again, if that's not Capcom's intention, then hey, it is what it is. But I do think that hey, maybe that's an aspect that AI can help with, right? Maybe that'll help them implement some things that they typically wouldn't have the time to. I don't know. Ghost Swift says, I figured they have a great character creator like they had in Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, they still do. Monster Hunter Wilds does have a really solid character creator. Can you make your character thick though? I don't recall if you could even make your character in Dragon's Dogma thick. You know what I'm saying? Like you could make them wider, like a more heavier set. You know what I'm saying? But you could. I don't think they had necessarily the booby and booty slider, did it? I think even that. I think it was limited in there.
Did it have the body type thing where you can make it?
Yeah, you can make your character thicker or whatever the case, but you couldn't.
Yeah, but not like actual sliders for each individual part.
I don't think I don't recall, but again, I wasn't trying to make the most voluptuous character either.
No, I don't.
My pawn was thick. My pawn was thick. It was good. Now again, Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't have the same options Dragon's Dogma does.
No, I thought Dragon's Dogma 2 is better overall character creator, but it's still good. I mean,
it is for each individual part, Ghost. So yeah, so thanks for reminding me. I completely forgot about that. I know I made my character thicker, and I know the body on my pawn looked pretty goddamn good, but
Dragon's Dogma he's talking about, right?
Yeah, in Dragon's Dogma.
I don't remember that it was individual body parts. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I don't remember.
So that makes sense.
Decado says you unlock at level 7 or 6 body editing that gives you more controls. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, Ed Vandal says, yes, AI to make your character more effable. Sounds like a good use of AI. Hey, it sounds good to me. Again, like, there's nobody that's going to convince me that I shouldn't have a good-looking character.
Right.
You're just not going to. 9 times out of 10, I want my character to be appealing in one way or the other. I just don't care. They don't have to be naked. They don't have to be the most voluptuous. Not every character has to be Eve from Stellar Blade. Not every character has to be 2B from Nier. You know, not every character needs to be Bayonetta. I can have strong female representation, and they can have a full mech suit on. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that they can't be attractive or be appealing characters. I want all of my characters in my games to be affable. If you're a main character, you should be affable. You may not be affable to everybody, but I do think if you're a main character, you should be affable. Point blank, period. That should be one of the main criteria. But that's me. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I'm biased in that. I have been very upfront that if you limit my customization options, if you limit options for me, it does have an effect on how I look at things. It just does. And you can say, well, still, that's a you problem you need to get over. I don't think that it is. I just like what I like. You know what I mean? Like, I don't go around telling people that you need to like what I like. There's billions of people out here. Good looking, bad looking, all in between. Find you something that works for you out there. But there's a reason why these games are fantasy. Play into the fantasy. It's just like porn. Porn is a fantasy. It's not real, bro. Can you have a porn star like Day? Shit, I've had some, but that's not every day. You know what I mean? If you got that type of stamina, shout out to you, man. Like, shout out to you. But, life be whooping your ass. And I be getting down to busy, but what they be doing in them flicks, that's not doable all the time. Especially back to back and all the other crazy, like, hey, there's some real life things we got to start considering, but that's also not my job. So, all things in consideration, Anyway, Paul.
Yeah.
You want to shout the beautiful people out for being here. We're almost 90 minutes in, talking about nothing but games and giving it to the people live, raw, and uncut as we do every Saturday morning.
Yeah, we are, man. We're having a good time out here, everybody. I'm going to shout out the chat. Hopefully OBS will hold with the duct tape that Steele's put it on, and we're going to get through this, man. So appreciate y'all joining us today on another beautiful Saturday. So Ghost Victor, what's going on, Ghost Victor? Great to see you. I says I started doing that as well lately in character creation, switching to a female every now and then.
It depends.
Hey, man, welcome to the party. I'm 90,
and I'm picky.
95%. I'm
picky when it comes to dude characters. If you don't give me a good looking dude character like Monster Hunter, I'm very impressed. Right? I'm very impressed with what Monster Hunter was able to do, creating male characters. Right? Yeah. And again, I also get, because Pong's mentioned that, it's not always easiest to make a dude character that you can be happy with. Female characters, it's a little bit easier because you could kind of Just use your imagination. And a lot of the times, bro, let's not pretend like dudes aren't easy to please, man. Like, you give me a good.
What do you want to look at? What do you want to look at for 140 hours? What do you want to look at?
That's it. It's up to you. I'm considering switching over to a female character in Monster Hunter. And I'm trying to hold it down for the dudes. I'm holding it down for the dudes.
Right. No, that's cool too. Again, some people don't look at it that way. Some people play in the power fantasy of playing like themselves, a male, like a male. That's cool too, right? I don't do that personally. It's not my thing to port myself into the game or to think about that kind of stuff. I just rather care about what I'm going to look at for a very long period of time on my screen. And I just would prefer to look at a female.
That's fair.
Especially when I can create one to my specifications. Right? So I think that's dope. Def Leppard, what's going on, Def Leppard? Great to see you in here. We got the MG. What's going on? We got the Jack in the house. Who else we got? We got the East Side Vandal, of course, dropping in here. Great to see you, brother. We got the Rod Slusher. What's going on, Rod Slusher? Great to see you in here. Ghost Wolf 3599 member for 10 months. Dropped in here. 10-month splitter membership. Ghost Wolf, appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
The Sly Crow's in here, of course. What's going on, Sly? Thanks for joining the show today. Ghost Wolf said, I'll see if I can find some screenshots and send it to you. Now, please, I don't think I'm dogging. Monster Hunter looks fun as hell. Oh, okay. You guys must be having a conversation in there. I got you. Who else we got here? We got the one and only Decado. What's going on, Decado? Great to see you. Thank you so much.
Vandal, that's a little too much. He says, Cyberpunk is optimal character creator. I have male V, a 12-inch long dong, definitely a fictional RPG. You're fucking stupid. You know, Vandal, that's your own personal thing that you got going on. You know?
Damn. Cyberpunk did have a great character creator, though, especially for creating a female. That was beautiful.
You get in there right in there deep with the lobby and everything.
And if you played early on, even better was the glitch where you'd look in the mirror and your clothes would disappear.
Hey, there you go.
Remember that shit? Still, that was early. That was because we were playing it from day one. That was crazy. Decado, thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you so much. We got Tim, the sorcerer, in the house. What's going on, Tim? I'm old, still amazed that I can see and chat to people over 5,000 miles away, period. Tim, that's a fact.
It's always a beautiful thing, bro.
Yep.
People overlook that, bro.
Every time I do a show, you got like 40 people in here, whatever we got in here right now. I do a show and I think about just me and Steele sitting on a stage. I still do this, sitting on a stage, however many people are in the chat, and thinking about a theater and just having that many people show up to sit with us. Like, it still is crazy to me, man. And like, it's
how I look at it.
Yep. It's crazy. Appreciate you being here. I'll get the Aussie fan 80 in the house. It's going up for Aussie fan. Great to see you. Says it's Elon Musk blowing up rockets over Florida again. Hey, you got to go through that, man. That's a part of experimentation. So, yeah, at least it's beautiful when it's coming back down to earth. It does make some for great fireworks. Aussie fan, great to see you. Who else we got in here? We got General Spartan 27. What is going on, General Spartan? He says the mech with the Gatling gun is a vicious one.
Yeah. In MechaBREAK?
Yeah, MechaBREAK. Yeah, I've seen that video.
Real fun.
What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you in here, sir. He says visually, MechaBREAK looks fire. Yeah, it does.
No, it's very visually impressive. It's a good looking game.
Yeah.
That's why I was curious how it was running on console, because I mean, I think it's going to be a looker on console as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll do just fine. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. We got Oats. What's going on, Oats? He said I never could get in the Monster Hunter games, and that's perfectly fair. Oats.
Yeah, it's fair.
Not for everybody. No, and it hasn't been. And again, that's why this is such a big deal. I'm selling 8 million in 3 days, less than 3 days, is such a big deal. Because again, for a long time, Monster Hunter was just pretty much an Eastern game. Like, yes, people in the West played it, but not like this. Again, it's just one of those things, man. It's not for everybody, but it is fun. Who else we got in here? We got Dip Down Anime. What is going on, Dip Down Animes? Thank you for being here. Appreciate you so much. We got E-Ranks showing up. What's going on, E-Ranks? Thank you for being a part of the show. We got Cold Start in here. What's going on, Cold Start? It said, do you guys think Obsidian finally missed? No. I mean, it depends.
I don't think they missed.
No.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm not going to go that far. I mean, because this isn't a Redfall situation, right? Redfall, I could say Arcane missed, right? And I'm still pissed they got closed down for it because whatever. Too good of a studio to close down. But anyways, Redfall was a miss. I don't think Avowed is anywhere near a miss because I think enough people have actually found a lot of enjoyment out of Avowed that you can't say that it's that. Redfall was almost, not everybody. There's some people who really like Redfall, and obviously after the patches and all that kind of stuff, it definitely got better for sure. Mav and I played it one day after Steel and I played it, and then I lost 4 hours of gameplay due to a save bug. And then Mav and I fired it up after the final patch, and we played for like 5 hours straight, and it was a good time. But Redfall initially, almost universally, was panned. Like, it wasn't good, man. I mean, most people said it wasn't good. Avowed, not the same. Not the same. Most people, at the worst, people say it's mid. Like, I don't think there's anybody out. There's a very small group of people who are saying it's awful. Okay, very small group. Most people say mid or above.
And there's people making videos about it, getting 100K views and stuff like that. I mean, shout out to Legendary Drops. He's been a strong proponent, but
bro, hate drives that, bro. That again, that's why you got content creators out here that's all they do. That's what people love to watch nowadays.
Real quick, I know we're interrupting shout outs here, but I think it's something interesting to conceptualize because I want your opinion and thoughts on it because I know you're a little bit more open, and I know here at Living Split Screen we tend to be, again, there's a reason why we use RTS approach and ECP, educated consumer perspective, and real-time strategy, because again we do tend to pull ourselves out of the world. What that essentially means is we try to remove some of our personal biases, maybe, or what we would specifically want sometimes. Well, most of the time, I would probably say 85, probably 80 to 90% of the time, to have a overall discussion about stuff, right? And when we're overall looking at Avowed, right, and you're seeing the kind of traction, it's the same kind of thing. We saw some of those things with Cyberpunk as an example. We talked about it with Starfield last night on Xbox Ultimate with Mav and them, the negative connotation that the game has and the longevity of it. And we got it with Suicide Squad. We got it with Gotham Knights. Again, these are games that critically didn't hit for a lot of people, but for us, and again, I'm picky, right? Like, and you guys have seen it. We have discussed it here. And these are games that were pretty good for me, right? And for things that I was looking for. Again, I will still say Suicide Squad didn't do good because the media broke Suicide Squad's back. Y'all literally tried to say that the game was something that it wasn't. And again, yes, that goes back on Rocksteady at the end of the day because they have to clarify that stuff, but it doesn't matter if the open populace is saying that the game is something that it's not. People were saying, oh, they killed our characters or whatever. Y'all were so mad about them killing the characters, and come to find out, hey, if you would have played the fucking story, the story that people said wasn't that great, which I still don't get the fucking concept of that. That will forever blow my mind. How people say that the story for Suicide Squad wasn't that good. If you're just talking about canonically or whatever, that, it wasn't true to the comics, cool, man. But if you're talking about a fucking video game that is taking people that we fucking don't care about and putting some impact on them that made me care, and then come to find out the heroes that y'all said that they were killing are actually just clones, and there was multiversal stuff going on, like, the gamers do it to themselves as well. These critics do it to themselves as well. They don't do it. They're not justifying the product. They're just as responsible. So it's like, then we step into something like Avowed, right? You see, the game isn't it's not what's this supposed to be. It's the problem with the gaming community. Well, it's the problem with the gaming industry right now. They're making games that don't speak to the gamers. Again, these are people who are getting hundreds of thousands and millions of views on this content. It's not me and Pong, again, not to downplay us, but it's not anybody from our community who's getting 1,000 views talking about this. These are the people who are breaking out into the wider audience and telling the wider audience that these games are bad without even truly playing them or having no interest. Isn't that just as negative? Isn't that just as bad? At what point do we also put onus on us as the consumer? Our expectations are up here. And I'm not saying that we're always wrong, because we're not. There is a problem. Dragon Age the Veilguard, regardless of how people feel about it, although I may not feel that it's as bad as people feel that it is, I do think, comparatively, Avowed is slightly better, not by much in my metric, but it doesn't mean that stuff like that is a problem. People trying to force a message, trying to do whatever. Yeah, sure, it's a problem. And the people are going to speak out to it if they don't like it. But then you have the complete opposite of that, where people completely destroy things and then wonder why people can't get shit right. At what point do we actually consider, like, hey, do we treat things as they are? If we're going to just compare things to other games and be slightly disingenuous, and people are throwing that around again. Oh, people say that I'm disingenuous, but that we're being disingenuous, but they shouldn't just release games like this. They shouldn't release games where you can't interact with the entire world. They shouldn't release games where every NPC doesn't have a relationship or doesn't have some form of dialogue that you can get into. They shouldn't release games where you can't kill the wildlife. They shouldn't release games that are that don't have all the other things that these other games have. You just shouldn't get these style of games. It makes no sense. Instead of actually offering, like, what does the game give you? Give the critique of the game and then go from there. So the question that I have for you, Pong, like, when it comes to games like Avowed, or comes to these other divisive ass games, what is the other side of the solution, or what is something that can be done, or something that we could do? Because again, as much as, me and you defended Cyberpunk, which years later, people, all of a sudden it's a fucking game. Oh, it's one of the greatest games that have ever been made. We were fucking saying that from the beginning. It stood our square about it. Yes, it had issues, but it was a fucking phenomenal game. It is one of the rare games that has a side where your main companion, who doesn't even stick with you throughout the entire game, is one of the most impactful companions that I've ever experienced in a lot of games of the modern era. The story makes you think. It's on its own near levels, the type of complexity or depth that it has. But that got crucified. Now, I'm not saying about a Cyberpunk. I'm not saying some of these other games are that and have that same arc, right? I'm not saying that these other teams are CD Projekt Red, but Obsidian's not a slouch. To say, this is Obsidian's miss. And even if you consider it a miss, is an 8 a miss? Because isn't Avowed still an 8? Or is it a 7? And even as a 7, I wouldn't consider it a miss.
No, I think it's still an 8 right now. I'm pretty sure.
So, like, where is the how do we speak out? It's still an 8?
81. Yep. Open critic.
What is the proper way to speak to the audience? What is, do you get where I'm coming from? How I'm trying to stage this up for you?
It's something that I think it's something that we all wrestle with when we talk about this stuff. If you're doing podcasting, or whether you're a professional, or whether you have a show or anything, and you're talking about subject matter that is opinion based, because everything that anybody says about these games is opinion based. There are people with obviously wide-ranging agendas that are going to speak on it. They're going to have that influencing them. There are going to be, all sorts of, when you talk about the comparison to other games, I have spoken out about that. It is difficult not to do that. That's why when I talked about Avowed and my critiques of Avowed, I used other Obsidian titles, right? Because we have history. It's hard not to, if you like it's great. And I try to take games for what they give me, right? It's just hard when a game is in the same genre as other games that have done other things, and you've really liked those other games, to not look at a game, and I'm just using Avowed because it's the most current talking point, to not look at it and go, fuck, man, why couldn't they done that? Right. And it's hard when you're talking about it to not have that as part of your review or of your impressions, because that's just the reality. If you've had that experience elsewhere, like that's going to come into play when you're thinking about the game, even if it's subconsciously while you're walking through, right? So it is something I think that everybody wrestles with. There's just some people that are blatantly obvious about, why they hate something or, whatever the case may be. And obviously, like you said, Suicide Squad, that wasn't just a journalist thing. That was a vast majority of Rocksteady's fan base was upset they weren't making a Batman game. And I think that that's not going out of bounds, that even like casual fans who played the Arkham games and were looking forward to another Batman game, had you asked them if they were interested in Suicide Squad game from the same studio, I think they probably would have said no. Like, I think that overall, that was just a massive mistake on whoever decided that was the next game. Whoever decided that Batman was not the next game. Well, first of all, whoever decided that, that's who started this problem, because I just think that put that game behind the 8 ball no matter what. When your studio is known for creating some of the greatest comic book character games with one of the most iconic comic book characters, most popular iconic book characters in history, and you turn around and do another comic book character game, but you choose the Suicide Squad, I think you're behind the 8 ball out the gate. And I think you're putting yourself at a deficit that you're not going to recover from. And then you turn it into a games as a service. You monetize the shit out of it. You start throwing out battle passes. Nobody wants to hear that fucking bullshit. Again, Arkham had none of that stuff and was wildly successful. Made WB a ton of fucking money. So to the fans, they're just like, what is this shit? Right. And again, for somebody who doesn't care, right, or somebody open-minded like yourself, we played the game. Tons of good qualities. We had a fucking blast playing it. I love the combat in the game. I love the movement in that game. I loved a lot of shit about that game. I even was laughing throughout the story. I thought the writing was really good. But most people are going to say they wanted a Batman game and that they had zero interest in playing a Suicide game. So I think there's a lot of things at play still, but I think it is it's difficult to look at somebody else's content because, again, you'll never know the hearts of man. And really truly see where they're coming from, what their intentions are when they are critiquing, when they are tearing down a game. Is it obviously still a valid point to say, in this day and age of social media, in this day and age of YouTube and all these places where everybody who wants one can have a voice, right? Is it fair to say that that has affected people's perceptions of like the video game industry and specifically video games themselves and the each individual video game? Of course, because anybody out there can look at a trailer or look at a screenshot and start a conversation about what they think is horrible or what they think is great about it. It works both ways. Unfortunately, the other fair point that has obviously been proven true is that negativity is what gets the clicks. Negativity is what gets the attention. So is there a exponential more amount of negativity surrounding whatever we're going to talk about, video games, movies, whatever it is? It doesn't matter what it is. Yes. Because if people are trying to get attention, if people are trying to get engagement, generally speaking, they're going to take the negative side. Those people are going to be noticed the most. So I think a lot of it is fabricated. A lot of it is more dramatic than actually how they feel, because they are farming engagement, whether it is for a money standpoint for their channel or whether it's just because they're addicted to the attention, which is another big factor nowadays. This is why we have people putting their life problems in video form on Instagram, on X, showing themselves at their lowest moments. It's not to help them in life. It's to get that attention. And we have a society that is now addicted to that. And so for me, when I look at this, take a step back as somebody who grew up without the internet, who has seen the transformation, And again, I'm going outside of video games now, even from what we're talking about, but it all is kind of the same thing. I have watched this, and there's a lot of positive, as we were just talking about in the chat. Tim the Sorcerer, crazy that we can connect with people 5,000 miles away. Crazy that we can have an audience still of people all over the globe come and listen to us on a Saturday morning and enjoy our time together, right? That's the positive thing, one of the positive aspects. And there's tons of positive things that have come out of this, but one of the really bad things is this attraction to negativity. And it didn't necessarily even start in social media. It started with the news back in the day. The news found out real quick that negativity brought viewers. That just transferred and then grew when social media, internet exploded, and everybody started getting a voice because everybody figured that shit out. Everybody figured out. You can literally test it. You can make a post deal about how happy you are or something good. And then right after that, make a post about some drama or go after somebody directly or say some negative shit. 9.9 times out of 10, your negative post will get more traction than that happy, positive post. Right?
Yep.
That's what will happen. Think about even in your daily conversations. Again, I'm getting deep here, folks, but this is a part of it. Think about your daily conversations with people. If somebody comes up to you and you go, "Hey, Steele, how you doing today?" And Steele goes, "Hey, man, I'm doing really good."
That's it.
That's it. That's the end of the conversation. But if somebody goes up to you and says, "Hey, Steele, how you doing?" And you go, "Oh, man, fucking man, this weather, man. Oh, man, the traffic this morning. Oh, man, I know. Can you believe that shit, man? I'm so pissed off. I hate this, man. When are we going to get some warm weather? Man, those slow-ass drivers in the left lane, I can't stand their asses." And that's what drives more conversation. It is crazy ass backwards if you think about it from a human experience that we would be driven towards negativity more than positivity in our daily lives. But it's a fact. It's a fact. It's a sad fact, but it is a fact.
It's a human thing. Yeah. We love drama,
so that's
bro.
what I'm saying.
We love drama.
So just to bring it back, I think there's a lot of that goes into this of why we're seeing there's a lot of good conversations. There's a lot of valid criticisms. I don't think games have to be necessarily put into their own bubble and only judged as their own. I think that you can have critiques for a game that are, very precise and can really point out problems that would have taken the game to the next level, right? I think it's still fair I think it's still fair in a lot of ways to judge a game and say, "Hey, it's missing this. It's missing this. This would have brought this game up," because there are games. Again, Avowed, I see the potential. Like this could have been a freaking classic RPG. Like it could have been so good. Now, whether or not that ever turned out, again, of course, it's just my opinion at the end of the day. And that's what I'm saying overall. It's just an opinion. But I think it's still fair to talk about it that way. But the overall slamming of a game before it even shows up, or the overall destroying something before you even have a chance to play it. Yeah, I think a lot of that is driven by this unfortunately negative based society we now have. I think a lot of it is. So for me, and I think it's up to us as the consumer to take a step back. It's up to us as educated enthusiasts in this industry, when we're talking about specifically about gaming, to make the choice for ourselves to, if we hear those voices, if we listen to those voices, to not let it affect if we are still excited about something. That's the one thing I do. I don't care what somebody says about a fucking game. If I'm excited to play that game, I'm playing that fucking game. I really don't care. Like, again, if I see something personally, if somebody's, streaming it or somebody's showing off clips like The Last of Us 2, when those leaks went out, I was excited for Last of Us 2 because Last of Us 1 was a GOAT for me. But when the leaks went out, they saved me that $60, $70.
Yeah.
Because the minute the leaks went out and I saw what he did to that fucking story, I was done. I was like, I was pissed. I was like, nope, we ain't doing this. I can't believe you chose to do this. Personal thing. But again, I would not let anybody just simply saying, Avowed's mid, stop me from playing Avowed. Now, again, my score has come down. I pointed out my critiques of the game, but I didn't do that ahead of time. I waited until I played the game, and then I judged for myself. So if you get influenced by other people, that's a thing too. Humans, it's kind of hard not to get influenced by other people.
Right.
You just got to take a step back and say, am I still excited to play this game? Cool. I'm going to go play this fucking game and judge for myself. Right. And that's just how I do it nowadays. Cause yeah, if you listen to too many people, there's not going to be a whole lot of games that get love these days. It's going to be the negativity that you hear for the vast majority of the loudest people out here. Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. So all good. I just felt like that was a good topic, good thing to jump into. So definitely appreciate your thoughts on that, man.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough. I know we took a sidetrack there. Holy shit. I'm still good in the chat. Let me finish up the chat real quick. Soy2 Mangs is in the house. What's going on, Soy2 Mangs? Great to see you in here. Appreciate you joining the show. Joe Dunmore was in here earlier. Thank you, Joe Dunmore. Appreciate you. Live Supremacy joined us today. Thank you, Live Supremacy. And double thank you for tweeting us out too, man. Appreciate that so much. Getting the word out there for us. Really, really awesome. Never expected. Always appreciated, man. Let's see if we got anybody else in here. Any else interesting conversations? Let's see. Yeah, MF Great. We're going to get into the Battlefield gameplay here. We are going to talk about that for sure. Because
I probably won't show it. I'm probably not going to show the gameplay, but we'll definitely talk about it.
Yeah. We're going to get excited. Let me see here. Yeah, exactly. Eastside Vandal. That kind of stuff is nonsense when when the people started with this whole Skyrim thing, that started with the original trailer. And that was the original intention when they started making Avowed. It was going to be a co-op Skyrim level open world. That's confirmed. Okay, that is confirmed. That was the original intention. And that original trailer being darker, being grounded more right in the overall atmosphere of the CRPG versions of Pillars, right? That gave the people that impression, right? But at no time did Obsidian say that they were going after Skyrim, right? It was just assumed that was the case. But then after everything started coming out, after they changed leadership, after they took a new direction, got rid of the co-op, it's been very clear from Obsidian that this was going to be an Obsidian game, that this was going to be an Outer Worlds experience, not a Bethesda experience, that this was Obsidian. And you can go back and listen all the times we talked about it. I mentioned that constantly, and why people still, whether it's journalists or other people out here in this community, continue to put that on this game is beyond me. And that shit is unfair. That shit is legit wrong. When a game isn't, if it was a bait and switch situation, and they had been building up the hype going, yeah, we're making our Bethesda, we're making our Skyrim, like we can't wait. We've been waiting to do this big open world game. You know, we're really going to lean into this. You know, our other experiences have been smaller, you know, more tight knit types of experiences, smaller semi-open world. But this time we're going in. Like, had they been doing that and then they dropped the game, or like a month before release, they come, we had to scale back. Now it's more like Outer Worlds. That would be totally fair criticism. That's not what happened here at all. They were clear with what type of game was this going to be. So I absolutely agree with you there, Eastside. It is, that shit does hurt, and that shit should never happen, especially from the people who know better. And again, there are so many times, Steel, that's the other thing. I don't know how you are a part of this community or the expanded overall video game community that is on, I'm just going to take X because it's where I am. Yeah. I don't know how you're a part of this community, and you are on Twitter every fucking day, and I see you on here on X every fucking day posting about video games, and you claim that you're this gamer. And you're in this community, and the news, the information is at your fingertips every day, where you spend hours of your life on. And yet you are some of the most misinformed people of all time. You don't even know who devs are. You don't even know their former games. Like, I don't. That to me,
it's got wild. Yeah.
Red flag city, bro. Red flag. Yeah. Are you really who you say you are? Are you playing? Are you acting to get attention out here? Did you create a persona that you're not really that invested in.
There's a lot of that going on.
Yeah. Bro, that's the shit that still bothers me, because there are people that I'm like, oh, what? Why are they, what are they talking about? Do they not know? Do they not know the history of the studio? Do they not know what games they've made previously? They don't. How do you not know that? You're here every single freaking day. You're interested enough to be speaking on this studio, or you're interested enough to be speaking on their newest game, but you don't even know what they've done in the past. How the fuck can you talk about this shit? Like, to me, that's where I go, gee, yeah, no, man. Not, man. Absolutely. Birth to Burial 10. Great to see you in here. Says Outer World 2 is going to be special, bro. I am excited because, again, what I see in Avowed, if we're expanding Outer Worlds 2, which they've said they are, they're expanding the Outer World experience, making it bigger. They've joked that it's double the experience. After seeing Avowed and the exploration factor, if this is what we're getting in space, the sci-fi, Outer Worlds 2 is this level from that we see in Avowed. Yeah, man. I'm super freaking excited for Outer Worlds 2. Can't wait. See, Nam Obar shows up here with the Horde of Wars. What's going on, Nam? Yeah, Joe Dunmore. It is fun playing Avowed for sure. Let me see here. Anybody else in here? I think I got everybody. Yeah, Jago Kukut says, so humans are very destructive by nature, so being drawn to negativity from the same people is not a stretch. Correct. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Unfortunately. And again, it just goes against what should naturally come to us, man. It's God,
but it also seems like destructive nature is something that's natural to us though, as well, brother. Like
sure,
it's
absolutely. But
you have those people who are just, again, it's that whole yin and yang thing, right? It's you have the light, you have the dark, and both can't exist without each other. But then it's just like it does seem.
I just don't get it in entertainment though, Steel. Like
I get that.
Like the entertainment. And again, like as somebody who hates what Disney's done to Star Wars, and I used to be hardcore on that thing too in my former Twitter life. I used to be hardcore deep into that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Like there's the argument that if you're a Star Wars fan, you should just accept what happens to the series and just be happy that you're getting any kind of Star Wars, and that you just be all unicorns and rainbows, right? Like that. Hey, man, look at you're still getting some good stories. You don't have to like them all, but you get a lot of Star Wars content. That should be good enough for you. There is that argument. There's that argument with video games too. There's people out here who try to claim that you should just be happy you're getting
good enough. Isn't
There is.
That's not the answer either.
Steel, but there's that
stupid.
argument that when the
stupid.
defense forces are out,
people do that.
It's just a miracle that these games are being made.
I hate when people do
gamers
that,
should just be happy with whatever you're getting. These devs don't have to make these games for you. Like, bro,
that's who you're making the games for. If your game don't succeed, guess what? Your studio's going to get shut down.
This is a job.
This is still a job. Yeah, I don't feel sorry for that.
Yes, no,
I feel sorry when people lose their jobs, of course. But at the end of the day, you're on for a project. If your project is not good or it doesn't hit with the community for whatever reason, that is on you.
Right.
It's on you. Like, it's nobody else's fault but you, because you are at the mercy of the consumer, point blank, period. And I keep hearing people talk about it as if the consumer shouldn't be the deciding factor. This is entertainment. What do you mean?
No, no, the consumer always I've seen wild shit out here that it's the gamer's fault for not buying more games, that we should stop blaming the corporate. This is when I become stupid. Oh no, it's Alex, because I'm like, what? Holy fuck, man! Like, I ain't about calling everybody bootlickers, but Jesus, man, if you are blaming the gamers for what's happening in this industry right now, what the fuck, man? Hell no! That is insane. Not anywhere close to a reality. We are the consumers. Period. Point blank. End of story. These are billion, trillion, $1 million companies. No. They made their beds a long time ago, right? They need to sleep in it, okay? Mobile games, all this shit that they created purposely, Fortnite, as addictive as it is, and it is
They were
an
lucky.
addiction. But they did it on purpose. They use psychology,
They do.
literally use psychology to study how to do. That's where loot boxes came from. All right, they took
Yes,
the
the gambling
gambling
mentality.
formula and
Yep.
put it into gaming. Correct.
I don't like it.
They did that on purpose,
Well,
and that's fine.
it works.
Absolutely correct. But it works. This gaming industry became massive for a variety of reasons, and it will contract and get smaller again if it needs to, which I believe is happening for a variety of reasons. But the one thing is not at fault is the gamers. It is not the gamers' duty for a hobby to go buy more. Like
No.
that.
No,
Consume.
that's not how that fucking works. That's so
No.
stupid.
No, it is
No.
for the big boys, the money makers, to figure out how they can balance shit out and make the games that people want to buy, right, more of, and to figure out how they can cut their costs so that they're not over budget all the time, and so they don't have to keep raising prices. It is not the consumer's fault. Okay, in any way, shape, or form. Anyways, I'm done. My rant's done. I'm seeing some wild shit out here these days, man. And I
see people try to, I mean, again, I'm all about putting the onus on the consumer, bro. I'm all about that. But it has to be in a way that makes fucking sense. The way that people are discussing it, like, oh, we just need to be buying more. No, if the shit don't fucking speak to me, then I'm not going to buy it. Why would I buy, again, I always go back to the example. Why would I buy a PlayStation as an example if I don't have use for it? Just to tell y'all that I'm a gamer so I can prove something to
that you support it.
No, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
What are they doing for me? And if that's how you feel about whatever other platform that you don't support or do, whatever the case, great. That's why there's a market for it. But these games that don't succeed, I don't feel bad for them.
Right.
Because that's the market. You don't become a game dev and just, I'm just going to be whatever game that I work on, that's going to be the game that I work on forever and the rest of my life. And it's going to be 30 years and be working in this industry, working on this specific title. That's not how games work, bro. It has never been that way. It has always been volatile. It has always been based off of whatever the consumer wanted. Except now, you can't just be like, oh man, my game's the new innovative thing, so everybody's going to buy it. No, you have to get attention. You have to find people's interest. People got to work. You need to work harder. That's why there's a problem in the industry right now. Like you can blame all the live service games that you want. Oh, it's their fault that the industry isn't doing well. No, it's your fault that you can't make a compelling game. You're not adapting to the market. Adapting to the market isn't, we should all just make live service games. No, because that's not how shit works. It's never worked that way. You can take some things, which is something that has always happened. We have always had devs or different studios take things from other games in the past and reiterate on them and make them what they are. That's why no category of game is truly that category of game anymore. That's why we have the discussions about RPGs, about action games, about what's a real racer and what's not a real racer. That's why we have all these things now, because things have become convoluted. But what are you going to do to get the attention of the consumer? That's what matters more than anything else. It's not the consumer's fault they didn't buy whatever game. It's not the consumer's fault they didn't buy a PlayStation to play Bloodborne. It's not their fault if whatever game that you think should be made doesn't get made. It's not. That concept just doesn't make sense. That's what this market is. It's a creative market. It's a market that is dependent on the consumer.
And you are free to choose to create.
And you are free to choose.
But do not be surprised. Do not get upset when the consumer says we don't want what you are giving us. Right? Especially in this day and age when there is so much choice out there.
Yeah.
Do not get upset. Do not blame the consumer for not showing up. If you create it for some type of market or audience that you think exists, and then you wind up finding out that it really doesn't fucking exist, it is your job to adjust as a creator or to take the lumps and say, guess I effed up. That wasn't the game that people I thought existed wanted, right? That's what you do. You don't turn around and say, oh, you guys needed to be here. You guys should have bought this game. I saw people doing this. You Dragon Age fans all should have shown up and bought Dragon Age Veilguard. Even the old fans that had Chris, you guys should have bought it. No. That's not how any of this works. So again, that's why I say right now, these big studios, these big publishers, especially, I don't want to see people lose their jobs. However, if you guys are going to continue to make decisions that simply people are telling you is not going to work, but you are stubborn and you are going to continue to make stuff and throw it out there like an Ubisoft and think that people are just going to show up at your doorstep because you're putting out a new game and you are Ubisoft or you are PlayStation or you are Xbox or whoever, it doesn't matter who it is. And you just think that's magically going to happen. You need to learn lessons. And the only lessons you guys know how to speak is money. So therefore, you guys are going to cost your employees potentially their jobs. The higher up should be at fault. The higher up should get blamed. The higher up should take the consequences. The captain should go down with the ship. But that don't happen in the real fucking world.
And what else? You know what else doesn't fucking make sense? And I know Nick's is kind of speaking to it here. He says we lost a lot of great creators like Kojima's. That there's more devs like a hamster in a hamster wheel churning out the next wave.
Right.
You know what's the missing piece to that though? You're releasing games to an audience where you're looking for an audience or to gain whatever popularity or some form of community. And you're not releasing it to you're not releasing it early enough. You're not getting hands-on. You're not showing people what they're going to be experiencing. You're not gauging interest. I saw people this week, I traveled the dark alleys, Pong, and I saw people making excuses for Concord again. Or not only making excuses for Concord again, but then also saying that, oh, well, Concord turned out the way that it did because, traditionally people in PlayStation play their games before they release it, and nobody at PlayStation played Concord, although Herman Hull said Concord was PlayStation's next Star Wars, but nobody played it. So that's why it turned out the way that it did. Nobody at Sony actually internally played the game, so they had no idea that it was as bad as it was. And it's like, okay, what? Am I in the Twilight Zone? Yeah. What are we talking about? Concord, as an example, which is why we'll continue to put the boot on PlayStation neck on that example, is another blatant foresight of the lack of knowing what is needed to progress into the future. You are a company that has no real experience in live service games, or lack thereof, I should say, because you've made multiplayer games. And you're telling me you're going to make a game in the dark, acquire a game in the dark, not put a beta out there, not test it, not see how people are feeling, whatever the case may be, for a decade. Yeah. And you are surprised the way that it turned out? You were just throwing money at it? You had people convinced internally that this was going to be something else? I know people like to say that the consumers don't know what they want, but these companies don't know what the fuck they want. It shouldn't take Bungie coming in. Why do you have to acquire full-on development teams or other studios for you to pull up YouTube and see what's been happening in the industry in the last 2 decades? How things have progressed, what may work. Why does Baldur's Gate 3, a traditionally more single-player game that has the option for co-op and for you to play with buddies and everything else, have to demonstrate to you how you build a game that you want to make sure speaks to the audience that you're making it for? 2 years in development with the community, and you saw what the game did. There wasn't a question. There wasn't any, no doubt. People loved it because it was built with the people who want to play that fucking game. How hard is it? Oh, well, it takes a lot of work to spin off this and do this. In today's era, I don't believe that. I believe it's these creatives being so stuck up in their head that they have the perfect thing, the perfect remedy, the perfect sequence of games that they don't need to listen to the consumer when the consumer is the one that's going to make or break you. They're the ones saying that because we're not buying enough, that's why these studios are closing.
I think a lot of it is. I think a lot of it is, again, none of us will know, but the stories are starting to come out, at least for a lot of Western devs, because of the culture shift over the past, decade roughly. We have an era of toxic positivity. That's the word that was used, obviously, for Concord's development, but I think that applies to a lot of dev studios. Back in the day, games were made by the hardcore. I've said this multiple times. The devs were all hardcore gamers, right? And now you can say it was a good old boys club. Certainly, of course, it was a good old boys club. But those good old boys, they were hardcore gamers, man, for the most part. They weren't money men for the most part. They were hardcore gamers. They didn't come from other backgrounds like sociology, psychology, shit like that. They came from gamers, and they were nerds, and they were into computer science. They learned how to program. And so you got the pure distilled just gaming that we got for a very long time, right? For the most part. Again, there was always outliers. But this shift in culture, which again has made the industry as big as it is in a lot of ways. It's invited so many more people in, right? Both as gamers and as creators. It's just exploded, become the number one hobby in the world. But when you do that, you lose some of the essence. And when you invite more people in and more people keep coming in from different backgrounds and think that they know what they're doing, and it's not always from a gamer background. Let's be real about that, right? Of course, they must have had some interest. Of course, they probably played some games at some point in their life. That's how they got into this. But let's be real. It's not the same as it used to be from that standpoint. So now you got a bunch of people creating. On top of that, you got a cultural change socially where it is unacceptable to be asked to crunch, right? That was a massive thing. Obviously, Jason Schreier and others reporting on crunch and all that kind of stuff. Again, I'm not here to argue. There are both sides. Can it be certainly destructive to people's lives to have to go through that? Of course. But when you go back and watch the original videos about how Halo got created and about those devs willingly, the original devs, willingly sleeping on couches in their offices, some of them losing relationships over it to finish the fucking game because that was their ultimate passion. Is there some of that that's lost nowadays? Yes. But overall, when I say toxic positivity, we've lost the era of where people can tell other people, hey, this isn't good. We need to fix this. More and more that I believe, and again, it's just my opinion from different stories and stuff we're seeing, this is becoming harder in this day and age to have a group of people as big as these studios are now. And again, I'm talking about the bigger studios. I'm talking about the big boys here, the AAA shit. We have a bigger and bigger issue where even the leadership can't walk into a room and say, this is shit. We need to fix this. This is not going to fly. Or I think this can be done a lot better. I think that has been lost because people get so offended up in their feelings nowadays. There's so much HR and other things that come into play nowadays when you start that I think we do have an internal issue where bad games or bad design or bad art or shit that some people think probably is not going to resonate with the gamer can't be called out appropriately and can't be addressed or can't even have a discussion amongst the team where it's open and honest and you try to work it out and try to figure out what you're going to do. Because I go back and hear the stories of the old days and that happened a lot. Yelling, fighting, like flat out, like hey, no. But they all still came together and made the fucking game at the end of the day, right? But serious discussions about what was going to work and what wasn't going to work. I think that, and again, we see that in society in general. We've talked about that before too. We can't have those kind of discussions anymore. It's just not a reality. So the toxic positivity is, I think, another big problem in this industry that's got to be resolved at some point. For sure. And we got to get a point where we can be critical, where people internally can be critical, and they can start calling shit out, and they can start having those talks about, is this really going to interest gamers? And then to your point, Steele, they need to stop hiding from the public so much. And when they do show things or things do get out, you don't have to listen to everything. But if there is an overwhelming, and again, I'm talking about overwhelming general sentiment, like there was when Concord first started getting showing, like, this does not look exciting. You should probably take that a little bit seriously. And you could say, well, it's too late in development. Well, that's your fault for not showing it off sooner then. If you are going to wait because you are worried about what people are going to say, or because you want to hide it for the big surprise reveal, or whatever the case may be, then you might have to start taking a look in the mirror and go, maybe we should do it a different way. Maybe we should give the gamers a chance to see our work in progress a little bit sooner. I'm not talking about when it's fucking just missing all the texture. We saw what happened with the Grand Theft Auto leaks. I mean, people were shredding Rockstar like Grand Theft Auto 6 was going to come out and look like shit. Who are you talking? What are you talking about? This is a Rockstar, for God's sake.
Like, what are we doing?
Come on. So you can have that. But what I'm saying is start showing off a little bit sooner. Start taking initial feedback, especially if you're talking about a multiplayer game, a games as a service, an online game, a game that you think is going to be a continued. Start taking that shit seriously a little bit and start showing it off and get some real feedback. Again, there's going to be a lot of noise nowadays. Absolutely. I'm not talking about listening to all that shit, but you get a
that's
general
y'all's job, though.
The perfect example. The perfect example was yesterday's Steele. And we're going to talk about it. We're actually going to get to some of our real topics. But again, these are great discussions of what I love Saturdays with you. Yeah. I don't care. I hope you all are enjoying. I know some of you just want to hear about gaming all the time. And not the bigger stuff.
We're discussing it, but
we love this shit, but we are. But a perfect example is yesterday. Battlefield gets leaked. People say F you to EA. If you're going to allow us to play your game early, I don't give a shit about NDAs. We're leaking Battlefield, right? And EA, of course, started doing takedowns right away, right? But all of a sudden, something changed midday. EA started realizing that the people's comments underneath the leaks were, holy shit, boys, we might be back. This looks like Battlefield 4. They're doing something here. Let them cook. In Zempella we trust, as I always like to put out there. A lot of people use that one. In Zempella we trust. Oh my God. All of a sudden, EA backed off the takedowns. All of a sudden, people were putting up full video clips with sound.
Good publicity.
All of a sudden, they realized, holy shit, we're getting good feedback for a fucking Battlefield game. You know how long it's been? And they made the right decision for once. And it looks like there was no official statement, but it looks like they backed off from doing the takedowns and allowed that goodwill to spread and are taking in what is great about it, right? Yeah. And that's what I think more companies need to do. Both ways, right? Both ways. If you put something out there and it's overwhelmingly negative for a consistent reason, not just the bullshit that we have now, but a consistent kind of talking point. Again, I'll just use Concord because a consistent talking point was, this looks bland. These character designs are ugly. That was consistent, and there was not a agenda based to a lot of the conversation. It was just straight up gamers going, I'm not interested in playing this fucking game. I got all these other games I can play in the same genre. You're not doing anything exciting here. That you can take and make changes if you do it early enough and take it to heart and develop a game, much like how they did with Baldur's Gate. Again, Baldur's Gate 3 was really hands-on with the community, but I'm just saying they worked with the community and built a game that came out that changed a whole entire genre, brought a whole entire genre to a whole new level, a genre that's been around for decades and decades. It's one of the oldest genres out there, turn-based CRPGs. And they changed it for the better because they did it that way. I think other game studios need to start learning how to do that too, for sure.
Yeah, same. For anybody that's having an issue with the Discord link in chat, I've sent it probably 10, 20 times now. If it's not working, I don't understand why it's not working. One of the number one things I will say is that definitely make sure that you verify your Discord account, because it will ask for that, right? One of the main things that I did set up, because I didn't want bots and stuff in our Discord, is at least as best as we can. And again, I'm not a Discord pro. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It could just be something I said that's causing an issue, but just make sure that your account is verified. If you click the link, I've clicked the link several times and it's taken me directly to our Discord. It will say, hey, this Discord is for 18 plus and everything else. But other than that, it's not giving me any other issues. So if you're having issues with it, try a different browser, see if that helps out. If it doesn't, my apologies, and I'll see if I can get that fixed on the back end or something. Because I do want y'all to join the Discord and stuff. Again, I'm trying to be better about using it as well. I haven't traditionally used Discord like that, so I'm trying to be better about being active about it as well. I did want to show you guys real quick before we transition, because it's something else that I worked on, and it's part of the reason why you see a little bit of a new logo on the screen for you guys today. For LSS, I wanted to get something a little bit more simplified because I was working on some clothing and stuff for us. So I want to bring that up on screen for you guys, because I went ahead and ordered some stuff for myself just because I wanted to see what the quality was like and everything. But I wanted to show it to you guys as well. So for those who are interested, you can kind of check it out, peep it. See if you want to jump in with some living split screen gear. But this is essentially it right here, man. Living split screen gear. We got hats, we got shirts. I think the logo actually changed. Works out really well for the shirts and stuff like that. Very easy to tell what's going on. Very easy for the designs. So just putting that out there for anybody that's interested. I went ahead and got me a hat, shirt, and this beanie down here. I think it looks just fucking phenomenal, right? We got some hoodies and stuff in there. A lot of it, like the shirts and stuff, will have, as an example, we'll have our motto on the back. So like this says, keep it live, raw, and uncut in this golden age of gaming. So, some representation out there. Comes in different colors. I'll put pink out on there just to kind of stand out for people. You can even get it in purple if you'd like. But yeah, man, so if you're interested in that, the link for that, it is through Fourth Wall. For those that are interested, the link for it will be in the description if you're down for that, man. So if not, you'll see me wear some of the gear coming up. We'll see how it goes. It's probably not going to end up getting to me until my move-in week, but nonetheless, wanted to show you guys that. It's set up, it's rolling. Been something I've been kind of working on in the background for people that are interested, and just because I think I want to work on our branding a little bit. So hopefully that's attractive for y'all. If not, hey, I understand. But it is time for us to get into these upcoming games. I'll at least go through a few here. I will need to reset up some things here because I wasn't able to in the background, but. Pong, what's a quick hitter topic that you might have on the list? Because it has been a couple weeks. I don't have anything currently up. I've been trying to get this upcoming game thing set up. But what is there any quick hitter topics that you got on the mind that have been fresh, that have been kind of pulsating out in the community and chat? You're more than welcome to get engaged as well.
Oh, you're catching me off guard here, man. Quick hitter ones, huh? Hey, let's talk about a game that's coming out that is getting really good previews right now. And I want to remind everybody that's coming out, because it is, I still think, under the radar for a lot of people, and that's Atomfall.
I saw ACG talking about it.
Yeah. And
good stuff.
I've gone through a bunch of people's previews of this game because people got hands-on with it. This is from Rebellion. This is from, obviously, the makers of Sniper Elite. For anybody who does not know, this is coming to Game Pass. Day and date on March 27th. Atomfall is looking like a bite-sized version of Fallout. And some people have described it that way. Now, some people have said they don't think it's that way, but this is when everything that I've seen, and I've watched all the gameplay, and they've released a ton of gameplay now. This is not a game that nobody has seen. There's a ton of gameplay out there if you guys want to go see it. This absolutely is a Bethesda Arcane mix type of game to me so far from what I'm seeing. Okay. So this has got Fallout, Dishonored feels to it. this is a freaking dope ass looking game from a company that is most known for Sniper Elite, which is a great series, right? It is a great series in its own right and what it does, but they are giving you the opportunity in this game. This is going to have choices and consequences, right? That you can kill. Literally, it's now confirmed, Steel, and IGN actually put an article out. Again, I'm not going to give them promotion, but they actually put an article. You can kill every single NPC in this game.
Oh, damn.
That's the freedom that I was talking about in my criticism to Avowed that Obsidian has done, but that obviously other studios have done as well. You can kill every single NPC if you want to in this game.
That's kind of wild.
This also sounds from the previews like a game where the story isn't cut and dry. This story isn't about right and wrong in a lot of ways. It's about you figuring out what the fuck is going on, but based upon how you're playing, you might see it from different directions, and it might skew your perception of the story itself, and you might start making decisions that might necessarily wind up with an ending that isn't what you thought it was going to be. Like, this is one of those games. This has multiple endings. It is a game, again, and I will call it close to an open world game where you get to travel all throughout here and do exploration. You get to talk to all these NPCs. You're doing side missions. Again, you have the choice to steal from everybody. You have the choice to kill everybody if you really want to go that route. So this game has been high on my list, Steel. Every single gameplay trailer looks better and better. You know the shooting is going to be great. The gunplay is going to be great. It's the Sniper Elite, guys, so you know the gunplay is going to be great. The melee looks acceptable. Again, from a first-person view, it looks acceptable. But the more I see this game, and now with the previews out there, this game is one of my most anticipated this year. I really want to see what Rebellion's done. This is outside of their box, man. This is not the norm for them. And I love when studios do this. The fact that they're taking this on, and this is set in a 50s, 60s era UK, Britain, right? And it's based upon a real life situation where they did have a nuclear meltdown at one of their facilities. Now, obviously, they've taken that and blown it up into this whole thing. And they have a future sci-fi thing kind of going, a retro sci-fi thing going on here because they have like robots, mechs, they have stuff like that, but it is set in the 50s and 60s. So a lot of the, like the phone booths are all there. The classic red UK phone booths are there. That kind of stuff is all going to show up to give you that. But yeah, man, Atomfall previews this week. If you haven't seen them, go check them out. If you have not checked out the gameplay footage that they've launched, go check it all out. This game is going to catch a lot of people by surprise, and I think it could be a sleeper. I'm not saying game of the year per se. I'm just saying it could be one of those sleeper hits that come out of nowhere that a lot of people go, holy shit, that was an experience. I can't wait, man. I can't wait. March 27th is going to be dope as fuck. I can't wait.
Yeah, no, that's going to be dope as fuck. So it looks like I was able to get everything set up here for the upcoming games. People still having issues with the Discord, saying that the Discord is saying to type in what you're trying to find. Yeah, I have no idea why it's doing that, but dropped another link in chat for you guys. See if that one works. If not, I got to figure out a way to see why that's causing an issue. I don't have that issue in other people's Discord, but at least from what I've experienced. But all right, let's get back into these upcoming games here. This is going to be for the week starting from today. That's March the 8th through the 15th. And first we got Rise of the Ronin coming to PC. Rise of the Ronin was released on PlayStation 5 a year ago and will be now coming to PC. Rise of the Ronin is a game that I am highly interested in. Was interested in previously on the announcement. It is a game that people have been kind of downplaying as well, saying that it's not as good as they would have liked it to be. The game also had some performance issues, but Team Ninja hasn't steered me wrong yet, and I don't know if I'll end up getting this when it releases, right? Because I'm playing Monster Hunter right now. This game comes out in literally 2 days. Well, this says 3 days, March 11th, and I don't know if I'm going to have my attention there. Assassin's Creed is also around the corner, and I don't know whether I'm going to play Assassin's Creed first or play this first. This one is definitely more action oriented, right? Assassin's Creed is actiony as well, but in a different way. So I don't know. I probably would end up playing Assassin's Creed first before I play it into here, but I got to see where I'm at with Monster Hunter. Maybe I'll get in my end game grind and have enough to the point where I can open up to playing some other games, but I do want to play Rise of the Ronin for sure. If you're not familiar with Rise of the Ronin, it is a combat-focused open-world action RPG that takes place in Japan at a time of great change. It is the very end of a 300-year-long Edo period, commonly known as the Bakumatsu. Set in the late 19th century, Japan is facing the darkest of times as it struggles with its oppressive rulers and deadly diseases while Western influence permeates as civil war continues. Shout out to Rise of the Ronin for everybody that is interested. It's kind of crazy, man, that this game isn't releasing on Xbox as well. That at least tells me that there may be some kind of deal in place for it. I don't see there being any other reason outside of that, but again, for those interested in Rise of the Ronin, if you got a PC, there you go. And shout out to everybody who's played it on PlayStation. Next up, I'm probably not going to go through everything. I'm just going to go through some of the things that are noticeable to me and kind of go from there. The next up on the list, we do have Wanderstop. Wanderstop is a narrative-centric cozy game about change in tea. Play as a fallen fighter named Alta. You'll manage a tea shop with magical force and tend to the customers who pass through. But Alta does not want to be here, and if she gets her way, the tea shop will be nothing but a brief and painful memory. This is going to be releasing on all platforms. I'm trying to see if it says what type of game that it is. It looks like maybe just like an exploration game, maybe some survival in there. But Wanderstop, it is coming to all platforms for those who are interested in this one. Next up on the list, we do have 2K25 WWE in the building. I won't lie to you guys. I've been low-key considering possibly jumping into a WWE 2K game at some point, right? It just, from the gameplay that I've seen, especially as of more recent years, it gives me memories of like back in the day when I was playing like SmackDown and stuff like that, SmackDown and Raw. Those games were a lot of fun, especially when you got the custom characters and you got to go through your career and all that stuff. I've been seeing some people doing those things, and I don't know. It seems to be ever better than ever before. I saw some people kind of commenting that, oh, these characters, it all looks like the same from last year. That's what these games do, man. It's iterative games. I'm past the point of these games releasing on a year-to-year basis. They need to stop with that shit and just give us roster updates and graphical updates and stuff like that. I think that'd be the better way to approach it. Maybe go back to like just a SmackDown game, or just a this game, or just a that game, right? Or just a WWE game, right? Not putting a year on it or anything, and actually let them breathe for a few years. That way, when the next one comes out, you can innovate. That's just how I feel about any sport game that gets put out nowadays. But if you're excited for WWE 2K25, they do have that on the list for you. That comes out March 14th, and it is releasing on everything, even previous gen. The one thing that I will say about these corps too, if they're still going to release on the prior generation, bro, then what the fuck are we doing? If they're still pulling development time and making games for the prior generation and not getting people to move forward, who else is part of the problem? Because arguably, I'm not saying WWE 2K25 is NBA 2K or FIFA or anything like that, but if these games are still releasing on the previous generation and people are going to give themselves excuses and reasons to not upgrade, regardless of not if there's a performance difference or anything like that, can these fucking corpos wake the fuck up? Why don't we hold these people? Why don't we hold their foot to the flame for that? Why are we still getting previous gen games? What are we doing? What are we, 4 or 5 years into the generation? Jesus Christ.
All about that money, Brody. All about that money.
I don't give a fuck about them. Like, I get it. I know why they do it. But it doesn't help. You guys want, the developers will come out, oh, well, with current gen hardware, people making excuses for 45 frames, people saying this, people saying that. Y'all got all the excuses in the world, and we're still getting games made on the previous generation. We will never move forward.
It's all Rockstar and Activision's fault. They should have cut off Call of Duty, and they should have already had Grand Theft Auto 6.
Call of Duty should have got cut off with Black Ops 6 release. Point blank period. People would have bought. That's what I'm saying. You can't say that selling consoles is important and then not do the things that would sell consoles. That just makes no fucking remote sense. Oh, it's hard for us to optimize because of previous gen, but you're still releasing them.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got on this list. We got Midnight Murder Club that's coming out in the PC early access. I'm not supposed to have early access games on here. On Your Tail Macho, whatever that is. Not familiar with that. Beyond the Ice Place 2 is supposed to be coming up. Though not familiar with that one. Well, we'll pull that up because it sounds interesting. So Beyond the Ice Place 2 is it looks like it's a Metroidvania. Pulls it more like a castle. Yeah, damn. Okay. It's Arise from the Dead as the cursed king in an enthralling action platformer. Wield the chains that once imprisoned you to vanquish the foes and traverse your fallen kingdom. Uncover hidden areas, strategically level up, and reclaim your throne by banishing colossal bosses. This one could be a good. This one could be a good pickup. This one comes out in a couple days. Shout out to Beyond the Ice Palace 2. There was a 1. Maybe some of you guys played it, but this is another game that is releasing on everything. Tim the Sorcerer says Beyond the Ice Palace is from the Commodore 64 era. Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's fucking 2. Okay. That's cool. So they decided to make a 2 just out of nowhere, or did they bring the first one up to date? I wonder about that. It's kind of cool nonetheless. What else we got? We got Fate Reawakened. This one looks like it's got a kind of cool style to it as well. Let's pull that one up. Fate Reawakened. Reawaken the critically acclaimed Fate games like never before. Play all 4 classic dungeon crawler titles with enhanced graphics as you battle through challenging, procedurally generated dungeons. Learn powerful spells and fish to your heart's content. Are you up to the task? Your fate awaits. This is also releasing on everything for those interested.
Got fishing, 10 out of 10.
There you go. Hey, Monster Hunter has fishing in it too, man. You can fish for hours.
Man. I was fishing right away.
See, there you go.
The minute I saw it, I was like, "Oh, let's go!" I got my pole, and I was like, "Yeah!" Pause, but I did.
Whoa! You said he got the pole.
I got the pole. Got the pole.
For those interested, guess what? Dungeons of Hinterberg is coming to PlayStation on the 13th of March.
Good game. If you've not played that yet, PlayStation players play Dungeons of Hinterberg. It's a really good game. It's a fun. Game.
Why are all these videos like in different places?
It's great.
You said the writing sucks?
Yeah, the writing's terrible.
Oh damn!
Oh my god!
Fuck,
it's horrible, bro. Jesus. I get it. It's made for a different generation than me, but the gameplay itself and exploring the dungeons is cool as hell. It's a fun little game. Yep.
Dope. So it's out of the Dungeons of Hinterberg. You got DC Dark Legion coming to PC. What the fuck is this? Okay, you got DC Dark Legion. This is coming to Dark Legion, excuse me. This is coming to PC. In DC Dark Legion, fans will embark on an authentic journey across the DC universe, joining forces with renowned superheroes, including Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash, Black Adam, Green Arrow, and many more. Players can build their own hero base, level up their powers and equipment, and lead a squad of their favorite characters to fight powerful villains and protect the universe. What the fuck is this? This came out on iOS previously before.
Oh, it was a mobile game. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it was a mobile game. It came out in 2024 for mobile. It doesn't say what kind of game that it is, though. I was hoping it would show some gameplay or something. No gameplay, though. The Elder Scrolls Online, they got an update that's coming. So shout out to the Elder Scrolls Online, still doing their thing. Zenless Zone Zero. Doing their 1.6 update coming. Rainbow Six Siege has an update coming as well. Shout out to Rainbow Six. I just have no interest in Siege. I have no care.
It used to be fun back in the day, but I stopped, and then it got so bad. It got so the community around that game is so fucking.
Yeah, they're grand. They're grand. Yeah, they do their freaking thing, bro.
Yeah.
They do their thing. What else we got here? Looks like other than that, that is pretty much it for the upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen. So that is upcoming games knocked out for you guys. It looks like there's a couple of them there. Again, Rise of the Ronin is definitely the standout for me on that list. But I'm in Monster Hunter world right now. So Monster Hunter Wild, excuse me. I'm in the wild with Monster Hunter right now. So there is that. So why not just dive neck deep into Battlefield, man? Dive neck deep into Battlefield. I won't show any gameplay or anything like that, unless I can find it on YouTube or something. If somebody got something, I'll probably do that in the background when I pass it off to Pong. But Pong, I mean, what's a good setup for us to jump into this Battlefield topic? Because again, me and you are Battlefield heads. I don't think that's where we can need to hide that for any reason.
For Battlefield forever.
I've been playing Battlefield for a fucking long time. I'm the guy that would tell you that Battlefield doesn't need a story or a campaign because traditionally you were always paying full price to play multiplayer in the first place. That's what made Battlefield unique. Right. There was no other. I mean, again, you get the additional things. It's good when you get them, right? Yeah. If you're going to implement them, it's not wrong for people to have put that as part of their expectation moving forward. But nonetheless, I'm always going to stand out for Battlefield, right? Love Battlefield, love what it presents. There's no other game that feels like it. Again, I made this comment last night on Xbox Ultimate. Call of Duty has tried to do something similar with whatever their ground war mode, I think that's what it is, or whatever that mode is called. It seems like a Battlefield-esque type of mode where you got different objectives and stuff like that on a real big map. It's just nothing like Battlefield, man. And from recent gameplay that has been put out there, because they do have their program. I forgot what the name of it. I want to say it's called Battlefield Next, but I don't think that's what it's called. But it's essentially like it's a program where people get invited to, where they get to play the games kind of behind the scenes. I forgot the exact name for it, Pong. If you end up remembering, let me know. But they're Battlefield Labs. There you go. Yep. Apparently there's people already in labs. There's people that have already been testing the game, right? And there has been gameplay getting put out there. From the gameplay that I saw, at least the most impressive thing, again, Battlefield. I mean, it looks like Battlefield. Visually, the game looks pretty goddamn impressive. I would say it looked more so along the lines of 4, maybe even 2042 along that line as well, but definitely more grounded. But the thing that stood out the most for me was when the dude took out the launcher and shot the side of a building. It wasn't, and you can tell that it wasn't a staged thing. It just looked like he just shot a random ass building and the fucking building started crashing, or that side of the building just crumbled and you could now see into that part. That is something that has been missing from Battlefield, that they have half-assed leaned into and leaned out of. Again, we haven't truly had that since Bad Company 2, right? Where everything was fully destructible, and I'm tired of the stage shit. Give me everything that's able to be able to be leveled out, right? Snipers, if you're across the map, snipers don't need any purchase. I'm tired of snipers shooting across the map. If you're gonna snipe, you better hide in these fucking bushes off in the distance if you're gonna be sniping. You be hiding behind your team if you're gonna be sniping. You're not gonna be sniping on top of these buildings. I'm taking a tank, I'm taking RPGs, I'm taking helicopters, jets, whatever I need to make sure I don't need to continuously look up all the goddamn time. That was one of the most fucking annoying things about 2042, these snipers in these tall ass fucking structures that you cannot knock down. That's where they spawn. Oh, I'm gonna get in a helicopter and I'm gonna just get up here and then nobody else can see me up here. Bro, shit's annoying. I get it. But if there's a way for me to bring those buildings down, and I think that they did allow you there, you had to go through a whole thing to get those buildings to crash. But just give me traditional. Just give me full on damage. Give me more depth. Make every moment feel way over the top, like I remember how Bad Company 2 made me feel. There was just no better feeling. I feel like that's probably the most organic Battlefield experience that we have gotten in recent years, even when I go back to PC. When you see that level of destruction, right, and the way that it affects gameplay, starting a match one way and then by the end of the match it's something completely different, being able to even turn around a match because of you being able to level shit out, right? There's no better feeling. And that's one of the number one things that makes Battlefield extremely addicting and exciting to jump into. But Pong, I know we've been saying here in Zempella we trust for some time. I have nothing but faith in Vince. He has the pedigree behind him is undeniable. From what we're seeing already is, again, we haven't seen since Bad Company 2. So they're already moving in the right direction. Obviously, the audience is also stating that, hey, we're liking what we're seeing. You mentioned it earlier, but EA at first wanting to pull the different gameplays and stuff down, trying to ban people. And again, guys, if y'all are testing the game, y'all sign NDAs and stuff. Come on, man. Like, we also have to hold people accountable for that shit too. Like all this
Leak
NDA
that shit.
shit.
Leak it.
That shit is insanity to me, bro. Because if you want somebody to trust you with information, it makes it difficult. Now, again, this obviously works in their benefit, right? They slowed that down. Now we're getting more gameplay. We're getting the audio. A lot of people saying a lot of positive things about Battlefield. Now, will it release the way that we're seeing right now, more optimized, looking better and everything? Possibly. This also kind of tells me that Battlefield may be coming out a lot sooner than we think, just based off of this gameplay.
It's supposed to be by next spring. So first quarter next
If that's true,
year.
it looks like it's lining up.
Yeah. They've already
It's lining up.
So this is the lead up to that. We should have it by, I think it's before April 1st next year is the plan. I think that
if that's true, I can see it. I can definitely see it. It needs more optimization from the gameplay that I've seen for sure, but I can definitely see it. But how we feeling about Battlefield, man? What's what people have been saying? What's the news on it, and what's your feels on it?
Yeah, no. Look, I haven't been able to stop watching the footage. Again, I love leaks, so leak away. I think it's good for EA. Whether this turned out to be negative or whether it turned out to be the positive that it is currently, I think it's good for EA. We just talked about it, and I think this needs to happen because you get a general sentiment. And I think the biggest thing for me, as I was talking about last night, Steel, was, well, I've been talking about this for a long time. If there was anybody that was going to pull Battlefield out of this rut, it was going to be Zampella, right? If there was one guy in EA that had the power to do this, it was going to be Zampella. Again, for anybody who doesn't know why I say him, Zampella we trust. If you don't know Zampella's history, started on Medal of Honor, basically one of the godfathers of Call of Duty. Okay, so he did that. Obviously, Titanfall, which again, whether you count as a success or not, there's no doubt about the quality of gameplay in Titanfall. Okay, for the multiplayer, and he wound up cranking out one of the best campaigns, first-person shooter campaigns of all time in Titanfall 2. Zampella has the history, right? He's done wonders with EA, Apex Legends, and then obviously on to he did Star Wars, right, which a lot of people do love. Zampella is a dude, and he gets the ideas. And so when they turned this over to him, I was like, fuck it, let's go. If there's going to be one person who's going to turn it around, it's Zampella. And they took they got 4 studios working on it now, all at the same time. They've given Zampella obviously free reign to do what he needs to do. The minute I saw this gameplay, Steel, the minute I saw it, and this was before people were including this sound, the minute I saw it, I went, okay, it's not Bad Company 2, but it is Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4. Okay, my dream was Bad Company 3. I said it from the beginning. I knew it was just a moonshot. I knew he wasn't probably going to do Bad Company 3. But the next best thing would be to go back to Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 after Battlefield 4 was patched. Okay, because Battlefield 4 had massive problems out the gate that nobody fucking remembers because the game's so damn good after they patched it. But Battlefield 4 had massive problems. But you give me those feels, and we're good. Now, this is coming from a dude who has about 125 hours in Battlefield 2042. Played a lot of Battlefield 2042. Enjoyed my time at Battlefield 2042. I will be a Battlefield stan for the rest of my life. I saw some people in the chat saying they prefer Battlefield 4 over Call of Duty. You are in good company because I feel the same. I have a lot of great times in Call of Duty, but nothing will ever replace the times and memories that I have from Battlefield, and that includes a lot of the bad Battlefields as well. I think the Battlefield experience is second to none. And as much as Steel was talking about how Call of Duty tried to do some things that Battlefield was doing and didn't do it well, Battlefield 2042, unfortunately, was Battlefield trying to become Call of Duty, and they turned off a massive portion of their fan base with that, taking those chances, bringing in the operators, right? Doing away with the squads, not having the leaderboard, like all the bad shit on top of the performance problems.
Yeah.
So Zampella looked at this and did exactly what I thought he would do, Steel. From, again, without playing this, I am signed up for Battlefield Labs. I've been checking my emails daily. Now I'm checking it almost hourly after I saw this because I want in. Without playing this, just seeing what I've seen from the leaks, and I watched over 10 minutes of gameplay yesterday from the different leaks. Zampella went back and said, what does Battlefield mean? What did the prime of Battlefield, and people will argue, again, I'm Bad Company 2 Day as the prime. A lot of people are Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4. And he obviously went back to Battlefield 4 and said, okay, we just need to do this. Let's roll it back. Let's get all the basics back in play. Let's bring back Levolution. Halle freaking Luya. I don't care if it's not even Bad Company 2, where you could level everything down to flat playing field by the end of the match. I think it should, but even if he doesn't do that still, even if it is just 3/4 of what we had, that will be the biggest improvement of all fucking time. I see the destruction, and I'm like, oh God, he did it. I see the look of the game. It's Bad Company. It's Battlefield 3. It's Battlefield 4. Thank you. I see the map still. The other thing I said is the maps have always been. Battlefield's had a wide variety of maps. Some people love, some people hate. 2042 went way outside because they were going with 128 players, which created these massive maps that were just holy shit big, which didn't work on top of the rest of the problems the game had. For a lot, I still had some fun in them, but let's be real, they were too big at times. They're really too big. Battlefield back in the day was close quarter combat, building to building steel. Right? Yes, you had your sniper spots. Sniper was fun. I actually enjoyed sniping in Battlefield, which is rare for me. I don't enjoy sniping in a lot of games. Battlefield is one of the ones I did enjoy. You had your sniping spots. Obviously, you had your bigger maps, your versus smaller maps. But the one thing that was pretty damn consistent, Gold Rush offered you some open spaces. You got to drive boats down the rivers, etc., all that kind of shit. That was dope. You got the vehicles. That's always opened things up. But on foot, Battlefield building to building combat was some of the best moment to moment there ever has been. This map that they've got in this Battlefield Labs is your straight up out of the Iraq War, Middle Eastern city, tight knit quarters, blowing up cars, buses in the middle of the roads that you've got cover for, but you are going doorway to doorway, building to building, wall to wall, taking cover, having shots go over your head, taking cover, returning fire, blowing the shit up out of walls, taking away people's covers. You got tanks rolling down the street out of nowhere. All of a sudden you're scared shitless. You're running for your damn life because you got tank shells hitting all around you. That is Battlefield. And when they re-released the clips and they put the sound in there because EA had backed off, and still I put those headphones on for the first time, Battlefield's always been exceptional at the sound.
Really good, yeah.
Being there, right? Holy shit. For an early, which obviously is probably early build of this game as they get ready, the sound is on another level. Zampella put even more emphasis on your own gunfire. He put more emphasis on the booms from rockets and tank shells hitting. He put more emphasis on the directional sound of bullets going by you. And this is listening through YouTube compression on X, right? This is through X, I should say X compression. It's not YouTube, but X compression. I could not believe it still. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I had Mav listen to it before our show last night because Mav hadn't checked it out. He'd been working all day. So I'm like, dude, you got to go check out the Battlefield stuff. He wasn't even planning on talking about it last night. And then he went and checked it out. And he was just getting ready to start the show. And he's like, oh my God, bro, what is going on in my ears right now? I'm like, yes. This already speaks to me that they have been working long and hard, all four of these studios, to get this right, Steel. That they are close. Now, watching the footage, is there some stuff? Yeah, they got building blows up and there's floating bricks and materials in the mid-air. I saw a bunch of that shit, right? I did see some screen flashing, right?
Okay.
in some of the building.
There was definitely
some of the
that.
clip. Yeah, I just
It's clipping.
Clipping, that kind of stuff. I saw that stuff.
It's an early development. You expect that when you got that kind of destruction going on. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an early build to test. UI clean as fuck. That is one thing that's always consistent with Battlefield, but I love he's brought it back to the older days. It is clean. It is simple. It looks like techno. Like it just fits the whole theme. No more operators. Pure just military, back to more military sim. Squad based. They've already got the leaderboards in play steel already, which is massive. You get to the end of the match. We had the operators talking weird, just stupid little sayings and all sorts of shit, whatever else. Again, they were trying to be more Call of Duty. Zampella got rid of all that. It's just your squad looking like a bunch of unknown military dudes in uniform. And then you've got the strong Battlefield music just playing. And it is back to being strong ass Battlefield music. That's how you end a Battlefield match. I cannot fucking wait. I think Zampella, so far, it's early, but I am a Battlefield stan. I will not hide my bias here. I think Zampella has nailed this deal as long as the performance out the gate. Again, like I said from the beginning, I don't even care if they come out and say, Steel, we've got a smaller amount of maps to start because we want to make sure we got them right, and we want to make sure that we got our servers right, and we want to make sure that the performance is up to par, and we're going to be expanding the maps later. We've got the roadmap already in place. We're going to do that. I don't even care if they wind up doing that. Just get the performance right, but give me more of what I've seen from this Battlefield Labs already. It's not even a question. It's day one, Steel. It's day one. I will be back to play Battlefield daily if this is what I'm going to get from Zampella and team. And plus, we have confirmation that there is going to be a classic Battlefield campaign, which I do enjoy. Bad Companies are the peak of campaigns because they were movie style entertainment. I absolutely loved Bad Companies, but I even enjoyed the generic tropey military campaigns from Battlefield because it was just more Battlefield, just in a single player campaign experience. So if they're just going to bring me back to that again, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, fine. I don't care. I'm happy with that. But yeah, man, what I'm seeing right here, I am sold 1000% Steel. 1000. And we didn't even really see, we saw tanks. I didn't see helicopters or planes yet. That's coming.
Yeah.
I didn't see any of that shit. We know also, if people forgot, Zampella in the last kind of information articles that we got, I think it was a month ago or when they announced Battlefield Labs, they confirmed that Battlefield Portal is coming back. And for those of you that never played 2042 or forgot about it, Battlefield Portal is where they had all the old games, the old maps for multiplayer. They brought in those old maps and old weapons, and you could customize those games, blah, blah, blah. But that's where you had that opportunity to go back and play Bad Company 2 maps, or to go back and play, Battlefield 1 maps, and you could use the weapons, etc. They're bringing back the Portal for this. A lot of people, myself included, were scared they weren't going to do that again this time around, but Zampella confirmed Portal is in this game as well, which is going to expand the amount of gameplay for multiplayer that you're going to have as well. Bro, this could be the return of Battlefield, man, and it's needed. Call of Duty needs direct competition, man. They definitely need it. It's two separate different types of games, but they need to compete for the people who used to play Battlefield more than Call of Duty. Used to play both, but they missed that competition of some of their player base going and playing a different style game. And I think Battlefield has a chance to bring this back, man. I'm super fucking excited.
Yeah, I'm super fucking excited too. I'm kind of over the moon about it. I'm over here trying to figure out this Discord shit. I don't know what's going on. I'm sending links out, people saying they can't join. Hey, maybe somebody help me figure it out down the line, or maybe I'll look at it down the line. Some people are getting in and some others aren't. But anyway, yeah, I just want Battlefield to be the game that I know it can be without having shooting itself in the foot as many times as they have, allowing themselves I should say more so not allowing yourself to kind of get the traction that you'd be looking for, especially with the type of competition that's out there. Call of Duty, again, I would say is still flailing, right? Yes, it has been successful. Black Ops 6 has done really well, and I do think that Black Ops 6 is still a good game. Is it Battlefield, though? Would I rather play Battlefield? Yeah. That's just because of the type of gamer that I am. And traditionally, I've always had more fun playing Battlefield because of the way that Battlefield makes you feel in that PvP environment, fighting against other folks, going team to team, everybody playing their roles. Again, we harken back to that all the time, even with 2042. We were still coming back here and telling you guys about those, us joining into a lobby late, joining part of a team, and even with the class system not being there at the time, because we are Battlefield players, we knew what it would take to get an objective, to be that impactful force to possibly turn the tide of a game. And it goes from one objective to two objectives to three objectives. And now, boom, now the game is lopsided. Now you got air superiority back now, and now you're rolling, right? And there is nothing as well. You get to that last objective, especially on a conquest, and the enemy team sees you pushing hard and they start pushing hard back. And now you're fighting for that final objective in this game mode, going back and forth, and it feels like this match is taking damn near an hour to fucking complete because it's just a good match, right? There's no other game still to this day, even battle royales, and I think that's why I enjoy playing Warzone more than I like playing traditional multiplayer in Call of Duty, because it gives me still those same feels, that being able to push through a map with your team and making that impact for you guys to get to that final number, right? Again, not as big. Everybody's kind of fending out for themselves, but it does give me that thrill that I used to get from Battlefield back in the day. So I'm excited. And Vin Sampella, we trust, is what I would what I would stand behind, and I got full on faith that they're going to get it right and deliver. So
yeah, I dropped the link in there for the footage. That dude on X has 4 clips total of like 9 minutes of the footage with sound and everything. So if you want to see the clips, go check it out. Again, it's awesome. Fahim asked you what monster is this? Is Arkveld, right?
Yeah, this is Arkveld. This is the monster that is on the box art of the game.
Yeah.
Technically this would be Guardian Arkveld, which is supposed to be a higher level of him. But this is the first time I fought him in the story, so yeah, but it's Arkveld. It was the way that I felt about him in the beta. He didn't beat my ass as bad as he did in the beta, but he was still that. Bro, they did so well. Just the fucking presence of the fucking monsters, bro. How they make you feel, even if you're like, even with having some understanding of what you need to do, just the approach, man. They did so fucking phenomenal. Anyway, yeah, but shout out to Battlefield, man. A lot of good stuff there. What else can we get into? What else can we get into here, ladies and gentlemen? What else would you guys like us to jump into? Unfortunately, I'm a bad host and I didn't get any of the typical sources together behind the scenes.
You didn't have anything, bro.
I didn't get anything this time. I'm usually really good about that, but I went to the store and then came back, and I've talked about the majority of the stuff that I wanted to talk. MechaBREAK, I talked about in the beginning of the show. Beta test again is live on console for Xbox. Hey, speaking of which, I was actually surprised, and I don't know how I missed it. I didn't realize that MechaBREAK was a console exclusive for Xbox.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah, when they first announced it was a launch first on Xbox.
I forgot all about that. But that's super fucking dope. This is a game that could definitely stand out. I wish it was on everything. Of course, I want more people to be able to play it. But
it's another one of those good deals. It was another one of those good deals, right?
Strategically, I did think it make more sense for it to be available on Xbox. But I'd recommend, again, beyond recommend for people to try out MechaBREAK. Please, it's a great PvP. It's a great online player versus player, or even if you jump into their extraction mode, I think it has a lot to offer there as well.
When I stepped away, did you talk about FragPunk at all?
No, I mentioned it in the I think I mentioned it earlier.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't have much to say.
Because I was just bringing it up because I was bringing it up because FragPunk announced this week. For anybody who doesn't know, FragPunk's like launching like.
No, it's out.
Oh, it's out now.
I think it's out,
and they delayed the console right before the
they delayed the console version
and Xbox are delayed. And they did not give a date, so it only came out on PC, but it was right before the launch, which was really random and weird. But anyways, this was another deal for Xbox because obviously they had it a part of their show too. But FragPunk looked interesting to me. So what did you think of FragPunk? Because I know there was a lot of people that were kind of interested in it because it does bring. I know you might not have been overall impressed, but it does bring some twists with the card system and that you can create, like big heads on the other team to make it easier to shoot. What did you think of FragPunk overall when you tried it?
To be fair,
yeah,
I didn't play enough of it to
that's fair enough.
to critique it. The one thing that I will say is just kind of the same way that I felt about Valorant when I played it for the first time when it came over to console. Again, I play no matter what, even on PC, I play everything with a controller, right? So for me, I feel like I'm just in the Zoomer era, maybe, whatever the case. I don't like games like we're in the modern era of like shooters and stuff. I don't like when games like you can't slide in this game. I think that's a little weird. It feels like a game where you should be able to, but you can't slide in motion. That kind of threw me off. It's not a big thing. I mean, of course, you get used to it, you get accustomed to it. The aiming felt fine. I mean, overall, the game feels fine to play. I just found myself, and this is just me being honest, because of the other games that are out, I would rather play Marvel Rivals than play FragPunk.
Okay.
I would rather play MechaBREAK than play FragPunk.
Right.
I don't know whether that's a negative to the game. Again, I haven't played it enough to really say, oh, I don't like these things about the game. I think the card system is interesting, does give something to it. I think I played maybe 1 or 2 matches. I don't have genuine enough interest or care to want to play the game more. I would actually much rather play Call of Duty. That's kind of where I'm at. If we're talking about, hey, Steel, if there's a multiplayer game I want to play that you would suggest to play right now, it wouldn't be in my list of games to suggest. But I'm not a Valorant player. I'm not a Counter-Strike player. I do think that that's more the audience that FragPunk is trying to speak to, right? Okay. So at least from what I've seen, I've lightly touched on those other games, right? But just from the outside kind of looking in, I said the same thing when I think it was Crow, because he enjoys Valorant, and again, I played Valorant, and I kind of felt the same thing. There's other games that I would rather play if I'm going to play a PvP game than these games. It doesn't hit for me. So I think it's a miss. Maybe it's out. Maybe it's good for somebody, but it just doesn't speak to me in any way.
I mean, it's super fair. I just want to get your overall thought. I seen your post, so I kind of got your, what you were thinking about. Like I kind of got the impression, but I just wanted to know because there was some people kind of excited to try it out for sure. And then it got delayed for the consoles. So that's going to take the air out of the sails right away too. If you're not going to have the biggest audience that you possibly can out the gate, again, for a game like that, again, in this competitive space, you kind of got to hit on all cylinders, man. Like there's just not a lot of time for forgiveness these days when it comes to, we got these issues, so we're not going to launch a console. That's potentially a big part. But obviously, like you said, it's going for what sounds like it's going for a specific type of player. And so, maybe it's not that big a deal. Maybe it'll come out and the people that want to try it out and like it will still try it out and like it because it is very from what you're saying, it's not going to be like an overall kind of big general shooter. It's going to be more specific in the type of player that it attracts. So, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Nixie's saying, Steel, is there 2 MechaBREAKs? If not, it is coming to PlayStation, which then makes it super duper dope. Then Nixie says, I want to see Steel's bubbly smile when he reads that MechaBREAK is coming to PlayStation. No, but currently it is a console. Currently it's a console exclusive. Even coming out of beta is going to be on Xbox first before it releases to PlayStation. It's supposed to be coming to everything. I'm just saying right now it's console exclusive. Even coming out of beta, it's supposed to come to Xbox and PC first, and then come to PlayStation later. So at least that's what they were saying. If it comes out sooner, then great. I mean, it doesn't hurt me none, doesn't affect me none. I just thought it was ironic. right? You still have your deals that you can make, and there's still other ways. Again, I do still believe in that. There's other ways that you can play the game versus, just going on full on exclusive. You can play the 6-month marketing deal. You play the 3-month marketing deal, whatever you do, right? So it's all good with me. Y'all are stupid. Fahim says, when Steel Rain smiles, a baby cherub plays a small guitar. You're stupid.
Yeah, that beta program, Nix, it's about time PlayStation did something to be able to get, to
should be dope.
Accept more betas and early access and whatever else that entails. But that looks like what they're trying to do. Like they're trying to kind of come up to speed on that kind of stuff, because it is, I think, something that's going to become more and more prevalent down the road with dev studios, especially with how big it's gotten on PC to start early access. What we were just talking about earlier, right? You get those impressions from your gamers early in development, and allows you to make changes as necessary that when you do feel something is being pointed out that could help your game. So I think that maybe PlayStation is starting to adapt that model more, that they are going to tell their players, hey, join us, join in some betas, join in some early access. I think that's dope. So whatever they got to do to make that happen, I'm always for that.
Yeah, and apparently there was also numbers within the last 2 weeks that we've been back. I forgot where it came from, and man, see, that's what I mean by it. It's just been so chaotic in the background. Y'all do your own research where I got this information from. I don't have it on hand on me right now, but apparently, I don't know if it was Peter Mount. I don't know who the fuck it was. I don't remember. But somebody came out and actually was able to clarify that the actual hardcore base, the gamers that actually buy months on a consistent basis, we thought it was 10% were the hardcore. It's actually been confirmed that it's actually 4%. So we, the gamers that are here, the gamers that are consuming the content, the gamers that are consistently buying games on a month-to-month basis or buy them frequently, we are among the 4%. Not 10. So we're actually even smaller than previously thought. And if that doesn't help paint more of the picture for you about what's going on in the industry, then I don't know how else to paint it clearly. Again, you don't have to quote me on that. That is information that came out with all the marketing stuff that has been come out here as of late. So a lot of other people are, a lot of people are, if they're not grazers, they only, buy games every few months, once every 6 months or whatever the case might be, while us in the lower than 5% are, the ones that are constantly investing. So it's interesting.
It is. That is very interesting, actually. So
again, I forgot where that information but that was something that came out in the last.
Makes sense though. Weeks. I mean, it does make sense. Again, when you look at the overall numbers, it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Vandal says the steal the link works on Twitter. That's so weird. So it doesn't work in YouTube chat, but it works on Twitter. And I'm posting it from our YouTube chat, so it should be fine. I don't know. Maybe it's an external link thing that I got in there. Cause I know I had some of those permissions set up. Maybe that's what I need to change. I don't know. It's weird. That still wouldn't make sense. I mean, Twitter would still be an external. I don't know. Whatever. I don't have all the answers. I'm not a Discord pro. I don't fucking know. Maybe I will get a mod or something in there. They'll help us figure some of that stuff out. So, let's see. What else we got down here? Paul sent some things through here. I did see the stuff about Marvel 1943, Rise of Hydra. They said it's targeting a holiday of 2025. I thought that was interesting because I thought it was going to be a 2026 game.
No, it was supposed to come out this year, but that it comes from a voice actor, right? So take it with a grain of salt. The voice actor said they're aiming for around Christmas time, December. If that's the case, Steele, because this was scheduled for 2025, if it's December, that sounds like a 2026 move, right? That just
when you say and
what I'm
saying? The 2025 kind of thing. Yeah, I think that was going to get pushed back, especially if GTA ends up releasing this year. The end of the year is already going to be packed with different games. Like,
right.
It's going to be crazy, but it is a game that I'm interested in. I mean, again, they've already shown me enough. I like Black Panther. I've never really liked Captain America like that. Them going back in time and playing into the older feel of it. It's going to be interesting to see what they actually do, whether the combat's visceral or what do they do more of an over the shoulder kind of approach. I would assume we're going to be playing that dual protagonist kind of thing.
From what we saw, Steel, again, it's definitely going to be third person by the looks of it. From what we saw, we got that great clip of that confrontation between Black Panther and Captain America. Again, never been a big fan of either one of those two guys at all in any way, shape, or form. Even when I was big into comics, seeing that clip got me super hyped for this game. Like, I'm excited for this game. Like, again, yes, this is like, yes, ridiculous
acting, CGI. Yeah.
This is when you realize what writing does for a game. When you actually have
numbers,
a real
fucking
writer.
Phenomenal.
Okay, like again, no. Well, yeah, there's plenty of shade towards a lot of the writers in video games nowadays. But my God, when you see something like that, it's like, holy shit, yeah, we're on another level, man. So I can't wait. I can't wait to see that game. And if it does push to 2026 again, that's fine. 2026 is stacked.
It's gonna be fucking another.
Again, we're stacked this year. There's just no more talking about it. There's too many games. Like I want Altair, Yumiya Steel.
I saw that. I was interested.
Bro. Yeah. I've been keeping it low key. But I've been checking out like all their posts, been checking out all the videos.
Yeah, because I think that's more action. That was an action game. It's an action.
It's an action JRPG. Yeah, it's an action JRPG. And that series has been around for a long ass fucking time, right? I've played some of them. But this one right here, they are taking their next step up, man. This is looking like a big action JRPG, man. I am like super interested in playing that game, man. It looks so good. Character design, the action sequences, the battle, the combat, all of it
looks really good.
Looks off the charts good. So, again, what I was talking about is we just got too many games, man. There are games like that are in my eyesight that I'm like, oh, fuck, how am I going to play? How am I going to play? Decado, put in Dragonkin, that ARPG that was on Steam Next Fest, or that was on Steam. I just told him no time. I got no, bro. I want to. That game looks phenomenal. It's an early access on Steam. I want to play that game. I love my ARPGs. I just got no time, and there's just so many games. But this year and next year. But if this is going to move to 2026, early 2026 out the gate, again, there's no bad time to launch games anymore. Games in the early parts of the year can be up for Game of the Year considerations. And yes, I'm saying that early on about this game with the writing. I definitely think it can be. Yeah, why not? Push it to be the first half of, make it the first, make it February, March, take your pick, February, great time, April, whatever. But launch it then. But don't launch it in December. I would launch it early next year if you're going to do that. That's why I think it's a 2026 game for sure.
Yeah, 100%. So shout out to that one. Hella's Us got some new gameplay details as well. It's that Souls-like-esque game. Apparently it's going to be focused more so on exploration. It's going to give you very minimal details. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was a more like melee focused kind of Souls looking game with powers and stuff like that. It looks really interesting. Again, it looks enticing to me and something that I would want to jump into. They do say that Hella's Us doesn't rely on quest markers or a guided path. Combat is 50% of the game. The other half is the investigation exploration. So I think that's going to be good for a lot of people. There's going to be clues and puzzles, and it's going to be intuitive. You'll be able to use different weapons. And you'll be playing as a main character named Remy, who is returning to Hadia, the country he was born in. The land is torn apart by civil war, and Remy must uncover the truth about his past. It's supposed to come out September 24th on everything. So, shout out to Hella's Us. I know that's definitely speaking to me. There was the rumors about Call of Duty 20 on the new Call of Duty coming out.
Yes,
I really hope that we do not get a Call of Duty this year. I really do.
It's happening.
I just really fucking do. I'm probably, if we get a Call of Duty this year, I'm probably not going to end up getting it. We'll see, but
it's going to be one of the smaller ones. I mean, again, it's not going to be, I don't know what we're in right now. We're in this stage where we're going to get a Call of Duty every year, but the in-between years are going to be like smaller, almost standalone expansion Call of Duties. They're not going to be the big boy. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what this one turns out to be. We'll see.
We will see.
2026 rumors are the big ones, Steel, because that rumor, and again, take it with a grain of salt. You can read it right there. Is all they're going to cut off PlayStation 4 and Xbox One generation, and it is rumored that they are working on the next gen Xbox dev kits for 2026, which lends to all the smoke that we've talked about. And the idea that Xbox is going to be ready with at least one piece of hardware next year to launch into next gen early. So that's pretty dope. Gotta love that. If it's real.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely phenomenal. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, it's already like, I got a bot in the chat. I got a Sapphire bot, and it's supposed to help with a lot of the stuff that we got. Anyway, whatever. I'm trying to figure that out as well. Still, I want people that want to join. I'm trying to see what's going on so I can help you guys. Anyway, the additional details on that Call of Duty, again, not releasing on prior gens. Again, something that needed to happen for some time. It's only in development for the next generation for Xbox dev kits. So again, next generation is around the corner, or at least the advancement is. So there is that. UI may be more traditional like older games. I can give a fuck less. I think the UI is fine now. Whatever. Engine updates to fix visual clutter issues. Again, I feel that. Warzone may not be supported if Verdansk does not do well.
That's the weird one, bro. What?
You know why? You know why? Because Warzone has taken a major hit. The bigger streamers for Warzone have moved over to Marvel games like Marvel Rivals, as an example, right? Yeah. And that does take a major hit. The audience that you had there moved away.
Think about that, Steel. Think about how big Warzone was.
Mm-hmm.
There is still. I mean, there's still millions of people playing Warzone. It's not. I just can't picture it ending this quickly. Like, if that's true, like. I mean, but reason giving up on that.
But reason being more so is because Call of Duty has an anti-cheat problem. Right?
Obviously, that's the biggest topic right now.
Apparently, even people have been discussing that there may be people internally who are leaking the source code, and that's part of why they have security issues. Okay, I mean, if that's what's going on internally, why are these people being allowed to stay at the studio? Right? If that's what's happening.
Right.
When you have your more popular games out here, especially with the type of audience that they get, and the audience mainly is moving away because of the lack of anti-cheat, or it not working the greatest, or there always being some issues. And even, again, I'm one of the dudes with Black Ops 6 at least that was saying, I haven't had the issues that everybody kept talking about. The lag issues, the hit detection. I've never experienced any of that. Black Ops 6 is, every time that I ever played it, was flawless. Like, for the most part. You know, maybe there was a little connection thing every now and then, but other than that, like, I never ran into cheaters like that. I mean, but again, I haven't played Call of Duty recently. I haven't had a want to jump back in, right? Maybe that's something else that they're facing. Could be. But I do know it is a turnoff for these people who play Warzone, whether it's casual or not, but you're asking people who live these regular ass lives to come home, to jump on a game, and to have these cheater problems that like, I would love to say just because I'm not having the issue that it's that has to be a less spread thing. But no, it's not that. It's just the same thing kind of like we mentioned with every other game that where we don't have issues, but the populace, the wider audience say that, hey, these things are obviously happening. And if that is something to consider, I mean, just recently, they just put up a post that they're looking for somebody for head of security for their anti-cheat or whatever the case. And it's like, well, fuck, how long does it take?
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all are making how much money? What are we doing?
How have video games progressed this far for this long on the internet with online game playing, with cheating being a thing for this long, Steel, and still no reasonable solution has ever come up, right?
Like, I get that people always find new ways to get around stuff, because that was one of the points that people brought. Oh, there's always a new way, and sure, but there should be just the adverse of that as well, and I know that exists. Right? I'm not currently in cybersecurity, but I do know in cybersecurity, you have your people that are penetrating and you have the people that are defenders. Why do you not have enough defenders or enough penetrators to figure out why these things are happening to the point where people are bringing guns from zombies into Warzone? What are we doing?
Right.
And with the amount of money that you guys are making off of skins, off the back end, whatever the case, you can't just say all that's going back into Call of Duty. It's not, obviously. And the other thing that makes it worse is the lack of communication about it.
Yeah.
It's not acknowledged. I haven't seen a post I mean, somebody can show me, maybe there's a forum or something where they're talking to the community saying, hey, we know that security is a problem. Hey, we know that cheating's a problem. And the answer isn't, because I hate when people do this as well, oh, we'll just turn crossplay off. Oh, that's why I like playing on console, because these PC guys are cheaters. How about, like, we put the onus back on the fucking companies and just say, hey, if you're with crossplay, because you want as many people playing together as possible, I get that people on PC are able to do a certain thing, but maybe that's where you need to put more of your attention at. Maybe if people are running stuff in the background or whatever the case, maybe you say, hey, we can't allow these things. Why are there not people in the office that are telling you, hey, these are the things that are used that people use to get around this? Fuck, Pong, Cronus was an open market tool that you can buy from GameStop, and they didn't ban it until recently. Within the last 2 or 3 years.
Right.
And that was one of the easiest devices that you can use on a console. You could plug that into your console. But people weren't up in arms. It always goes back to, oh, well, the PC players are the problem. No, the corp is the problem. You're making all this money and it doesn't go back into security. It doesn't go back into making sure one of the most popular games is running as efficiently as possible. Why? Because you're focused on releasing a fucking game every year. Maybe that's where it is. And I thought, which I'm going to put the onus 100% on Xbox, because that's who's responsible for it now.
Right.
This isn't just an ABK thing anymore. Before, it was me talking to Activision, right? Hey, Activision Blizzard, people saying there's a cheating problem, because it's not like the cheating problem is new. It just hasn't been, I don't think it's been as bad as it has been recently. But now I got to talk to Microsoft. I got to talk to Xbox. What are y'all doing to help make this better? To give people a true online experience that they can enjoy. And again, you can't catch everybody. But why is it so convoluted? Why can't you make it easier? Why do other games, multiplayer games, allow you to pull up the scoreboard, go to the person's name, and automatically report them? Why is it convoluted in Call of Duty? Where somebody can't just, oh, let me report this person. And again, I've been reported for cheating. I've never fucking cheated in my life on fucking any online games. So it's like, you do have that balance. You do have that need of balance as well, because people do false report. But false reports isn't what's been happening over the last 6 months since Black Ops 6 has been out, and all of a sudden took a major downturn, so much to the point that, again, your main streamers, the people who are getting 100K viewers a day, Tim the Tap Man, I'll use him as a good example. He said when he was doing Warzone content, he would get X amount of people. Forgot what he says. I'll just throw 40,000 out there. Let's just say he said he'd get 40,000 a day. He said ever since he moved over to Marvel Rivals, and not only that, he seems to be having more fun with Marvel Rivals as well. But he said ever since he moved over to Marvel Rivals, that number's tripled. People don't fucking care. You either play it, and Marvel Rivals has cheating in it as well, but you know what you can do in Marvel Rivals? You see exactly what the other player was doing. It shows you a clip. You can actually watch the replay as well. And that video gets submitted, or you can submit with your report. It's not all these other convoluted steps. Oh, you need to take a screenshot. Oh, you need to take a video clip. Oh, it's already all in the system. So all they got to do, NetEase, and they got their own little shit they got to go through as well. But nonetheless, at least they have it set up to be able to catch people. And when they catch people, they ban their account for eons. You can come back and cheat all you want, but your account's probably going to get banned because the audience over here isn't playing about that shit. And most people in the audience in these multiplayer games don't play about that shit. But it is all about the way that you implement ways for people to be able to accurately report and for you to be able to see, hey, what is going on within the game. I think that goes into your care for the game, how much attention that you have for the IP, and you listening to your audience. But you literally not having any communication and telling people what you're going to do to help fix these issues. There's been nothing. And that does make it difficult for somebody else to be able to jump in. Or want to jump in, quite obviously. So it wouldn't be surprising if Warzone doesn't get supported moving into the future because it hasn't been able to hold on. But I think it's an internal thing more than anything. You're on mute, Pong, I think.
I'm on mute. It still just boggles my mind, man, how big that just a couple years ago, how big Warzone was. It was the thing, right? Outside of Fortnite. Like, it was nuts, man. And now they're talking about not supporting it anymore. It's still just wild. That's not the solution.
Like, the solution is to fix the fucking problem, but it's like you're telling me you don't want to fix the problem. Oh, okay. Then that was one of your biggest moneymakers. Again, right. I am one of the gamers who, if you remove Warzone, I'm probably not going to play COD as often as I did. I'm not playing it right now, as is. So maybe that default has already been in place. As much as I liked the multiplayer for Black Ops 6, this doesn't have my attention right now. I could still say I would rather play Warzone than play multiplayer, just because of what Call of Duty has kind of become. I don't look at it that way anymore. I'm not young Steel anymore, who's sitting in the lobby, but it also it doesn't hit the same either. You know what I mean? So it's like, when you got all these different facets, it's just so interesting to see. And that was, again, me being wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. I was hoping that ABK being under Microsoft would help fix some of these issues that they were having. And I'm not seeing it. So Microsoft, what the fuck are you doing? Xbox, what the fuck are you doing? Y'all are known for multiplayer. Y'all, what is going on with this? Where's the lack of communication going? See, and what's crazy to me is that these corporations don't understand what basic communication can do for any of their product. I'm not saying that you got to come out and explain every single thing all the time. But damn, when there's problems, when there are issues, why is there not a community manager coming out and saying, hey, I'm talking to the team. Hey, I got this going on. Hey, this is what we're trying to implement. Hey, this is what the problem actually is. I don't need a rumor about the problem. But if it is true that people are leaking source code, and that's why it's so easy to always break the system and for people to hack into the game, that's a fucking internal problem that needs to be fixed. You're monitoring everybody's computers. I've worked for court before. I know how this shit go. I don't know, man. It's so weird when you think about it. The concept of it, the issues that are happening. And then for them to still want to, again, we're just assuming Call of Duty is going to come out this year. Because we haven't heard anything say that it's not. But I don't think that should be their focus. I don't even think releasing Call of Duty in 2026 should be a fucking focus right now. I mean, again, if you're going to move the gen forward, then cool. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe you're having the problems that you're having because it's on previous gen. But I also don't think that you're going to revise your engine so much that it's not going to be an issue with you moving it to next generation either. So I don't know. I can't assume that, because it's on Xbox One and PlayStation 4, that's why you're having issues. I can't, it's hard for me to just say that that's what's happening. So that's kind of my thoughts on it so far. A lot going on with Call of Duty right now. I mean, some of this stuff is interesting and cool, but like at the same time, Warzone may not be supported if Verdansk doesn't do well. If you can release Verdansk, what do you think is going to happen if the cheating doesn't fucking get fixed? And why is that not part of this rumor update? I don't know. That's kind of my angle on it.
Again, we should take it with a grain of salt. It's just leaker doing the leak thing, and so we'll see what actually happens. But obviously, there's probably some smoke to it. I always believe there's some smoke, and again, the big thing for me was once again a little bit more confirming that potentially we are going to see hardware in 2026 from Xbox, which is the super exciting shit to me. So, 1000%. So, because we should be hearing about that maybe even by Keeley's this year. So, get a tease of what they're going to be doing next year. So, that's what I'm excited about. But anyways,
yeah, I agree.
Steel.
What's up?
Can you put that how much time is it? How big is this? Yeah, can you put that Blades of Fire
Oh yeah.
video up? Can you put that up on the screen?
You know, when I first saw clips from this game, I was very I didn't know how I felt about it at first. But then I watched this IGN like thing. Well, there's a little walkthrough or just gameplay thing that they did, kind of covering it. I'm a lot more interested than I was before. They got some really cool stuff going on in there. But yeah, let me pull this up on screen. I actually want to pull it up on YouTube here.
Yeah.
And let me.
This game has really come out of nowhere, and I love when this happens. You know, especially from a smaller studio. Especially with a what I would consider a AA game. It's got certain qualities that scream AAA, but then you see other things and it's just like, no, it's a step down from AAA, in my opinion. But what I'm seeing so far, Steel, is just like, holy shit. This is from Mercury Steam, by the way, as the developers. It's published by 505 Games, if anybody's curious. But this game really has come out of nowhere. And they are trying to do, I sent you the Shinobi breakdown too, Steel, which is massive. Like there is a ton of breakdown on this game. And this game's going to be 60 to 70 hours long.
That's crazy.
This is not some small fucking game, guys and gals. This is a big ass motherfucking game, action RPG to some degree. They call it an action game, but obviously there's some RPG elements because you're crafting in this, you're doing that kind of stuff as well. 67 hours, I'm sure we're going to have lots of stuff to do. The mini game for the crafting sounds crazy, especially since from what people experienced, there was really no tutorial, and it was kind of like, hey, you got to figure shit out. I said this last night. Yeah, I said if you want to read through some of the stuff that Shinobi put out here. I just think people should take notice. This is coming out May, so this is coming out
soon. Yeah.
This is coming out May. And again, for a game to come out of nowhere and have kind of this impression, this feels to me, Steel, like I said last night, worst case scenario for this game, because it doesn't have necessarily the AAA polish on it. This becomes a cult classic. This feels like one of those cult games where you're going to have a group of gamers who, even in this year with all the games that are coming out, are going to wind up playing this game just because it looks so fucking cool and love it. And you're having another group that tries it and goes, dude, the jank, like what people were talking about here, what Shinobi lays out, like, bro, they didn't give you any tutorials. Like they made you feel no, this game was not it, right? You're going to have those two divisive crowds is what the early feeling I got from this game is, but it's going to wind up becoming a cult classic for those that love it. And it's going to become one of those games that is just one of those random shits that came out of nowhere that people really didn't know that they needed, but when they played it, they fucking loved it. And like, I think that's what we're going to wind up with here. So anyways, I just think it's dope as hell. And I wanted people to see it in the background because I think it's cool as hell.
No, I'm definitely showing off now the details on it because I was trying to get our setup right there. The details on it from Shinobi is it's from the people who made Metroid Dread, Castlevania, Lords of Shadow. It's coming to everything, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. 60 to 70 hours long. Yeah, you're going to be playing as a forger and a warrior who, after suffering a personal tragedy, finds himself in a possession of a magic hammer that lets him enter the Forge of the Gods to create the only weapons able to defeat the Queen Nera's forces. And supposedly you're able to change each individual piece of the weapon, right? To however you want to set it up. I like the fact that there's just an advertisement here on IGN's video. So shout out to that. They show some Rise of Ronin there. But to continue to talk about this one for Blades of Fire, the world is squarely in fantasy territory, rich, overabundant, lavish fantasy, as well as their occasional brutal and twisted. Magic courses through the land. Soldiers sort of look like a bit from the Locust from Gears of War. I did see that. Chunky people, chunky dudes, the parry feels chunky, combat feels, real visceral. Wildly customizable weapons saves it from being just another action game. Combat is rooted in directional attacks, which I thought was interesting. For an example, all the face buttons are the directions. If you press X, it's a low swing. Triangle is a high swing. Square, or I guess it depends on what buttons you're looking at. Either way, you think about the face buttons. So I'll just kind of go through them. So it'll be X or A would be your low attacks. X or square would be your left attacks. Circle or B would be your right attacks, and triangle or Y would be your over the top attacks. And you're able to change the angles about them, and then also you can cut off limbs and everything. And I really like the concept of that. An enemy holding up a blade to protect their face, for instance, can be overcome by aiming low and skewering their gut. That's interesting. Again, attention to detail. Example, a troll boss can have a second health bar that can only be chipped away after dismembering it. Again, cool stuff like that. Your attack and dodge stamina must be manually restored by holding the block button instead of automatically regenerating. I mean, that's an interesting concept that you have to block to regain stamina. That's going to be something to get used to, because typically it's kind of the opposite. If you block, it still drains stamina typically. So to have that kind of different in here, I think it's going to add a visceral nature to the game. It says you can swap between 4 different weapons on the fly. Okay, I didn't know about that. The weapons have different stances.
Yep.
What else you got there? Rather than finding new weapons in the game world, every weapon starts its life in the forge.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting concept. Then they go into just the different materials and stuff that you can use for the weapons and how they makes changes to the style of the weapon. You can instantly remake weapons you've made before to save time. What else was in there? Mercury's theme wants you to feel deeply attached to the weapons you create and carry them with you for the duration of your journey. I like that. That's cool.
There's some mini game. I think we're gonna get some mini game footage here on screen too, where he's crafting the weapon, and that's what some people were complaining about, that there was no tutorial for. It's got like this really interesting, strange crafting system that you can kind of get stuck in as you're trying to build a weapon. So yeah, this looks really fucking dope and unique. Let's put it that way. Unique.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. They say if you die, you lose your weapon upon respawning, but you can go back to where you died to retrieve them. I mean, that's a Souls mechanic there. After playing for 3 hours, some hands-on impressions were unsure if the game could support a variety of a 60-hour game. I guess we would definitely find out and see. Others also felt there was uneven difficulty spikes. It happens, right? Different people. Rest at an anvil to reforge, and then enemies do respawn again. Something to keep in mind. One previewer noted that when they started slowing down and nosing through the game's menus and built-in tips to see what they were doing wrong, they learned the game nuances and it clicked. So it does sound like the game actually does have things to explain what's going on in the game.
Okay.
So it might be one of those.
You got to dig a little bit, right? So
you might have to find. You got to maybe do a little bit. Maybe look through the tips to see if they have it can do anything different for you through the gameplay. Overall, sure, it may not be the most visually impressive game. It does have a little bit of jank to it. Again, I do think some of the animations are kind of instant. You know what I mean? That's kind of weird. In game, just watching the gameplay, it does seem a little strange. Again, yeah, AA. But again, I mean, even the presence of whatever the fuck that was, God or whatever is at the forge, that's a dope concept, that you have something lingering over you as you're going through this experience. It was a cool game. Something that came kind of out of nowhere, at least for me. I remember like seeing a hint about it before, But seeing it turn out to be
this
this deep
just
of a
looks
game.
crazy, bro. It looks wild. Like you got to, and it determines what kind of stats your weapon has as well, right? So that is just such a cool, unique mechanic. BT, yeah, I did look that up, and it is Epic Game Store exclusive for the time being.
Oh damn!
So they cut it.
Epic Game Store, huh?
Yeah, it's one of those games that Epic bought.
I wouldn't even expect that.
Yeah, Epic bought it. So again, we'll have to wait for a little bit for it to come to Steam. But again, I just want to see more. I just want to see what this game. Again, it's coming out in May, so I want to get some.
It's right around the corner.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. I just think it looks totally cool, and I love AA games, so I just can't wait to see more of this game. I really am interested in it. So I just wanted everybody else to see it.
Yeah, 100%. No, that was definitely a good one to share. I thought it was extremely impressive. They did put out more Death Stranding 2 information out there as well for those that are interested. I haven't played 1, so I wouldn't play 2. So it kind of eliminates my interest from out of the game personally. I know other people may feel a little bit differently about that, but it's it's a me thing. So shout out to Death Stranding 2.
Can't wait to see. I hope it's the interesting part is to see if it's coming to PC day one or if there's going to be another delay. If it's PlayStation,
that
5
will be
exclusive.
interesting to see how it ends up turning out.
Because obviously he's got control back over number 1, right?
Yes.
Because he just launched that everywhere, including Xbox, right? So that's now on Xbox. I don't expect it to be Xbox day one. I expect that will be not a thing, but I do think PC day one could be a thing. So we will have to wait and see. I now own it I double own it because it's Play Anywhere for Xbox, and I had already picked it up on Steam for cheap. So now I own it everywhere. So I've got it in the Windows Store, Xbox PC Store. I've got it on Xbox console, and I've got it there. I played a little bit of it when it first dropped in, and I like it so far personally. Again, I understand why people don't, for sure. It is not going to be a game for everybody, but man, that Decima engine is just one of the most underappreciated, most beautiful engines ever created in this industry.
Yeah, they do good work. It looks really impressive.
Bro, Decima engine is just fucking unbelievable. But yeah, it'll be cool to see the photo modes. Remember when we saw the photo mode for number 2?
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see more of that, where the characters go live and it looks so freaking real. Like I can't wait to see more of that too. So I'll be checking this out. I always love when Kojima breaks down his games, man, and we get a little behind the scenes. So I can't wait to check this one out. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for people that have been fans for Death Stranding, and people that have been liking it. Hopefully, it pulls in more players. But again, me, I'll end up skipping out on it unless I ever end up playing Death Stranding 1. So there is that. Steam reached over 40 million players.
Concurrent
players. Very fucking impressive.
Yeah. To say the
Again,
least.
And that's just a part of the PC base, right? That's not even everybody.
No,
that's included in there.
Players. That's just at one time they had 40 million people playing.
Insane.
And they had hit 20 million as a high less than 5 years ago. So in less than 5 years, they've doubled their concurrent player high. Fuck. You don't think PC gaming isn't growing?
It's growing. Bro. Yeah. No, I mean they keep speaking to that. It's definitely growing out in the East more. Again, I think that's going to be the trend moving forward. I think we're going to see a lot more things become more PC-like in the way that things are just easily accessible, right? I think that path just makes the most sense to me. If things are getting more expensive, why wouldn't you go the path of least resistance, right? Things are already moving that way. We're seeing games come to PC more day and date. There used to be a thing, back in time where games didn't always come to PC, especially console games. They didn't come to PC day and date. And now we're getting it more than ever. And these systems are talking of a similar language. We're going to get AI involved, and AI is going to be able to sift through that code and help translate that over more so than ever before. And I do think that is the path that Xbox is treading down as far as development goes. Right? Allowing you to be able to play your game however you want to play your game on whatever device that you want to access your games on. And I think that's only a benefit to us as a consumer. Right? We can get back to making decisions based on hardware versus just whatever software is on that product. Right? I'm sure we may get products in the future where they have a specific type of software on there. Just like, for an example, Apple Music, but even Apple Music isn't just exclusive to Apple phones, right? It used to be only exclusive to Apple, but they even opened that up, right? So unless there's other things like that end up coming out, I think opening it up to more players is the answer, and we'll see how things go from there, man. So excited to see. Shout out to Steam continuing to grow. I think Steam's going to continue to be the open platform, right? I think they're kind of showing how that model works currently, and I don't think anybody feels devalued that about their for their PC. So shout out to Steam.
Shout out to Nixie, who is validated for his PC purchase now because of those numbers. He said, I'm happy Steam broke their player count numbers. It validates my gaming hobby. Thank you, Uncle Gabe. Shout out to Nixie.
I know he's being funny.
I know. Oh no, I know. He's doing the console. He's doing the console war, but on the PC side. So you need that validation, Nixie. We understand. We understand, brother. 40 million concurrent. Let's go.
Yeah, no, and I'm the same, man. I'm the same. He says I'm about 65% PC, 35% console right now. Yeah, I'd probably say I'm the same, and that's mostly because of content creation, right? Yeah. You know, whether it be recording gameplay, the ease of access of being able to do that. I mean, again, even if I connect my console, it's through my capture device, so I can record gameplay if I want to. I am obsessed with getting clips, right? And the ease of access. I am obsessed with being able for my clips to go in a folder, and I can immediately, if I get a brief moment or I get a pause in my gameplay session, or if I sit back down on the computer, where I can say, you know what, I want to upload some pics to YouTube, or put some stuff on Twitter real quick, and I can instantly do it. It's easy, it's accessible. You know, those are one of the things that I do think that consoles should get back into. Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, make it easy for people to share their content through social media. It is one of the easiest ways of marketing. Let people market the game their fucking selves. If they have a cool moment, let them share it to whatever platform they want to share it to. It's the easy form of marketing. So, especially if you're not going to fucking do it yourself. So,
yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and Ducato, same thing. Game share, yeah, it's the same thing. So,
yeah. Cold
again,
start there. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't see it as a negative. I don't feel like, oh man, my console doesn't have the value anymore, because I heard that as a conversation this week of people. Well, not this week, but last week, people are like, oh, the PC players, you don't see them own a console as well, and it's like, what? Who the fuck are you talking to? Like what? Like, like how do you not understand? Like, I get if it doesn't make sense to you, I hear you, but like. I still see there being a reason for me to buy a console for the foreseeable future. Even with me having a PC. So, yeah, anything that you wanted to add on additionally with Steam coming on there? I mean, I know you're new into the PC foray, right? Especially taking up on those Steam deals and everything that we get. And not only that, but you are one of the gamers that are typically more on the console side, but have seen what PC can bring you, not only as a gamer, but just being able to bring you a vast amount of things.
No, I mean, now that I do use PC, but I'm the reverse, right? So I'm like more like Ducato. He says 30-70, or 70-30 console versus
which is
PC.
Fair. Yeah, which is fair.
More because I still love the convenience, right? I am buying more and more newer games on PC as Xbox continues to expand their play anywhere, especially with the third-party titles deal, where if you buy a game, it's accessible through their, through the Xbox PC store or through your console. I've already said I'm going to buy more games that way. That dual entitlement is fucking such a bonus. It is such a value for consumer. So, but as I do play more, right, and when I get settled into next stage of my life coming on the road here, and I can set up things the way that I want to. Do I have a feeling I'm going to set my PC up and have all the convenient and try to get as convenient as possible? It's never going to be the same as just flipping on the console. Do I think that I'll start playing PC more and more if it starts going that route? Yes. Am I still definitely 100% in to the Xbox ecosystem as far as if they come out with a new console, it's a hybrid, and that gives me the convenience kind of a mix? Will I still buy that hardware? Absolutely. I'm still on board with that. I can't wait to see what they're going to do for me to make that decision. But do I understand now why PC is so popular, why so many people are
Versatile.
moving to PC. Of course. Yes, versatile, number one. You get what you put into it, right? Number two, if you want to invest more, you get more out of it. Again, this is nothing new for any electronics out there, right? Again, I talk about how I was a huge home audiophile and car file guy for a long ass time early in my 20s, 30s, my teen years, especially in my 20s and my 30s. And you get what you pay for in electronics in a lot of ways. And you always had different levels, right? If I went to go buy a home receiver, like I could choose, I could go cheap, but you're going to get less than performance. You could go mid, you can get mid, you can go high, and you were definitely going to get high if you were somebody who understood the differences and actually could hear it. Same with PC. PC gives you that flexibility at any time to upgrade if you choose to and move up. Right. I love that. I love that fact, right? That I don't have to wait for a whole new console to come out for a whole new generation if I choose to upgrade something, right? And I think that PC does playing games both on console and PC, like Starfield, like Avowed, like all these types of games. My God, of course there's a difference, especially when you're running a higher end rig like I am, right? I'm lucky enough to have a higher end. It's not, it's certainly not the top end in NVIDIA stuff. I'm running all AMD, but I still
but even the graphics
amazing
card that you got right now, the
Yeah,
XTX, it still competes with a 5080
right.
easily.
It does.
It even outperforms
does.
in some in
Sure,
a lot of
right.
less areas.
So when I pop that in, do I see the massive difference? I do. In the frames, of course. I'm a frames guy. Again, I'm not the dude who says 30 frames is fine. I'm not. No, once we started getting 60 frames on console, like, and again, especially in first person shooters and those types of games, yeah, it does. It does make a difference. So again, PC gives you a lot. You do pay a lot more, but it gives you a lot. And, again, if you set up right, you can get some time out of your PC, obviously.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I can definitely see myself playing more and more on PC. Right. As we go into the future, I can see myself going down that road. I still see myself as a console guy. Again, I got, more than, I got about 70% of my time in Starfield on console versus the PC, even though obviously the PC version with the frames and stuff was just on another level. I still do that stuff, but the convenience of the console is still there. But I think that this is this shows why, obviously Microsoft, Xbox is going the route they're going, and why they keep talking about the PC market being the expanding market, because more and more people are taking that investment leap and saying, I'm going to PC. And that in part is because there's more and more people content creating, like you said, Steel, which PC gives you the flexibility to do both.
Everything. Yeah. To do everything.
Everything. Yeah. PC, again, is not just a game machine. It does everything for you.
Yeah. And that's why I hate when it gets used in gaming conversation like that, because it literally does so much more. And just to bring it to, it's my gaming device. It's like, but that's not the only thing that you use it for or can use it for. And that's not why it's separated into pieces and everything else. And again, so like what people are mentioning in the chat, Jesse James says building a PC is for the tech guys. They like to pretend anyone can do it. Casuals have no desire to buy PC parts. And although I do think that it's become easier than ever to build a PC, I do agree with you. I do think that until the prefab market becomes even more dependable,
getting better for sure,
right? And as it becomes more dependable, that is going to be the way that the majority of people are going to get into PC gaming. 100%. Now, do I think that is the best way to do it? No, because you're going to end up running into issues that you at some point need to fix. And if you can't fix it, guess what? You're gonna have to send it back, and you're going to be out for X amount of time until they fix those things, right? Or if you got to send it in or whatever the case. So there's a lot that goes into it being unfamiliar. Now, I could argue, you got to do the same things with your console sometimes too, right? You're not just going to bust your console open and fix whatever's wrong with your console. Most people aren't going to do that. So if there's an avenue where people do the same thing, but it's on PC instead, I can see that being very likely. And pre-builds are becoming, again, more reliable than ever. Pong's PC was pre-built. Yes, did he get advice? Yeah, and I think that's something that you should do. Anything that you're looking to invest a lot of money into, or any kind of ducats into, you should do some research. right? And through research, you can get a device. I think that Pong, unless something drastically changes within the next 2 years, he will still have a PC, maybe not 4K ultra settings, but probably 4K high, maybe 4K medium, bring it down 1440p ultra. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're talking about a device that you're going to be a piece of hardware that you're going to be able to use for X amount of time. Not only that, he's future-proofed in a way that he can do another upgrade himself right now, or maybe even do an upgrade through the warranty and say, hey, I want to upgrade these parts or whatever the case may be. He can get another major upgrade in 3 years and extend the life out even further. Right? Because depending on what he wants to do, because he is in that new gen, like he's in the new gen, he bought a PC at a good time, right? Whereas like for me, I'm behind the generation. So if I want to catch up, if I want to get the new cards, I want to get the new processor, I have to swap out a motherboard. I got to swap out, but my PC at this point is over 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like my 5800X, it's a 12 core, 24 thread processor. There is nothing in this world gaming wise that requires all that. Nothing. Still on the market. I have a 3080 Ti. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. I mean, Monster Hunter pushes it, but I'm playing at 1080p. And the only thing that I've seen is optimization seems to be more of an issue than power is. So there's a lot that's getting put out on Fun Street right now. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for people to jump in and experience things the way that they want to. But I do think that there is going to be an avenue, especially for on the PC side of things, just because of the versatility. And I think that is also somewhat of a direction that consoles can go. Right. So as we kind of, spoke to and hinted at earlier. And like Bold Alpha Wolf said, just buy a decent pre-built. Again, I don't typically suggest that, but you can. You know what I mean? Starforge. And maybe not NZXT because they've been going through some things recently, but you can get some good pre-builts. And they got some good, return policies and stuff like that. Again, Best Buy is probably one of the better places to do it through, right? So for sure you can take it that day and maybe get some work done that week, And just there's a lot of versatility.
Yep. Yeah, I just think it's getting better and better, and it's going to continue to get better and better as the PC market continues to grow. And I think that's the big thing, Steele, because obviously there is going to be a time and place. Look at the new AMD cards, like those price points, Steele. Like now, supposedly they might be temporary price points according to some people, and what AMD is not confirming. But if we can get, because the thing that's kept PC gaming so freaking high is because Nvidia and AMD have been overcharging for what they're producing.
Oh yeah,
right now
again, ridiculous,
right. It's part because of cryptocurrency. It's a lot of different factors. Right. It's because they can, because the demand is so fucking high from so many different sectors in the tech industry, the gaming industry, the crypto industry, etc., that they can do that. But if we ever get leveled out, or we get some more players in the game who start producing cards, but if you could get these cards, like I was saying to Matt the other night, like think about it with like AMD's price point on those new GPUs, and they're actually decent,
mid-tier, mid-tier.
Yeah. If you could get a mid-tier, if you could build a mid-tier PC or have a pre-built mid-tier PC available to people at like the 800, just under 1,000, 800 to 900 range, Steele, holy shit, bro. There'd be a lot of people, especially with console prices starting to creep up in that 500-600 range. There'd be a lot of people looking over going, maybe. Especially when people start seeing the Steam sales, people start seeing how much better PC gaming has gotten. It's not the old days where you're manually updating your drivers all the damn fucking time. All that shit's there. Right, it's there. Like you got apps for everything. AMD's got an entire app that just tells me, oh, you need an update, click this button. I click this button. Like me, the non-tech guy, can do that shit. Like, okay, cool. Right? And I just think that we're going to get to a point where that does happen, Steele, where that console price and the PC, and again, I think that's why Xbox is going the direction we think they're going, with a hybrid and blurring those lines. I think they realize it too. There's going to come a time and point where that gets to a negligible price point difference where people do go, yeah, that performance, plus I get to use my PC for everything else too that I want to do. Like, yeah, I'm just going to take the PC route. I think we're going to get to that. Again,
Some.
this is coming from the guy, convenience still matters. And to me,
Yeah,
for
100%.
all the people, and I know there's people in chat right now, there's tons of console only players who just
That's
like
fine.
me feel that, like the convenience factor, just turning it on,
And it
having
works.
the game load up, and it just fucking works. Like that is still a value, right? And there's a price point to that. So I get that too, but I just think that's why we're seeing this growth right now. And I think where it's going to be more and more down the road. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. But I was going to say cold start. He had said, I hope they keep going with Game Pass because not everybody can afford to spend $600.
I think they will.
There's
no reason why they wouldn't.
They are right.
Stop,
right
don't listen to the people who are saying that it's not sustainable. We keep getting information that's saying otherwise. So
there's going to be a price increase. There's going to be a price increase. Okay,
sure.
There is going to be another price increase. That's going to happen. But they may
wait for a time now.
A little bit. I guess coming sooner than later, but we'll see. Especially with the amount of games they're releasing these next 2 years still, first party wise. I think there is going to be a price increase somewhere in there. But they're going to ride it. They're going to continue to ride it. It's still valuable for them. I still think that again, I don't think that there's any reason to see them pulling Game Pass and suddenly changing that whole model. I think while they're still producing hardware, they will commit to Game Pass. Now, if they go full third-party publisher, get rid of hardware, just say, nope, we're out like Sega, then I think maybe you see Game Pass go away.
I think they still do it at that point.
I think there is an argument, but I think it could change a little bit how much they commit to like third-party deals and that kind of stuff, what they bring in. I think they would trim that down. But again, I think Game Pass is around for the long haul. I'm just going to ride it till the wheels fall off. I'm not even with a price increase. I don't like it. I'll never like it. Don't care how many games they're giving me. I don't like price increases on something that they claim they're making money on. But if they do it, I've said in the past, there's a line for everybody, but for how I play games and for how I graze games, I get more value than the average consumer out of Game Pass. I'm in for the long haul. So I'll ride it until the wheels fall off. That's
I mean, I got faith in Game Pass. I don't see any reason to not have faith in it. No, I mean, to your point, Pong, I mean, I do see them slowing down on second and third party because at the end of the day, second and third party deals coming into Game Pass. The only person that's benefiting is the person you're cutting a deal for, or cutting a deal with mainly. And sure, does it cause some additional attention to your platform or to your ecosystem if it's a decent game? Yeah, but I do think that Game Pass's focus should be more so first-party games, guaranteeing you first-party games day and date in this service. And if they restart, and again, if this avalanche is coming, then you're getting first-party games from 30-plus studios in a cadence to where it makes sense for there to be enough value had just for that in itself, while still possibly cutting some second and third party deals if you needed to or wanted to more so, therefore making some of those relationships stronger, right? Because at that point, and I think that's what they're doing now, even so, is the second and third party deals are more so just a relationship builder. You know what I mean? It's not like a whatever. It's just hey, let's build this relationship. Let's see how this goes. Let's see if this is ideal for you, and then go from there. And again, I mean, we see people have these up and down things about how it works and whether it's beneficial or not, or whether it's sustainable. It's sustainable. I think there's enough evidence out there to prove that. Run the numbers. You don't have to believe it. So, hey, I'll be here for it. And yeah, Nixie says, adding third party to Game Pass is costly. Makes zero sense now they acquired all these studios. And that would be that'd be the only thing that I could see kind of them slowing down on is those second and third party deals. Because again, it's more so about first party. For Game Pass, at least, I would say. Cold Star says, yeah, I see people who want to buy 7+ games this year already. That's over $500. I couldn't afford that. That's the thing, Cole. You know what I mean? And I get not everybody wants to play those games. And that's the argument that people always go back to. Well, these games aren't these astronomical games. I mean, the majority of 90% of the games aren't the astronomical games that you think that they need to be or are. Game Pass gives you a way to access games in an affordable manner and play probably more than you would have otherwise. Because even for me, as an avid gamer who likes to invest in all the different games that I like to play, I got a backlog too, bro. I got games that I want to play too. There's more games that are coming out that I want to play. Again, I mentioned Rise of the Ronin, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Those are 100-hour games. At least for me. That's going to be things that I'll be able to add in. I'll be able to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. Guess what? For $15, I'll probably beat it within that month when I end up playing it. That's a convenience to me. And maybe I have some positive things to say about the game. Maybe I don't. But hey, again, it's nothing but a benefit to me as the consumer, and that's what I matter about more than anything. This whole ownership conversation that people keep going back to. Oh, well, I don't invest in Game Pass because of ownership. You don't own the physical shit. So let's stop. Until we have true ownership, which right now, the only form of true ownership is piracy. Point blank. It's proven, you can look it up, even your physical discs in the EULA tell you that they can pull the game from being active at any time. You pop that disc in and it don't work unless it's a single player game and it doesn't ever need to connect to online. Let's have that conversation about ownership. But I don't think Game Pass is the problem. I don't think the way we consume digital content is the problem. It's the way that we're being taken advantage of. Hey, if you wanted to play Concord 10 years from now, hey, it's unfortunate that you can't play it. You bought money, they refunded you, right? There should have been an offline mode for it, but it wasn't that style of game. They said that from the very beginning. You can be mad about that. Call of Duty, the same thing. People get quote unquote excited about these older Call of Duty games coming into Game Pass. Nobody's going to play them. You might play it for the story, but outside of that, you're not going back to play the multiplayer. Mainly because it's overrun with cheaters, and they're not going to go back and fix the servers. So you're dependent on peer-to-peer servers, which most of the time you're probably going to find cheaters. You don't own those games either. Nixie says, steal context. With a sub, we don't own the right to play it if it's pulled from that service. No, and I get that, Nixie, right? My point is, a lot of the time now, Nixie says, why can Concord issue refunds, but Redfall can't? That's because Redfall actually ended up, although I will say they didn't do all their content, but they continue to update the game. Right?
Yeah, they didn't
pull the game down.
The DLC that didn't release.
They didn't pull the game down, but they did do the refund for the DLC. Right? And they still updated the game, right? Yeah. They still tried. So I hear you on that. It's a little bit different though.
Playable.
and we are in an era right now where, at least for me, and maybe this is a bad thing, but this is the way that I've always been since I've been a gamer. I mean, unless we're talking about back in the day where you really didn't have a choice. But ever since we've had more games than ever to play, and again, even going back to Halo 2, Halo 3, Gears 1, Gears 2, I do not replay games. So I can give a fuck less whether the game is not mine or not in 10 years. Mm-hmm. I don't. Mm-hmm. Now, if it's a single player game, I should be able to have access to this game for the foreseeable future, no matter what, digital or not. But with multiplayer games, point blank period, you have to go into acknowledging, or online based games that use your cloud saves. They can pull your cloud saves, and guess what? How are you going to, you're going to save your game to your hard drive. That can be the only way you'll be able to save your games now, that's going to be an option. But that's not what's happening, all the time right now. There's a lot of things that go into that. The conversation is extremely convoluted as far as ownership goes, as far as how we approach all that moving to the future. We bring that up all the time here as well. So
listen, Redfall ain't the first terrible game to launch. Come on, man, and stay launched and not offer refunds. Like again, that also comes to consumers doing what's best for them and potentially waiting to see if the game is up to par, right? Again, how many broken games, like literally broken games, have we gotten just this generation alone? Not even going back to last generation.
I need an update.
That's the unfortunate part of the industry right now, right? And again, Redfall was playable, right? It obviously wasn't a great game. I don't think anybody wants to argue that it wasn't a great game except for Boom. Boom loved the hell out of Redfall from day one, so shout out to Boom. But at the same time, like that's up to consumers too to make sure. And obviously, you could ask for a refund. Xbox is pretty good with the refunds. So I mean, it's not Steam.
I mean, don't expect to put 40 hours into the game and be like, "Oh,
yeah, no, you can't do that shit." No. Like I said, they're not Steam, but they are very good. Xbox doesn't lock you out of your account like PlayStation does when you ask for a refund, right? So
that's true.
They are pretty good.
That is true.
So hey, it's a thing, man. So yeah, no, but I don't think anybody's going to argue with you that Redfall wasn't, whatever, man. It is what it is. So, but. Pong being the first wasn't the topic. Yes, you could press the start button on Redfall. It's playable. Oh, come on. It was better.
You could do a lot more than that.
Dixie.
Although, again, I had a bad experience with it. So
I had a bad experience with it too. Right.
But you and Mav jumped back in and you were able to put some more time into it and didn't have the issue.
But again, Cyberpunk was in the same boat. So yeah, I just don't know why 100%. You're using Redfall, Nixie. Like again, I get why you're using Redfall because I know who you are and I know why you like to do this shit. But again, the line of games that category falls into is ridiculous. The point still stands with Concord. They pulled it completely. It's unplayable, right? They pulled it from the stores. That's why they issued all refunds, and I think you know that. So, but anyways, there's still people playing Redfall right now. Believe it or not. Yeah. I almost downloaded it the other day just for the fuck of it. Because I did enjoy killing vampires. I actually did enjoy it. And after they did the updates, the loot is actually pretty cool. Finding the guns and shit is pretty dope too. It's actually not a bad playthrough right now as a mid game. So a game that I would legit say was mid.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have anything else on my end to go over. There was some additional details about Claire Obscure Expedition 33. There were some hands-on previews that were done. I didn't, watch any of them, so I didn't get any feel for how people actually felt. There is Okami who did a little bit of a breakdown for Claire, taking on I think it's his hands-on previews, and I'm assuming. It says takes inspiration from JRPGs like Final Fantasy X, a visual feast that's coming from Eurogamer, innovative combat that adds a twist to the traditional battle system, quick time prompts. You'll never know this was their first game. That's coming from IGN. I didn't want to be done with this game. RPG fan. Environments are visually stunning. That's coming from The Gamer. This game comes out April 24th, and it is going to be in Game Pass. Again, I mean, every time that I see it, it looks like a visually pleasing game. It has a lot of, I feel like the game is kind of that definition of aura, right? If for lack of a better way to put it, it has that soul that I speak to, right? I can see it just from looking at the game that it has something special to it, right? You don't always have to play the game to get that from it. So nothing else additionally that I have. I may jump into it, I may not, right? It's not typically one of those games that I would jump into, it being more turn-based, but I do like the aspect of the real-time battle system as far as being able to hit those prompts and everything, making it a little bit more enticing, and that could pull me in. Again, those are the types of things that I've been looking for on it, Then there is an in-between, right? I think you can go from turn-based to action and do something that is kind of in between, and I think this studio might have been able to do something special and maybe this could serve some inspiration for the future of Final Fantasy as well. That'd be cool to see. Anything that you want to add on as far as Claire Expedition 33 goes, or
I think it's gonna be in the Game of the Year conversations. It's another early game this year. Listen, we're really early. But this year's stacked, and there's going to be a lot of nominees coming up at the end of the year that can qualify. But I think what Claire Obscure is, and again from the previews and from what people are saying, this is definitely going to be in the conversation. You guys know my excitement for this game. You know my love for turn-based games. The fact that they're adding some real-time strategy involved with the parry and dodge system in here, that is just dope to me as hell. But the whole aesthetic of this game still is just speaks to me. Again, this is a French-based game, so it's got the French Renaissance style to it, with the Eastern classic JRPG mechanics and setup, with this very compelling story on top of it, with characters already that are really interesting to me so far. Again, who knows? That might change completely, might get in, and again, who knows? We never know what we're going to get with writing nowadays. But it seems so far that this is all exactly what I look for in a game that, and again, it's taking a genre and twisting it and making it its own thing. And I just love what I've seen so far in this. So yeah, man, again, the fact that it's coming to Game Pass is just fucking bonus. I mean, again, for how many games I'm going to will wind up buying this year, this is just a bonus for me, but I can't wait. Claire Obscure is looking awesome. So can't wait, man.
Yeah, shout out to Claire. Bowl says, who's in the Wilds Discord? Hey, some people are. Hey, I just got to figure out what's going on with it. Nixie says, Pong, how well do you think the show will do this year on Xbox? Not in Game Pass this year, so.
There's tons of baseball fans. It's the only baseball game going, so it's a lot like NBA 2K. Even if people have criticisms of it, I still think there's going to be a pretty big audience that buys it. Will it be as big because no Game Pass? Of course not. You're going to lose a percentage of people who played MLB just because it was in Game Pass, but they are not interested enough to buy it. But I think your baseball fans who are Xbox only players, and there's probably a decent amount of them, will wind up buying MLB show because it's the only show in town, baby. Pun intended. It's the only show in town. So yeah, I definitely think it's still going to do fairly well. And I think the MLB is probably pretty happy that they did expand the audience to Xbox, and got some extra eyes on that game, extra sales out of that game too. So it's not going to be as big as it once was without Game Pass. No, of course not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I think there's gonna be a little bit of a loss, but I don't know. We'll see.
Baseball. It's the only baseball game in town, brother. It's, again, if you're a baseball fan, you're gonna buy it. You're gonna play it, and there's a lot. I do wish. Nixie says, I wish they came to PC. I do. It's a missed opportunity for them. I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, again, maybe I can understand why, but even then, it doesn't. I mean,
make
sports
sense.
Games on PC have never been.
But again, it's like one of those things. It's kind of like,
right.
Why not? Like,
I understand now with the development, and because it is created on PC, why not? Right? I'm all for that. Right? Obviously, do it. But yeah, I think that's the only thing. But yeah, they should put it on PC. It should be everywhere.
So you said it's on Steam? Yeah, I mean, I don't ever look for them. So.
Oh no! Is he talking about the Konami Japanese baseball game? I didn't.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't even know there was.
I'm not a baseball fan, so I don't look for it all the time. I did enjoy playing MLB The Show. Every once in a while, I used to play that on Vita as well. Vita, that was great for Vita. But no, I haven't played. I have not looked for that, so I'll have to check that out and see what it looks like, man. I wish we got the old arcade baseball games like Baseball Stars. I wish there was companies still doing, really good versions. Yeah, Baseball Stars, man. What was the robot baseball game? I always forget the name of it, man. There was a robot baseball game that was fucking dope, where all your players were robots, so you could upgrade them. Like, bring me those games back again, because I did play a lot of baseball with my buddy. My buddy was a huge baseball guy back in grade school and high school, so we played a lot of baseball games because he was obviously always into it. But I love those type of games. Baseball Stars on Neo Geo. Oh my god, phenomenal game, phenomenal.
Yeah. They used to be really good back in the day.
I just wish that we had more sports games in general too. Like, again, I wish 989 Sports was still around. I wish, more people were doing basketball games, more people were doing football games. Obviously, God, man, what a missed opportunity.
All right. Yeah, wacko games. He says I couldn't name one current baseball. Yeah, I couldn't either. Just that's another one. Baseball as a sport is not like the way that it used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of the sports though. I don't feel that way in basketball. I don't feel that way in football. I mean, like just off top. I mean,
yeah,
Lamar Jackson maybe. It's like
yeah,
football.
The arcade game. Again, we've talked about this a billion times. We need, I would love it if Blitz came
Sports
back.
arcade, yeah, fucking.
I wish Blitz would come back. I wish Street would come back.
NBA Jam.
NBA Jam. I mean, they're still kind of making some of those games, but I'm talking about like there are people making that. But I'm talking about big time, like just going all in again. I wish that was still a big enough genre to make it happen. But man,
those
we could
are
get
the fun ones, bro.
Back. Oh my god, bro! NBA Street and NFL Street. Jeez.
Those are the ones that speak to the wider audience, man. You know, you want to play into that Fortnite crowd. Those are the games you need to be releasing.
Yes, absolutely.
Customization, crazy characters. It would all just work in there. Like, I don't.
Yeah, Mutant League Hockey was the fucking shit. I'm not even a hockey dude, but I did play some NHL back in the day. But Mutant League, bro, when Mutant League, I've talked about this. They'd still make Mutant League football, obviously, but now it's turn-based, not action. But the Mutant League games, when they were actually just copies of like NHL, but it was Mutant League Hockey instead. Nothing like it, man. So much fun. Dude, characters falling through the ice and floating underneath the ice while you're skating over the top of it. Oh my God, it was so ridiculous. Oh God, man. What a time to be alive, especially if you were sports fans, man, back in the day, because we had so much competition. You had so much competition. Everybody had their favorites. Like I was a Joe Montana talk football guy, right? And my buddy was a Madden guy. So we'd fight over what we were going to play, and then we just wind up switching off. Like I'd bring over my Joe Montana, and then we play one game of Madden, and then we play another game of Joe Montana. Like, just
how it used to be.
So good. Yep, how it used to be.
It's how it used to be. Now it's not like that anymore.
Tecmo Super Bowl. Oh God, when that came out and they had the stats and shit, and of course I was a Barry Sanders fan back then. Oh my God, man, it was so good, so good, so good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I don't have anything else on my list to get into, so I will jump into our This Day in Gaming segment.
Let's go.
All right, if you're unfamiliar with This Day in Gaming, it is the section where we go 30 plus years back in gaming history today. So that would be March 8th of prior years, right? And it's always going to be interesting, as I like to say, because March, every year the days move around. So you're not always going to have the same games that release on the same day every year. So it's always interesting to see what comes out, right? In the different years. But as I started off with, and one of the main reasons why we do This Day in Gaming is because This Day in Gaming is a chance to demonstrate gaming is art, because it should be treated as such, because again, it's always dope to kind of reminisce on where we were at and appreciate where we are today. Let me adjust Pong's video here. There we go. All right, so we're starting in 91 today. We're starting with Ninja Taro on the Game Boy. Shout out to Ninja Taro. Then in 93, we had the Terminator on Sega CD. Ooh, taking it back. Terminator. Then in 96, here we go, guys. I know you've been looking for one. You had Ginga Oju-sama Densetsu Yuna FX Kanashimi no Siren. And again, one more time, you had Ginga Oju-sama Densetsu Yuna FX Kanashimi no Siren. That released on PCFX in 96. Then in 2000 on PC, you had Tomb Raider, The Lost Artifact. Shout out to Tomb Raider. Then in 2001 on PlayStation 2, you had Extermination. Then in 2002 in Japan on the Game Boy Advance, you had Lufia, The Ruins of Lore. Then in 2002, on the Game Boy Advance, you also had MotoGP. There you go. Then in 2006, on PC, you had a game called Scratches. Then, oh, there we go. Then in 2007, you had Bomberman Land on the Wii.
Shout out to Bomberman.
Yeah, I always got a special place for Bomberman.
Oh, BT Maverick says, did you guys get my super about what you guys played on Steam Netflix?
Oh, no, I did not see that.
Steam Netflix, oh my God, I can't speak right now. Steam Next Fest.
Yes.
If you guys played anything, I was busy at work, but didn't know if you guys got today. I apologize, BT Maverick. I did not see that one. So shout out to BT Maverick with the super chat earlier, asking us about Steam Next Fest. I did not actually. I've had way too much to play and less time during the week, so I did not touch anything from Next Fest, which is abnormal for me for any of that. When Xbox ID at Xbox does their showcase and they release their demos, I usually download a bunch of those and try them. And normally, now that I got my PC, I've been trying when Steam does their Next Fest 2 and trying their demos. I did honestly not get a chance to play any demos, so I just had too much to play and not enough time. Sorry, BT.
I didn't either.
Yeah,
I hadn't played.
Sorry about that, brother. Yeah, I was going to try Dragonkin. I was going to try the demo of Dragonkin because that came out during Next Fest. That was on my list to try. And then, like I said, just no time, man. So, yeah, short answer, no. Sorry, BT.
Yeah, no, I haven't either. So, to each their own. I'm so bad about that shit, bro.
I love trying demos.
I don't try demos typically, right? Unless it's something that I'm like,
I know.
1,000% interested in. I typically I just don't do that, bro.
Love it.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. No, but that's cool too. Again, if I didn't have so much to play and I had more time, I would be doing it, but I did not. So at all. Shout out to Bomberman too, by the way. I was gonna shout out Bomberman, man. One of the most toxic fucking games ever created when you're playing with your friends.
Yeah, no, Bomberman is definitely toxic. I love Bomberman though. Shout out Bomberman.
It's just the most toxic fucking game for friends. It's just fucking awful.
All right. Then in 2007 on the DS, you have a classic for a lot of people, Heroes of Mana.
Correct. Shout out to the Mana series, making a comeback too.
Then in 2007 on PC, you had Runes of Avalon.
Okay. Shout out BT. He says it's all good. I was buried in Avowed and Hollow Knight as well. So
yeah.
LOL. So yeah. Everybody's just been playing so much.
I'm always going to be knee deep in a game before I jump into again, unless there's a game that stands out for me, I'm not going to try it. Excuse me. I won't end up trying it as a demo. Then in 2008 on PC, you had Corpse Party. That sounds familiar for some reason.
Yeah, Corpse Party's been redone to its cool little JRPG, classic style JRPG. And I've thought about buying it because they got Corpse Party 1 and 2, I think, and then they did a remake as well and updated the visuals a little bit. It's the old school squishy kid-like figures JRPG. It's supposed to be like a horror-esque JRPG, but obviously from the top down old school, that shit doesn't scare the hell out of me at all. But it's supposed to be really, really good. I've had it in my cart a billion times. And I haven't bought it.
Then in 2011 on the Macintosh, PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, you had Dragon Age 2.
Yep. Shout out to Dragon Age 2. Not everybody liked it, but that's when they started changing shit. But I still enjoyed that one. So that was a good one.
Then in 2011, you didn't like it as much as Origins?
No. Origins still. By far, bro. Crazy good. Anyways.
Then in 2011. Oh no, yeah, I went back and I'm good.
Yeah.
I missed out. It's one of those I didn't play it during the time, and it doesn't feel good to go back to. So again, that's just me being picky. All right. Also in 2011 on the DS, PC, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PSP, Wii, and Xbox 360, you had Major League Baseball 2K11.
Just talking about baseball competition.
Shit literally released on fucking everything. Jesus.
Yeah.
Then in 2011, we released the $1 Million Pyramid.
Shout out to the $1 Million Pyramid. Hell of a
okay.
TV show. TV show, man. Oh, fuck
That
yeah.
sounds
$10,000 pyramid. That's what it was originally, the $10,000 pyramid. When 10,000 was a big deal back when I was a kid, we used to watch $10,000 pyramid. Fucking great game show. Yep.
Dope. All right. Then in 2011, you had U-Star 2 in the movies, released on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
Yeah, everybody's showing up. 2K baseball was legit.
Okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
competition was great, bro. The competition was great. 2K pushed Madden, right? That's what it was. Like, God, never mind. We got to get out of here. I can't stand the sport. I can't stand that they signed exclusive deals. I can't stand that they started doing that shit, man. Out of all the things, sports, man, needs competition in the gaming space. Fuck. So much lost. Anyways, continue.
Jesus Christ. This game's actually cool as shit. Wow. Anyway, 2012, PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 released Birds of Steel. Okay. Cut the Birds of Steel.
What game were you looking at that was cool as shit?
This next one, 2012, PlayStation 3 released Kidou Senshi Gundam UC.
Oh, another Gundam game.
Third-person Gundam game.
Oh,
You
didn't know about it?
I came on PlayStation 3, so I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
The only game I was aware of in PlayStation 3 was towards the end, and that was The Last of Us. I literally wasn't aware of any other game that released on that platform. And it has dismemberment and everything in it. Like you can cut up the mechs and everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
You float around in space. You got different Gundams you can use, or at least different mechs that you can use. It has some cool stuff in it. It's just in space the whole time though. Maybe that's what made it uninteresting for people. Apparently, it's one of those low key ones, man. I mean, it looks interesting. I mean, you can tell it's older because of how some of the melee combat works and stuff like that, but it looks like it's actually kind of fun. Might be one for the ISO. I don't know. Damn. Might be one for the emulator, man. Just kind of threw me for a loop. I wasn't expecting for the game to be like that. I need to put that in one of my my ancient notepads here.
Dakata, how dare you? I would give up Dead or Alive for another Dynasty Gundam Warriors. Are you serious right now? Stop.
The Dynasty Warrior Gundam game is really fucking good though. I ain't gonna lie.
Not giving up Dead or Alive.
I don't know about giving up Dead or Alive for it though. I want Dead or Alive back. I like Dead or Alive. And I haven't played Dead or Alive in I don't think I've played Dead or Alive since 5. So
BT, by the way, I got your reference, brother, too, as well. So
then next on that list, we got 2018 with Macintosh, Nintendo Switch, and PC releasing Earthlock.
Cool little game. I've played a couple hours of it. It's a cool little game. Yeah.
Then in 2018, you had on PlayStation 4, Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise. Shout out to Fist of the North Star 1. Forever will be a fucking classic to go back to. But I think that this is the beat 'em up one.
Yeah.
Where you can actually run around with your character and stuff. And
yes,
I don't think it's Dynasty Warriors-esque, but
no, it's not.
I think it's an action game.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the gameplay. Yeah, it's an action game. You got the fights and everything, and the game looks cool, especially for a PlayStation 4 game. For people that are into that, looks like it'd be a lot of fucking fun. Got the Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise. Then in 2018, PC released Warhammer Vermintide 2.
Good game.
Shout out to Vermintide.
Fun ass game.
Then in 2022, Linux and PC released Core Keeper. Then in 2022, WWE 2K22 released on everything. Then in 23, Android, iOS, and PC released Paranormasight, The 7 Mysteries of Hanjo.
Fuck is all that?
Okay. Long name.
Yes.
And then in 2024 on everything as well, you got Unicorn Overlord.
Shout out to the goats, Vanillaware, I got to get back and play Unicorn Overlord. One of the best turn-based games to come out in a long ass time. Shout out to Unicorn Overlord. Shout out to Vanillaware. I wish they would put that on PC. I wish they'd bring all their games to PC. I don't know why Vanillaware is so against that. God, man, they would they would have crushed on PC as well. Unicorn Overlord especially would have done so well on PC. But man, they need to bring Dragon's Crown back. Let's get a remastered version of Dragon's Crown, please. Let's bring it back, man. God. Vanillaware is just what a cool studio, man. They just pop up every once in a while.
Art style.
Yeah, they just pop up every once in a while, do all their artwork still by hand. They just pop up. Man, they're a boutique game maker. I just love that shit, bro. And they just show up. Highest selling game they've had in Unicorn Overlord, sold over 1 million copies. Like just fucking so cool, man. But they don't care. Like it's not. They spend their own money. They spent their own money.
Why wouldn't you?
Unicorn Overlord? Like they spent their own money, Steel, to finish Overlord. Like it's nuts, man.
They would probably make a lot more.
Talk about passion for the craft, bro. Talk about the old school passion. Vanillware's got that shit, bro.
And I don't know. Maybe it has to be a deal or something.
It's got to be. I don't get it
because that makes literal no sense.
I know.
At that point, especially for the audience that is on here who will have access to it, and would be easy to put it on that platform. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe there's something else going on behind the scenes.
I don't know, man, but they should do it. They should still do it. They should launch it now. Even Decado, Unicorn Overload would have made buckets and ducats. Yeah, buckets and ducats.
Yeah, undeniable.
Absolutely.
It's not even a game for me, so it's like undeniable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was episode 179 of Living Split Screen. Man, almost at 180. We're getting closer to the 200s. Again, almost, E3 time again. We're in March right now. The year is moving. And a lot of fun times to be had, man. Damn. Missed y'all going over, passing up on a week gives us a lot of missed opportunity to talk about the things that happened in that week. There are probably some things we forgot to get into today, but again, we still did another over 4 hours worth of gaming content for you guys. The conversations were RTS, real-time strategy. We pulled ourselves out of that world. We looked at the darker crevices of the map and we pulled our resources together, or lack thereof, and had some conversation, man, that were filled with that ECP. That's an educated consumer perspective, because we don't work in the gaming industry, man. We're two dudes with plenty of professional knowledge and real life behind us, and also our gaming professional knowledge, or not professional gaming knowledge, but our gaming knowledge, and bringing that to the table, hardcore or not, and trying to discuss what all is happening out there in these streets, in these gaming streets. Appreciate you, Yobi, coming through and hitting us with
legendary.
The Horde of Vor. Yobi, check your DMs as well. I went ahead and sent you a personal Discord invite as well. I completely fucking forgot about that. Y'all gotta be on my ass sometimes, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just be lifing, and I don't be thinking about shit sometimes, man. So yeah, fucking fantastic episode for today. Beautiful people, you can find me Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain, where the T is a 7, everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place where you'll end up finding me on X, otherwise known as Twitter, Blue Sky as well. I do have an Instagram and stuff, but I don't have nothing posted there right now. I need to, man. It's just so many different social media platforms that just don't make it as easy to post your content to, like how Twitter does, right? I can clips, especially minute-long clips. It's easy to get them uploaded, as far as how I do things. But the main place is going to be on my personal YouTube as well, where I will end up posting additional content. Don't know how soon that's going to end up being. I may end up posting some of the gameplay that you guys saw today from my recent gameplay. I do kind of want to give, after I fully complete the story, get through all 5 chapters, I kind of want to give my overall synopsis about how I feel about Monster Hunter Wilds coming off of it, especially coming off of Monster Hunter World, and dive deeper into that. But there should be live gameplay coming as well. So a lot of grinding to be done. You're probably going to get a lot of co-op sessions in there, a lot of fun to be had. And I'll tell you right now, anybody that's planning on gaming with me, especially in, we do some grinding in Monster Hunter, whatever the case may be, you're going to be live. Voice chat will be enabled. because I want to have a good time, man. I want to be able to have a good time with everybody. So nonetheless, check me out in those places. For the most part, I will be in the wilds trying to get my fashion game together, because right now it's kind of lacking. I'm limited on my options, but it's definitely gonna step up. But Pong, greatly appreciate you being here once again on a Saturday morning, continuing to love and appreciate us going through this. It's got some changes happening in the background and whatnot on a personal level, which is hopefully going to bring in some new energy for Living Split Screen as we continue to file this thing on down. And I got to figure out how to fucking use my Stream Deck, man, because I tried to use it today to like record gameplay and stuff like that. I was sitting there fucking pressing the button and it wasn't doing shit. And I tested it before and it was supposed to work. Well, whatever, man. It's just another one of them things. Another fucking one of them things. But anyway, fantastic fucking show, man. And tell the beautiful people where they can find you. Oh,
yeah, great to be back, sir. And
never mind. You'll talk about it.
Yeah, but great to be back and didn't get a chance to thank you too for doing all the work on the merchandise too, which again we've never pushed. We haven't done that, but the fact that you're even putting any time into it, especially with all that you got going on, again, brother, I just love you so much, man, and we wouldn't even be here without you at all. So again, at some point I'm gonna get in a good spot and be able to help and do shit too, and that's coming up. But for the time being, the fact that you even find any time to do that, man, I just love you for it, man, and thank you for that. And everybody coming back and seeing us on a Saturday morning into the afternoon into the evening after a week off. Love you all. The familiar faces coming back, the conversations happening. Listen to I Steal take rights, lefts, U-turns. You guys making us change direction. Love it all. That's what Living Split Screen's all about, man. We had another great 4+ hours here today, coming up on 5, and it's just amazing to be back in the saddle every time. Again, this is part of my week end, and it is a big part of it. So thank you all for being here. All love and respect for all the shows you support, not just here, because again, you guys give us your most valuable commodity, which is time. You can never have this back, and the fact that you spend it with me and Steel or any of the shows, man, just again, it's amazing. So thank you all for that. You guys know how to find me, Pong. So everywhere, follow me. I'll follow you back. You know, that works by now. Shop podcast tomorrow, new time, new day. It's been going well. People are getting used to it. We're starting to see more people show up on Sunday afternoons. That's a good thing. Well, guess what? You're going to get Living Split Screen Part 2 or Part 3 if you were with Xbox Ultimate last night, because Steel is going to be joining the Shop Podcast with us this week. So he popped in as a surprise last night, which was freaking awesome. We got today. So tomorrow, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, Fuzzy Belvedere. So it's Blam, Fuzzy, myself, Steel, Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Central Time. Be there tomorrow.
Time changes. Is that considered a time change?
What? Oh,
is it
when is the time change? Does it roll Sunday or does it roll tonight?
Yeah, it's Sunday. It's tonight.
Oh, fuck.
Isn't that how that works? It changes Sunday, right? It changes at 1 o'clock?
Well, shit, yeah, then that's going to screw up everything again, because it's PTK because he's on desert time, right? So he's in Arizona. He's in that one spot. So is it going to be 6 and 5 now? Wait, what are we doing? Are we going back or are we going forward?
We're going forward.
We're losing an hour, right? So we're rolling forward. So yes, I think it'll be 6 and 5 then, because PTK stays. That's the fucking problem.
Okay.
So I think that's what it's going to be. Yeah, I know. This is why we just need to stop this, right? And again, nobody can agree on what way it should be before or after. I would like more. I would rather wake up in the dark and have more daylight at the end of the day than the reverse. But there's still like a lot of people who would like it the other way. Anyways, be on the lookout for it. I'll repost it, but it should be 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Central Time. I will double check that for sure. I think PTK did post. I don't know if he posted times or if he realizes that's happening. I know he still said 5. He still said 5 p.m. Eastern. So maybe we're just going to go at the same time, no matter what. I don't know. We'll figure that out.
That's fine.
Anyways, podcast tomorrow night. Be there. Keep your eyes and ears open. We'll post it. Everything will be good. Next week, it starts all over again. Double Barrel Games is the channel. Boomstick's the man. 5 days a week. I'm not a part of his parties anymore, but I still shout him out because of how much he's done for all of us. So again, boom, check him out any of those days, but obviously Tuesdays, Xbox Factor Podcast, all good things green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then of course, my week starts on Thursday over on the Fun Speculation Network with Mav on PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Normal time is 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. We hit that about 80% of the time. But there are those weeks where one of us has to change it. Mav's working a lot again. He's starting to fire up again. And obviously my work schedule is crazy sometimes, but you should find us there. PM in the PM, Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. And then Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate, where we never know how much of the family is going to get together, but no matter what happens, it is always a good time. Lots of laughs, lots of good conversation. And last night, again, Steele joined me, Mav, and Fuzzy. So we had a great old time. And that happens at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, every Friday night, usually. Shout out to Jaspy, by the way. I saw Jasper in here earlier. I don't know if he's still lurking here all this time later, but Jaspy went to a housewarming party that was actually just a house party, and they started feeding him shots. And I saw him early in the chat say that was still feeling it, and he's never going to do that again. Come on, Jaspy. You're young. You'll do it again.
That's how it goes.
I hope you're feeling all right. Shout out to Jasper because he couldn't join us last night because he was at that house party. So anyways, everybody, it's the Golden Age of Gaming. Whatever you're playing, whether it's Monster Hunter Wilds, whether it's Avowed, I don't give two shits, man. Get out there, enjoy it. Play what you love. Love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend, a great start to your week. Love you all. Talk to you soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to say thank you again for joining us on this Saturday. Getting to it as we do, and we're gonna be knee deep back in the wilds, like Black John says in the chat. Anyway, y'all be safe, enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll catch you on the next one. Split screen out, baby. Peace.